pilot's license. I know, right? You start flying everywhere, and you can rent those jets. One day.
Another year or two, he'll be chartering a private jet for everywhere.
Yeah, like, wouldn't it? It'll be all right. Morning. Get y'all swag bags back there, one of everything. There's 5 things. Get signed in. There's a name tag. Where'd you get the purple one? Oh, y'all make your own? Okay. Nice.
We wanted them to do the line green, but I don't think they could get the color.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a Wi-Fi?
That's a great question, man. I'm sure there is. This guy right here, Wi-Fi information, sir?
Ask Richard. I don't know if he'll be handing that out.
If you figure it out, let me know. I'll put it up on the whiteboard.
All right.
Anybody can say what you got pretty good. Okay. All right, yeah. Breakfast may be slightly delayed, but it's on the way. Breakfast may be slightly.
Are you going to Bianca's? We just left. We just spent last week.
Oh, yeah. I'll be there in like 3 weeks. Yeah. Oh, I know. I've been working with him for a year. Like the one guy I finally got selling in the field. Something happened. Crazy. So, yeah, there's no way they can scale the way they're set up.
I think he's ready to.
He's ready, but his guys aren't. I mean, he ain't paying them to do more, so there's a lot of work there.
But we have a pretty in-depth mix group with him.
Yeah. Me and Hope got a meeting next week to put a plan together. We gave her permission for us to talk freely about the mixed group, so. Yeah.
He's like the nicest guy.
He is.
In the universe.
He is. Genuinely.
And all of his employees are just like,
Well, of course, they let me do whatever they want.
Where's Richard? Looking for Richard. I don't see him. Hey, sir, you might give me kind of audio check. Maybe
Yeah.
say something.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Check.
See how it sounds. So the mic is picking you up, but you might make sure to speak a little. Just make sure you kind of project your voice. I'm sure you are. You got people in the back. So.
I will.
Done what I can.
All right, good morning. How's the volume back there? Good? All right. I think this will be a little bit of an echo room. I'll do my best to project out. So thank you for coming. If you guys don't know, I'm Alan Rush. Rush Profits, the man of the hour back there, Kevin Rogers. He's our Rilla AI coordinator and fractional sales manager. Some of you guys already work with Kevin. So yeah, appreciate you coming here. Just a couple of quick things. Bathrooms again here, and then through that around another one. If you do need to go in and out, the handles don't turn, but just push. All the doors are unlocked and open. If you have cell phones, I just ask that you silence them. I don't care if you need to take a call, get up and go. That's not a problem. I do tend to take a lot of very short breaks. I tend to, about every hour and a half, we'll take a 5-10 minute break. In the middle, we'll have a lunch. Hopefully everybody's got something to take notes on, because there's a few notepads back there that are smaller, but I'm going to be feeding you 97 pages of slides of data today. It's going to be a little bit of drinking from a fire hose. It's going to be pretty overwhelming, and by the end of the day, your brains are probably going to hurt a little bit, including mine. So for those that are staying at the casino, we're going to do some cigars and drinks after work. If anybody wants to join us, be a nice little nightcap and review the rest of the day. As far as rules go, there are none. This is your class. I'm going to interact with you guys a lot. If you have questions, please don't. Politeness doesn't work. Don't just yell out, raise your hand, whatever. This is going to be. If this is just me talking to you guys for 8 hours, we're all going to be miserable. So. One thing I've learned in doing this, one of many things I should say I've learned in doing this for as long as I have, you put a bunch of blue collar guys in a little room for 8 hours, you start getting a little stir crazy. So we'll try to make this as engaging entertaining as we can, as much as sales can be, but we'll kind of go through it. We'll do some introductions with everybody here in just a minute, but just a real quick kind of, if you don't know who I am, been doing sales for right at 30 years now. Long story short, 13 years later, worked with a couple hundred chimney companies, a couple thousand technicians, been on thousands of ride-alongs, probably over 5,000 in-field ride-alongs, sweeping chimneys, doing the whole deal. I'm committed to chimneys. I mean, hell, I got the tattoo now, so I mean, I can't switch industries. So what we're going to do today is going to basically split today up into halves. The first half of today, I'm going to basically just go over sales process, big picture, sales psychology, why people buy, objection handling, need levels, just the basics of sales. After lunch, we're going to dive into the minutia, literally the sales process. I'm going to give you literally the 50-step checklist from the time that you leave the office or the time that you leave the customer's house, exactly what I do. I'm going to give you all the language, all the diagrams, all the sales tools, all the videos that I use to produce some pretty high-performing guys. It's tough for me to track my sales just because I leave, and a lot of it's based on the follow-ups. But, from what I can tell, doing 3 to 4 sweeps a day, my sales are around $5 million a year. My top producers are around $3 million. I've got one guy in New York that's going to hit $4 million this year doing 3 sweeps a day. So I don't know what your current sales are, but if you want them to be more, this is a class that's going to help you do it. Literally have trained hundreds, if not thousands, of guys on this. So anybody here on Surefire, familiar with Surefire? About half the room. So that's one of my babies, one of our companies I got with Mark Stoner and Jim Brewer and Jake Loeffler. So if you've ever done any training through there, thank you for that as well. But this needs to be updated now. Some of you guys are on Rilla. Some of you guys are coming on to Rilla in the next month. Richard's on Rilla. I think the Ozark team is coming on this month. The Rilla is basically virtual ride-alongs. So it's like having me or Kevin in the truck with you every single appointment, every single day, and it literally kind of grades the appointment from a sales process standpoint. And this is a little bit outdated. We've now done over 20,000 virtual ride-alongs this year alone, and some of the data that we're getting from that on what the top performers are doing is absolutely pretty amazing. What's going on, buddy? That's a quick intro of me. We'll get started. It's kind of a little bit backwards, but let's take 5-10 minutes. Everybody go grab you some food, and then we'll officially dive in here.
It didn't work.
It didn't?
boy? Any trouble?
Put everything on.
5. Okay.
You give those 5.
He's almost ready to pass her down so everybody can get on it and lag it down. Oh, yeah, I'll make that too.
With the water. It looks so clean now. I opened up all the doors. That's funny. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, put that out.
Crazy.
All right, guys, on our way. You guys, did you find seats? There's a couple up here. That's streaming, so I mean, you can still sit there, just that's just streaming, so you can still sit there. It's fine. All right, part 2. All right, thanks Saver Systems, guys, for picking up breakfast for us. We'll be picking up lunch as well. And speaking of Rilla, just so you know, Rilla has sponsored breakfast and lunch every day for you guys. So FYI, we'll give them a shout out a little later today. So again, today, real quick, no rules. If you have questions, please ask them. Please silence your phone. If you need to step outside for any reason, feel free to do that. Bathrooms here and in the back. And again, it's just going to be kind of your class. I've done my intro, so we're going to get to know you guys here in just a little bit and kind of what you're looking to get out of this class. So for those of you that do not know me personally, I have a major flaw in life, many probably, but one is about 6-7 years ago I started developing vertigo, and so as of that I've been on a roof in probably the last 6 years, and sometimes standing becomes difficult for me. So if you see me, that's why my safety net chair is here. So if you see me sit down, it's not trying to be rude. That's just getting through the spinning stuff. I would not wish on my worst enemy. So, man, today I really, really hope you'll take notes today. You have, again, an opportunity today to, go back to your companies and really, really make an impact. Again, people want to make excuses about why other people can sell and they can't, or this market, or that, or this, their pricing, the different competition. But I'm telling you, process is process, right? And so we're going to kind of talk through sales process and the people that I've trained that hit 3 million. And man, I'm really, really hoping this dude hits 4 million this year. He's already at almost 2, and we're not even into busy season yet. So this would be just such a cool marker to know that we can do 3 sweeps a day and sell $3 to $4 million. And if you're on a performance-based system, I mean that's not chump change, right? So today we're just literally going to kind of go through the process that I've created, and really, again, if you know me, I'm a work hard, play hard guy. If I'm not having fun, I don't want to do it. I mean, I literally travel 250 days a year doing this. I spend 250 nights in a hotel. I do 150 flights a year, unless it's this weekend and it's a shit ton of driving. But you can't do what I do unless you love it. And man, you got to really decide, is this a job or is this a career? Is this something that you're grinding, your alarm goes off every day and you're like, another day? Or are you like, sweet, man, let's go help some people? And that's what today's going to be about. The hardest thing, how many people in here have been doing this longer than 5 years? So probably half the room. God, this is going to be hard for you. If you're not already doing some of the things that I'm showing you, nothing's difficult. Everything I'm going to show you is very doable. But when you've been doing this 3 to 4 times a day, maybe even more, for years, even making the smallest little change is almost impossible. And I see it all the time when I do ride-alongs. We'll basically say, all right, we're going to go in and do this. And then they go in and they always do what they always did, just because your habit is so powerful. So I'm going to show you some things. I want you to write things down that'll help cement it in your brain. And then when we leave, tomorrow we're going to be doing some role-playing. It'll be fun. And then I'm going to give you guys some tools to take back to your company to hopefully cement some of the habits that we want to start creating here. So that's the main thing. So please take notes. You're going to forget 85-90% of what we talk about today. And then here's something that I hope we can agree on. And it's just a reality check, man. Just because I am saying it doesn't mean it's the gospel, right? And so the one thing that I hope, and it really, really irks me whenever people will like what I call a head nod. It's like, okay, sales guy, whatever. That may work in your world, but over here in reality land, that's not really a thing. So if I do happen to say something that you just think is insane or that will not work for you or will not work in your market, let's just talk about it. Call me out. You're not going to hurt my feelings at all. Let's just talk through it. But I really hate whenever we kind of head nod through the things and then it's like, oh yeah, I'm never doing that. Because that really doesn't help anybody at all. So can we agree that if you see or smell some bullshit, you'll call me out on it? Is that fair? All right, cool. So I do want to take just a minute it's a pretty small group so that we should be able to do this. I just like to do a real quick, if we can do this in like 10 minutes, just name, company, and then tell me one thing that you really hope you're going to leave this class with today. One challenge you have, one objection you struggle with, one customer type, one personality type, one sales process item, one thought, whatever it is. Just one thing that you'd like to get out of today, and then I'm going to try to make sure that we cover all that. So just name, company, and one thing that you hope to get out of today.
Joshua Paz with Clean East Chimney Sweep Service here in Tulsa. One big goal out of this is to hopefully be able to convey with the client, make them feel more comfortable with what we're trying to help them get fixed on their chimney, make it usable.
Perfect. Comfortability with the client.
Travis with Clean Deeds Chimney Sweep here in Tulsa, and really just the process for increasing sales.
Sales process for increasing sales. That's the whole day.
Bill Reynolds, Wolfman Chimney Fireplace. I just want to be able to help my sales guys follow the process better and be the resource that they need within our company to help them succeed and excel.
Hey, we got three Clean Deans, just to be able to, the process for sales.
Process.
Commander with Wolfman also, educate clients to make an informed decision.
Educate to make an informed decision, for sure.
Adam with Wolfman Chimney, to increase my profit.
Increase your profit. That's the man telling the truth right there. You're gonna make more money.
If you're on these deans and, just have a customer have their coffee to,
Yeah, man, that's a big one, right? Having confidence even though you may look younger, we'll talk about that for sure. Yeah, not selling stuff, that's the name of the product, absolutely.
Shows.
Good spot with sales.
Need to sign.
I signed it already.
There you go. You've been told to be here and take notes with your e-learning.
No one.
A little more value, for sure. For sure. Same day sales. Everyone we're talking about today is on the spot.
Awesome for this Chimney Sweep. I'm looking to learn how to resolve some of that.
Objection handling, for sure. Yep. Learn how to sell stuff. All right, we'll do that. Yep, good to see you guys, man. I've been out with you, right? I haven't been out with you yet. Okay, cool. Jared?
I'm Jerry Gilbert, and I'm looking to figure out how to help customers in the best way I can.
Oh, customers.
Chris, a little bit of Chimney,
Clear with the message. That's a really good point.
Brian with Ozark Chevy Chimney and Blues Brothers, and just trying to find a way that can help the guys increase their sales. And
You're gonna be mainly supporting your role as a sales manager? Beautiful.
Aaron with Ozark Chimney, pretty much new in business.
Okay. Soak it up. All right, hey, Ron. Okay. How long you been doing this? Okay.
Joe with Blues Brothers, Ozark Silver Chimney, opening a process down so that everybody's on the same page for the whole crew.
Yeah, so that's a decent process for the whole crew. I mean, that's one of the things that we'll talk about today. Such an important one is that, let's just say you have 4 or 5 crews out there, and the 4 or 5 crews go. If you sent those 4 crews to the same customer's house, how confident do you feel that that customer's getting the same experience, getting the same inspection report, the same language, the same proposal, the same price? Very few people do that. It's usually the Joe show, the Aaron show, whoever happens to be out there. So that's a really, really good one. Jeremy?
Jeremy Biswell, Guru Biz Consulting. I'm just here to watch Joe get a good process for sales.
Fantastic. So you guys don't know Jeremy. Jeremy owned Blues Brothers for a long time. Industry icon, president of the guilds. So we're happy to have him here. So stop.
Chad with CNC, just looking to increase close rate.
Awesome. Close rate?
Philip Boyd, CNC, just here to see your process.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm from American Chimney, and I've been working for about 25 years in chimney.
Yes.
And I'm trying to improve myself in sales and customer service and stuff like that.
Beautiful. We were just out in the truck together a month or two ago, weren't we?
Yep.
Douglas Lee, American Chimney Service out of New Jersey. I'd like to change my perspective on a lot of angles that I come from.
Yes.
train my brain better to use more visuals
Yeah.
and tools and go from 1 to 3.
Yeah, for sure. And you can do it. Hey, this guy is amazing in the field.
Oh, please don't do
call
that.
Process. He's smarter than the process, and I mean that in a complimentary way. You can you can go. It's amazing how you can skip things when you have the gift of gab and the gift of rapport building and likability, but it only gets you so far, right? So we're gonna everything that you guys talked about today is definitely going to be covered. So if there's anything else as we go, please let me know. But we're going to kind of dive into this thing. If you've been through any of my classes before. This class is about 50% new content, 50% some rehash, just because at the end of the day, sales is sales. But I have, over the last 12, 13 years of doing this, I update the process. I find new things that work and do a lot of what we call A/B testing in different markets to make sure it's not a fluke. And then once I feel good that that's part of the process, then we'll roll it out. Somebody said, like several of you said process. So just so you know, at the end of the day, you're going to get literally a spreadsheet. It's got like 50 things on it. That is the process, right? So if you're looking for a structured process, step by step, I'm going to give that to you. I could just hand it to you now, but it wouldn't make a ton of sense until we kind of go through this. And probably the first thing that a lot of people think when they hear 50 steps, oh my God, 50 steps. Well, literally, we're talking about a step is making a phone call. A step is knocking on the door, handing the business card, putting on booty. So I mean, it's not as overwhelming as it may sound. So so here's the question: how many people in here would like to sell $3 million? And if I don't see every hand, then why are you even here, right? Here's the question you have to honestly ask. People ask me all the time, what are those guys doing that I'm not? What are they doing that I am not? Well, they've made this a career. This is not a 9-to-5 job for them. This is, they always say, and I learned this from Mark Stoner years ago, what you do from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. is what defines your career. I want you to really think about that. What do you do from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m.? That's what's going to define your career. If you go home, turn on TV, Netflix, catch up on the latest Game of Thrones, whatever, right? If you're going playing just the new college football or basketball, my son's all into that. Or are you working on things? One thing that is absolutely true is no one naturally gets better at sales. You do not ever naturally get better. You don't just wake up next year and you're better at sales. You can become more confident. You can get better habits, which could lead to better sales. But you do not get better at sales process without working on it. And I can prove that from guys that I rode with 10 years ago and rode with yesterday, doing the same things that they did 10 years ago because they are in that habit and they're not working on it. So are you recording yourself? Are you role-playing with people? Are you reading sales books? Are you out there networking? Are you out there taking breakfast biscuits to realtors, to home inspectors, to HVAC companies, to plumbers? I've got people literally got a crew in Boston. All that guy does is drop 4 water heater liners a day for a plumbing company. All he does, drop 4-inch liners, literally, and it's all sold for him because he went and created an awesome relationship where he could refer high efficiency work, and these people refer furnace work, water heater work. Oh my gosh, are you on your next doors? Are you on your Facebook groups? Are you out there asking every customer that you have for a referral? Are you offering money out of your own pocket if you're getting commission? Hey, anybody you send me, I'll send you $100, whatever. Are you creating a review network? Can I go to your website and see Alan was amazing, Alan did this, Alan explained this? Who do you think those people want to talk to whenever they read the reviews? They want Alan out there. They want whoever it is. So if you are showing up to work and running the 3 calls, the 4 calls that your job gives you, you're probably going to stay in that $1 million, maybe $2 million land. If you want to go to the next level, you've got to do it. The company's not going to do it for you. You think of this as your own business, man. How many people have worked referral leads? Are they not the best leads ever? When someone says, hey, I did this guy, or didn't do this guy, this guy did my fireplace, and hey, you got to use my guy, right? So those are the best leads ever, man. So work at it, right? Don't be afraid afraid to go out there and put your name out there and have people calling you, because if they call and ask you, your office is going to give you that work. And man, I'd much rather work a warm lead than just whatever happens to come in. So this is really, really the question that you have to ask. When your alarm go off, do you check out at 5, or when your last job is done? If you're is now actually a pretty stand-up guy. He's got 4 kids. He's like mentoring. He teaches Alcoholics Anonymous, and he's got one of my favorite quotes I use in almost every presentation I do, and that is, "If nothing changes, nothing changes." Right? If nothing changes, nothing changes. So you can go back when you get in your truck on Wednesday, Thursday, whatever it is, and you can do what you always did and get what you always got, or you can attempt to get out of your comfort zone, break some habits, and do some of these things to excel yourself to the next level. If you put in the work, it will come, right? My wife has in our gym, I think it's my closing slide, is, "I'm sorry you didn't get the results for the work that you didn't put in." You really think about that. I'm sorry you didn't get the results for the work that you didn't put in. So this is your choice, right? So how many people heard of Roger Bannister? They heard that name? This is Roger. He up until like 1954, no one in the entire world had ever ran a 4-minute mile in a marathon. Never happened. Was considered impossible. 1954, Roger Bannister was the first man to break the 4-minute mile. 100 years of running, he broke the 4-minute mile. What do you think happened 2 weeks later?
He died.
He died. No, that would be a terrible ending to the story. What happened 2 weeks later? Someone else broke it. Why? How? It can be done. If he can do it, I can do it. Right? If it's never been done, it seems impossible. It's really hard to be the first person to do something. But I'm telling you, there's people out there, a lot of people out there selling $3 million. I hope to have that guy that does $4 million. Right? It can be done. It is being done. So I want you to really think, what are you selling now? How much do you want to sell? How much extra work do you have to do to get to that level? Because I assure you, you're not just going to double your sales from this class. You've got to put in the work. Right? You've got to put in the work. So, one of the very first sales trainings I ever did, almost probably 25, 30 years ago, 1999, so however, that's what, 25 years, was at the Disney Institute. So if you ever get a chance to go to the Disney Institute, it is absolutely one of the best trainings next to this that you can go to, right? You go behind the scenes in Disney. They show you the magic, how they create the magic, how the cast works, how they just do everything. So outside of Disney is expensive as hell. What do you think the number one? They surveyed all their customers every single year. Keep in mind this was back in '99. What do you think the number one complaint about going to Disney was from their customers?
Lines.
The lines, right? Actually, lines was more than money. And so, I don't know if you've been to Disney in the last 25 years, but they took that feedback and they did some pretty cool stuff. What's some things that Disney's done in the last 25 years to help with lines? Yeah.
They had a paid service that you can buy a pass to get through.
Yeah, a fast pass, a paid service. Not only did we take a pain and make it go away, we figured out how to make money on it. How cool is that? What else? Anybody else know what they did?
TVs in the line.
They put TVs in the lines. Not only TVs, they put games where kids can play against each other in the line. Amazing. All of a sudden, Disney characters are interacting, right? They're in the line, making that experience more enjoyable. They've now got an app where you can show up, you can check in, and you can just show up at a certain time that you check in for that ride. So they went through and they found the worst parts of their business and found a way to make it a better experience for their customers. So I want to just we'll just take a minute or two and do this. This is fun. This is actually really fun. I want you to think about what is absolutely the worst thing that you could do to a customer or at a customer's house that would get you the worst review, that would get you canceled in today's culture. What's just the worst thing that could happen?
Act racist?
So we dust out a house, what'd you say?
I said act racist.
Oh, we could be racist.
I mean, you're talking about the worst, so I'm just
Yeah,
telling you.
yeah, for sure.
Through the ceiling.
What's that?
Foot through the ceiling.
Foot through the ceiling.
Make it feel dumb.
Burn the house down.
Burn the house down. Yeah, that would be bad. Make them feel dumb.
Hit on the wife.
Hit on the wife, yes. Hit on the wife. The last time someone said take a dump and don't flush it.
Oh, you gotta flush.
We got an agent calling around, who did it?
I only do that after I close.
So this is an exercise you can take back to your company, and it's really is fun. Think about all the absolute worst things that you can do, and then simply create an SOP for the opposite, right? So if we don't want to dust out a house, or we know that would get us in a lot of trouble, what do?
Tarp.
Louder, sorry.
Ventilation, vacuum, fan.
Yeah, dust control. We check the vacuums. We make sure the filters are clean. We put tarps up. We have a complete dust control system. Being racist, let's not be racist, okay? If putting a foot through the ceiling, right? Make sure watch where we're stepping, or maybe we don't go into attics that don't have plywood, or whatever your policy is, right? That's how you avoid doing that. Burn down the house. Look, I mean, if you put in a new stove and light a fire and burn down the house, it's probably not for you. Make a customer feel stupid, right? How do we educate them in a way that makes them feel confident in what we're doing? Don't hit on the wife. Rule number one. Although, if we have time, some of you guys have heard this story. If we do have time, I will tell you my story about the naked cheerleader that answered the door and tried to put me on a porno. I will tell you that story. It's a good one.
That's how you have vertigo.
Yeah, that's right. It is a good one. There was a lot of innuendo. She was filming this show, we found out later. And she needed her fire lit and all kinds of stuff. So, we don't take dumps in customers' houses. We do. We ask permission. We flush, bring spray, whatever. So go back and I want you to think about this not only for your business, but I want you to think about what parts of your job are absolutely miserable to you. Seriously, think about it. Like what part? Because again, you gotta love what you do. If there are things that you are doing that you're just like, I hate doing that, or why do we do that? Is there a better way, right? And we call these happy calls too for, I know CNC does this quite a bit, but after the technician has been out in the home, have someone from your office call and just do a happy call. Hey, Ms. Jones, Alan here at CNC, I understand that Joe was just out at your house today. I understand he left you some recommendations. Look, we're just always trying to improve the customer experience here at CNC. If you were to rate Joe on a 1 to 10 on how he did for you today, what would that look like? He was a 7? Okay. And is there anything that he could have done differently to get him to a 10? Just do that a couple times a day. Man, you will absolutely find out what your customers do not like and what you can do to improve your process. You're too close to it. When you do it every single day, it's the forest through the trees. You're too close to it. So the name of this class is Stop Selling Stuff, right? And by the way, if you have not signed in for CEUs, be sure you do back there. Put your badge number and all that. Get your swag kit for you guys too. There's 5 things back there, swag kit stuff to grab. So stop selling stuff. When I say salesperson, when I say, hey, honey, a sales guy's coming over to the house, what's the first thing that kind of pops in your head? What's this going to cost me? Who do we see?
Fuller brushman.
Who?
Fuller brushman.
The full brushman. Who do we see? Car salesman. Vacuum salesman. We see this guy. Right? This is who we see. Did anybody have a positive image pop in their head when they thought a salesperson was coming to see them? Did one person? Sweet sales. I love the sales people from my house. I'm probably the only person that actually takes sales calls from marketing people and spam people. I just love to hear their pitch. Like, how's this working for you? This is rough. You know? Yeah.
Give them your business card.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I had this one kid, I actually have a video, I put it on YouTube. This one kid, he came when I was living in Florida. He couldn't have been 12 years old. And he came up, sunglasses, cool as could be, had a t-shirt on. And he said, hey, I'm here doing some pressure washing. I'm at your neighbor's house right now. I can come over, I can pressure wash your whole driveway for $20. Easiest $20 I ever gave that kid. I was like, all right, you know, just working. I remember I was cutting grasses back then, just grinding. So I love your sales pitches. My son takes it to the extreme. He brings in the religious sales. He's like, Dad, I just talked to some Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm like, all right, son, there's a point where we, you know, like you don't have to do this, but so one of my favorite quotes, man, oil leak, no, sweat from all the horsepower, man, right? Salespeople are full of bullshit, right? They are all in for themselves. They want to win. The moment you become a salesperson in this industry is the moment you lose. No one wants a salesperson in their house. No one wants to be sold anything. They certainly don't want to be sold chimney products, right? If you've listened to some of my podcasts, I don't have a ton of jokes, but the one is, man, sure hope Bill, when he comes out to my house, brings me a bucket of that Crown Coat. Come on, Bill. You know, but nobody wants it, right? They have problems that they want solved, but nobody wants what we sell. So this guy, maybe, and I apologize, we had a little technology issue. We had 2 TVs, but one of them is not working. So this guy in the top right was my first sales coach I ever had, a guy named Jeffrey Gittimer. He's still out there coaching. He's got a sales blog. He's got great content. You just want to, you know, improve just many places as you can. But one of my favorite quotes he ever said was, "People don't like to be sold, but they love to buy." People don't like to be sold, but they love to buy. So pretty much the entire process that I teach is to put customers into a buying position for something that they want or desire. It has nothing to do with what I tell them to do. It has everything with what they want to buy or an outcome they want to achieve, and I help them achieve that, right? So if you find yourself trying to sell to people, you're probably going to get pushback. You're probably going to get all those objections that we absolutely dread. So if we were to look selling up on Google, look it up at dictionary.com. What is the definition of selling?
Transfer of goods or products for an exchange of value.
That is exactly, I mean, almost to the penny, cheater. That is exchanging goods, services, in exchange for value or money, right? I mean, almost to the goods or services in exchange for money. That is exactly what selling is. Now, I want you to really listen to me on this, because this is one of the top 5-10 important points I'm going to make today. If this is what you are doing, you are going to lose. If you are selling products or services in exchange for money, you are going to lose. And I just want to explain what that is. I want you to really think about what your proposals look like right now. If your proposals are a list of products, description of those products, and how much those products cost, you are going to lose. You're selling stuff. If you were to email me a proposal and it said, Crown Coat, much as we love it, Sabre Systems guys, Crown Coat, $1,000, it's my last American rubber membrane, tech top and chip, right? Flash seal, $700. Description, seals to flashing, heat shield, liner, parging, right? Water repellent, chimney cap. If you are literally giving your customer a shopping list of where what they need to go out and shop you, to do it cheaper, to find it cheaper online, to get another quote, to do all those things, you are setting yourself up for your biggest objections. Has nothing to do with the products. Take products completely out of your proposals. Pretend products do not exist. I am going to fix and prevent water from intruding in the top of your chimney and warranty that for the next 10 years, $1,000. Do they care how I do it?
Yeah.
They do?
Yes. Yeah. And 9 out of 10 of my customers, especially because of social media and like people thinking they're more educated now, always will ask for an itemized list and then rebuttal off of the itemized list.
Yeah, I think that's a process issue, man. I mean, I've done this 5,000 times. I'm never going to get that objection. It's like someone asked me, can you break that down into materials and labor? Right? How many times do you get that? A lot. There's no such thing as materials and labor. It's literally what I tell a customer. Sir, there's no such, if I only priced on materials and labor, I wouldn't have anybody answering my phone. I wouldn't have workers' comp. I wouldn't have insurance. I wouldn't have a van. I wouldn't pay for gas. I wouldn't have someone answer my phone. Look, this is what it costs for my company to do this job, right? You know, I see online, you know, the people take it extreme. It's like $5,200 to do it or $0 not to, right? That's as far as I'm kind of breaking that down. I don't recommend you say that to a customer, but that is literally, this is what it costs for me to do this job, right? I don't mind breaking it down by solution type. If you want me to, you know, at the end of the day, your crown's cracked, we're going to make sure that we seal the top of that, stand behind it for 10 years. I'm your guy, that costs this much. If you want to know any more than that, I mean, I'll tell you a product if you actually want to know it, but that's not important to the customer, right? It absolutely, I mean, honestly, do they care if you get your, they get your liner from Copperfield or Lindemann or National or, no, they absolutely don't. They care if you're using Chamber Safe or Formula 51. They don't. Saber Systems does, right? But at the end of the day, I'm going to create a smooth transition from the top of your firebox into your flue to contain the byproducts of combustion, make sure heat doesn't transfer into any combustibles that are in the wall, and I'm going to guarantee that for life as long as you have an annual inspection with me.
So on your proposal, what does that look like? It's just that.
Literally what I just said. Yeah, I'm going to make sure that your smoke chamber has a smooth transition for all the byproducts of combustion so that heat can't transfer into areas where there may be combustibles, to make sure that all the byproducts get as quickly as possible into the flue system to promote positive draft and reduce residency time, $1,500.
But you're talking about that specific area, and that, like, I'm going to coat the smoke chamber with high temperature cement, creating proper draft and moving back heat. Then you repeat that for the next item for the flue.
Correct.
I don't say custom joints. I say we're going to seal the joints with high temperature. Use easy language, but you're still describing the area. You're not just saying
you're solving the problem, right? So I'm going to make sure water does not intrude into your masonry, brick and mortar, and stand behind that for the next 10 years, right? Like literally, if you go through and just start saying Crown Coat Flash Seal, Chimney Saver water, I assure you, they are going to naturally have objections to that. They're naturally going to know, where can I get that cheaper? Where can I get another quote? Do I need all that? All the objections that you're dealing with, or you're going to start getting those price objections. Jesus, you're charging me $1,000 for something that you're just painting on top of a chimney, right? You are inviting a lot of your own worst problems, right? So if you are selling, if you are listing product for price, you are going to get more objections. It's that simple, right? Go back and look at your proposals. Make it all about what the customer is getting, what problem you're solving for the customer, and how much they're paying for that solution, right? So write this down. I'm going to give you guys 3 or 4 times I'm going to ask you this question today. When I say, what is our definition of selling? In the Rush Profits class, what is our definition of selling? And I'm just going to summarize this. This is from Anthony Iarino. And he says, sales is just a conversation. That's all it is. It's a conversation about where the customer is today, their current state, and where they're trying to go. What is the reason they called me? What is their desired future state? And then literally it's just the path of the conversation that we're going to take together to get them there, right? The one thing I know is true is no one randomly picks up the phone and calls a chimney sweep, right? There is an underlying reason for that phone call, and there's a reason they want you there. There's something they want. They have a desired goal or result. It could be as simple as just want to make sure it's clean and good to use, right? This is the path that we're going to take together to get you to wherever you want to go. You want to use your fireplace? Well, we can't use the fireplace because of A, B, and C. We can take care of A, B, and C, and then you can use your fireplace, and that's but here's what it's going to take, right? So when I ask you what it sells, we're just talking. We are absolutely just talking. Number 1 rule of sales, if it feels like you're selling, then stop. You guys know when you're selling. You know when you're justifying. You know when you're turning the screws a little bit. Almost every time someone starts selling, when do you think that is the most common time that when we actually start selling? Yeah, exactly. Right after someone says gives you an objection.
As soon as you make the phone call on the way in.
Yeah, well, it could be, yeah. But when someone gives you an objection, wow, man, that's a lot of money. Or, hey, you know, let me talk to the wife, email that to me, right? Immediately we go into defense mode. Maybe I didn't tell you about how great this was, but this has a lifetime warranty. It's a lot of work. This is stainless steel, by golly, right? We feel the need to defend when someone gives us an objection. So I'm going to kind of show you how to hopefully build the value before you do that and do this. But this is just a litmus test. If it ever feels like you're selling to a customer, just stop for a second and just kind of back up and realize that you're just there to have a conversation. I always say, and you can write this down, I will say it probably 10 times today, I truly do not care if a customer buys from me. I really do not. But the rule is, people don't buy what you sell. They buy what's going to happen if they don't buy what you sell. Right? They don't buy what you sell. They buy what's going to happen if they don't buy what you sell. And if what happens if they don't buy you sell is not important to them, they're never going to buy. It'd be like going into a customer and saying, so, tell me how often you're using the fireplace. Oh, man, we've used it in 30 years. Well, you need a liner. The chimney needs it, the fireplace needs it, the customer doesn't, right? So it has to have an impact to them, otherwise they are not going to spend money on it. So I always think of it as well when I see this little picture up here. How do I put this jelly? Really don't care. This is the very first video that I ever did when I started the weekly. Anybody in here get the weekly videos? Oh man, I got a room to sell today. Like about 3 or 4 people in here. I do a weekly video series. If you're not on it, it's pretty cheap. I've done about 150 videos, just 5 to 10 minutes, very short, sell topics of the week. But this was the very first one I ever did, and I think it's the biggest. And I've gotten more fights, social media fights, over this one topic than anything that I've ever done, because this industry is completely split in half. Not only take GCSIA out of it, the industry is split into old school, new school, right? It is the old time guys that are true to the trade, that top hat and tails, the tradition of the chimney, true technicians checking, spending 3-4 hours doing an inspection. There's no such thing as a perfect chimney, right? And then there's kind of the new school people that are more the business side of things. They're running faster. They're trying to get to more homes. They're, it's a little bit more of a process, I should say. So, but this industry has taught everyone in here to be technicians. And a technician is someone that diagnoses the fireplace and the chimney, puts together a report, and tells the customer what the fireplace or the chimney needs. It's what we've taught for years, right? You go in and say, Miss Jones, here's what's wrong with your fireplace or your chimney. Don't worry, you called the right guy. I fixed these things. I put together a full report. These are all the things that are good. These are all the things that are bad. Everything that is bad, I can help you with. I put together an estimate for you to fix all these things that are bad. Here's how much it costs. How many people are doing business this way right now? We're going into the home and saying, let me do an inspection for you. Let me tell you what's wrong, and if there's something wrong, I'll give you an estimate. I mean, how many? Should be pretty much the entire room, right? This is just the way this industry has taught. And again, I just believe it's backwards. I believe it is absolutely backwards. Now, don't get me wrong. You have to be an awesome technician. You have to do a detailed diagnosis. You have to know everything that's wrong with fireplaces and chimneys and all that. But at the end of the day, if the customer doesn't care about the deficiency or doesn't help them achieve the goal, then there's no desired outcome for that customer, right? The desired outcome is for you. As technicians, as tradespeople, we take a great pleasure in finding out what causes a problem. We take great pleasure in fixing that problem. We love figuring out why a fireplace is smoking. We love figuring out clearance issues. We love figuring out, where this water's coming from, right? It gives us pleasure because we found the problem and we can fix it. But if the customer doesn't care or it does not contribute to their desired end result, it's not going to contribute to a sale, okay? So what I typically teach is consulting, right? The consultant simply goes in and says, why did you pick up the phone and call Clean Deans today, right? What brings me out today? What are we hoping to accomplish? And then whatever they say is my goal. And if during my inspection I find one of those things that is keeping them from achieving the goal, I want to explain that to them. right? Otherwise, they do not care. So the consultant goes in and says, what are we trying to achieve? Let's see what's keeping you from achieving that. And here's what you need to do in order to achieve the goal that you called me about. Here's the most important thing of being a consultant. Here's what happens if we choose not to do anything. Here's what happens if we choose not to do anything, and if that does not directly affect the customer in a negative way or provide them with something that they want, you're never going to make a sale. Does this make sense?
Yeah, it's good.
I mean, I'm telling you, this should be a mind melter for a lot of you guys. I mean, it is literally the way this industry is trained since the 70s. Is to go in and be the technician, to fill out an inspection report that has 70 things, and here's all the things that are red and bad, right? Here's all the things that you need to do to fix it. Don't tell me what I need to do, right? I don't want to be sold. I don't want to be told what I need to do. I want to tell you what I want, and I want you to give it to me. Yes, sir.
So isn't it a lot of solutions don't tell the customer what's going on beyond what they called you out there for?
Oh, don't get me wrong. We're doing the report, and we're telling them everything that they need to know, right?
Pushing the things that they brought us in for.
But we're not going to push anything. We're going to ask them, look, so Ms. Jones, you called me out today because you couldn't use, or you wanted to make sure that your fireplace was okay to use, and you scanned the chimney with me, and we saw that, clearly there's some deficiencies in there. There's a couple of ways that we can go about doing that. If you like, I'm more than happy to put together a program that we can actually start using this fireplace again. Would you like me to work those numbers up for you so that we can see what it would take to use the system again, right? They're leading the entire process. Like if I go in and I find, hey, you're missing mortar, your smoke chamber's unbarged, you have to barge your smoke chamber. You got to do a heat shield. You need a liner. No, I don't. You're telling me what I need to do to fix the fireplace or chimney. You're not asking me what I want out of my system.
Let them tell you.
100%. Everything that I do is, and we're going to get into this after lunch, everything that I do is permission-based. I will never give a proposal to a customer that has not given me permission to give them a proposal for that thing. Now, don't get me wrong. Again, liability, paperwork, hey, customer understands, cannot use, declined recommendations, did not give proposal, right? And I may still work it up in the background because I have confidence that I may be able to bring it down the road. I'm definitely going to at least get my measurements and things like that, so if they ever come back around. But yeah, and you'll see how this works when we get into the process. But the main thing I want you to really get out of this slide is it is absolutely not about what is wrong with the fireplace or the chimney. It's about what the customer wants and what they need to do in order to achieve that desired result.
What if they don't know what they want?
Well, we're going to get into that. So what if they don't know what they want is the question. So one of the objections that we have is called the option stall. And we're going to get to that actually really shortly. But I always say, discuss options, don't propose them, right? If they don't know what they want, let's ask a series of questions to get them narrowed in, right? Well, I have no idea what I want. Well, let's talk about that, right? So, tell me how you use the fireplace now. When do you use it? Why do you use it? What's that?
How do you handle competing forces? Wife, husband. Wife wants to hear everything. Husband says, tweak it. I've used it for 20, 30 years.
Yep, we're gonna get into that quite a bit. Yes, absolutely. And the wife always wins that, right? Yeah. Not so much in front of you. I get it. Yeah. But the whole idea is, so tell me how you use this. Is this thing doing everything that you, look, if you can, one of my favorite things to ask people is, look, if you could wave a magic wand today and you had all the money in the world, what would this fireplace look like? What would it do? How would you use it? Right? Literally get them to create their perfect dream. Look, don't worry about money. So let's be honest, whether I'm relining the fireplace, doing the smoke chamber, breaking out tile, whatever, or doing an insert, a gas stove, it's going to be about the same, right? I mean, give or take $1,000 or $2 here or there, depending on gas and electric and things like that. If money was all the same, what would you want this thing to be? Let me put together a program for you to see what that would look like. Let's just see if this thing is even in our budget today, right? But they're giving me permission to do it, right? If I just come to the end and say, here's all the stuff that's wrong, here's what you need to do, I might as well just puke all over them and bring out my shockers because they're freaking out about, something they just used for the last 30 years is fine, and now you're telling me I got to spend $10,000. They think you're crazy.
Sounds like the key is spending more time in discovery.
100%, Bill. 100%. We're gonna get into discovery quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know why you're there, what's the point? But every one of you can go into an empty house right now. You can go into you do it all the time, real estate, landlord, whatever. You can all go into an empty house right now and write a perfect inspection report. You can diagnose every problem, and you can put together a proposal. I have zero doubt about it. But just because you do that doesn't mean you're going to get a sale. This is about helping customers achieve a desired result, right? This is not about how good of a technician you are. We good on this? I mean, this is so important. I mean, this is really the key to everything that we're going to talk about. Our goal is simply to help the customer understand their system, any deficiencies within the system, and what those deficiencies mean. What happens if I don't address them? Mr. Jones, your crown is cracked, you got all kinds of issues going on, you got bricks popping out, so what? Well, so what is it's taking on water. So what? Well, it'll continue to take on water, so what? Well, freeze thaw could lead to more damage, so what? Well, that's more money, that's, what happens when the top of the chimney is full? Well, now water's getting into the home. Now we're dealing with mold mildew issues, now we're dealing with drywall damage, now we're dealing with all these kind of things. You keep going until we find something that the customer cares about. It's not just that, hey, you got water damage. Who cares? If they don't understand the impact of not moving forward, we know how bad water is, but they don't, right? So they have to fully, and that's what this whole education process is going to be about. So there's a guy out there named Donald Miller. He wrote a book called Story Branding. It's a marketing book. And in this book, he basically talks about everything from kind of the Bible to Harry Potter. There is pretty much three main characters in every story. Right? There's the hero, there's the villain, and then there's the guide. And the hero, the villain, and the guide, when we're watching a movie or reading a book, who do we want to win? The hero, right? In the sales process, as technicians, we love being the hero. We love saving the day. We love going in and saying, I found out why that chimney is falling. I found out why you're getting those smoke smells. I found this negative pressure in your house. We love being the hero. Does the customer want you to win?
No.
Of course not. They don't want you to be the hero. Who do they want to be the hero? Who do they want to win?
Them.
Them.
Be the anti-hero.
So we are just simply the guide. We're Morgan Freeman in the Shawshank Redemption, right? We are literally, you have called the right company. I've solved this problem 1 million times. I can help you achieve this result that you want to do, right? I can help you, not, hey, I can fix it. This is such a simple mindset difference, right? If you're going in there saying, here's what I found, here's what you need to do, versus here's what I found, here's what this means. Here's what you told me that you wanted. Now that we found this is not going to happen. And if we choose not to move forward, this is what's going to continue to happen. Would you like to look at a way to stop that from happening? Would you like me to put together a program for you? Right? Because if you do, I can help you. If you don't care about that, hey, I gave you the information that you're looking for. Right? This should be blowing your mind a little bit, right? If going in there and not saying, I can find the problem and fix it, but this is, do you even care about this problem, right? This is a big, big thing. So ask yourself when you go in, are you the hero, are you the villain, or are you the guide? And if you find yourself being a lot of people like playing the villain. They love playing the villain. Man, you can't use your fireplace. You'll burn your whole house down if you do. Oh, poor little Jimmy's bed, that's right there on the second floor. Are you crazy? What kind of mother are you? Right? They love doing that kind of crap. Please never sell them beer, right? It's ridiculous. But be the hero. Don't be the hero. Be the guy. So, if there is any book on the planet besides one more I'm going to give you later that I recommend that you read, it's this one. It's called Spin Selling. It's by a guy named Neil Rackham. It's a 1980s book. It's pretty much the only book that ever actually analyzed 35,000 sales calls and put them into a plan to reduce objections and all those kind of things. And so a lot of what I'm going to teach you today has some roots in spin selling, and I'll kind of give credit where credit is due to Neil Rackham. So this is a really, really good book. But I'll give you the 30-second summary of spin selling. If I tell you to do something, you can choose to believe me or not, right? Just like today, I'm telling you all this information, you're processing it. Is this guy full of shit or not, right? Is he telling me the truth? Do I choose to believe this? Am I going to take this in or not? But if you tell me what you want, that's your truth, right? You tell me what you want, that is your truth. And unless you're, wearing a white jacket, it is very difficult for you to argue with yourself. When you tell me this is what you want and I tell you how to get it, it is very difficult for you then to undo that and say, well, I don't want that anymore, right? If you do, there's an objection, I'll handle that. But at the end of the day, spin selling is simply about putting the customer in the position to buy and taking you out of the position of selling. It's literally all it is. I'm going to ask you enough questions where you tell me exactly what you want, i.e. your desired future result, and then I'm going to be the guy that shows you how to achieve that. Is that clear? This is really not hard. I mean, when you think about it from a concept standpoint, if it was hard, I probably wouldn't do it, right? I mean, this is literally just having a conversation about what you want, and then I'm going to show you how to get it. Getting out of that mindset of me telling you what you need to do. And the way that you're absolutely going to know that you've started to have this mindset is whenever you find a problem. Whenever you find a problem, if your natural instinct is to tell the customer how to fix it, you're a technician. If that is like, hey, you got missing brick. Like, man, we got water in here. We need to replace this brick. We need to touch point it. That is your natural instinct to go to solving the chimney's problem. You're a technician. If your natural instinct is to explain that problem to the customer, explain to them what happens if they choose to leave this problem unattended, and then ask them if they'd like to address that problem, we're getting more into the land of being a consultant. Any questions on any of this? Cool. All right. So, objections. All right, we're going to just do some shout it out. I'll write them down as fast as we can. I'm going to give you the two most obvious ones. What are the reasons why you don't close sales today? What are the reasons? What are the things that customers are telling you that are keeping them from saying yes in the home? Price is always number one. Need to talk to my spouse is usually a number two.
Want a second estimate.
A second opinion.
Need for it?
Yeah, it's been fine for 30 years. What else?
I can fix it cheaper.
So price, yep.
Do-it-yourselfer.
Do-it-yourselfer.
I'm not really using it anymore.
So need.
We just won't use it anymore.
Yep. Need, not that important.
Selling the house.
Selling the house.
Landlord. Rich tenants, whatever,
Yep.
just want to.
Tenants. Not the decision maker. What else? Think about it. What people have told you for reasons that they're not buying today? What's that?
Bad credit.
Bad credit? Well, that could be, yeah.
They don't wanna do it right now.
So timing. Maybe they don't have the money right now. They just put on a roof or an HVAC unit. They got other expenses. They don't have the money right now for this project.
Waiting on insurance.
Waiting on insurance. That's a good problem. I love when we're waiting on insurance.
Still don't understand the problem.
Yeah, didn't understand the problem, need. Yeah. Think about it. Everything up here. If you never had one of these objections, you would close every deal. What's keeping you from selling?
I need to talk to my husband.
Yourself. Yourself.
Yourself? It's a good list. So, do this class a lot. They almost always break down into these areas: price, budget, spouse, trust. Did I need to do it? Option, sell, or you can't get to me fast enough. They almost always break down into one of those things. And so some of you have heard me do this before. You've seen some of my podcasts or my classes, but first word that comes to your mind when I say Mary had a little
Lamb.
How did you guys know what that word was?
Habit.
Repetition, memory. Did anybody think, unless you were just being a smart aleck, did anything else come to anybody's mind? Did you only think of lamb?
Well, being a smart ass, yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, there's always the smart ass. Like,
dog. So I don't know if you guys, it's actually, I'm actually pretty proud of this podcast. So if you go to YouTube, and you look up Rush Profits, Alan Rush, Rilla, R-I-L-L-A, I did about an hour and a half video podcast, and you saw it? Cool. And what's funny is the owner, or the CEO of Rilla is 1996 when this kid was born. I'm like, I was in college. Like, it just, like, blew my mind. And so, and he's from Dominican or something. And so, I'm live on this podcast doing video. And I looked at him, I said, well, tell me, Sebastian, you know, first word that pops to your mind. Mary had a little baby. I said, what? I was like, baby? Yeah, Mary, his mother, Jesus' mother, she had a baby.
That's hilarious.
I said, no, she had a lamb. How the hell would she have a lamb? So, but the one time, in 10,000 times I've asked that question, I'm live on a podcast. But all right, I need to find another example.
I remember that book, yeah.
So I created this process years and years ago called LAMS. And LAMS are simply when there's only one word or one phrase or one thing that makes sense in that situation, right? Like, I mean, literally, have been conditioned since you were 2 years old to know that Mary had a little lamb, right? So objection handling is exactly the same way. I don't care how long you've been doing this job, 4 months or 15 years, right? There's only 15 things that a customer is going to say to you about why they're not going to buy. You got most of them up here. They may say it in a unique way or a different way of phrasing it, but there's literally only 15 things that's going to keep you from getting a yes. And you need to be so damn good at responding to those 15 things that there's absolutely nothing else that makes sense that comes out of your mouth when they say that but those lambs. And we're going to talk through this a little bit today, but we're going to talk through it in role playing tomorrow as well. That when a customer comes up to you and says, and it's a little bit hard to read, but these are the 15 things, and I'm going to send you this list in an email. But when a customer comes up and says to you, and I'm going to get a few more quotes. You know exactly the lamb that you're going to say. What's going to come out of your mouth immediately when they say that, with extreme confidence, right? When a customer comes up and says, well, let me talk to my wife. We'll be in touch. Does that shut down the sale?
No.
Hopefully not, right? You know exactly what you're going to say. Is there anybody in here from, what's Bart's company? HomeSafe. Nobody in here from HomeSafe? So I was hoping they were going to send somebody here, but this, I think you were actually in, Jeremy, you were actually in this class, I think, when this happened. This kid, he couldn't have been 20 years old. Young kid, we're going through role playing, and I give him the grandfathering objection, right? But man, my daddy built this place, and I've been here for 50 years. Haven't had a problem. Isn't this grandfather, Dan? I mean, I don't have to update this with, do I? And the kid looked at me straight as anything. He goes, Mr. Rush, he said, it's crazy. He goes, do you realize that it was only like 50, 60 years ago that doctors were giving kids cocaine for pain? It's like, what? He said, this is true. He's like, that is crazy. He goes, they were smoking in cigarette ads. Like, they were promoting smoking in magazines. They were giving kids cocaine to manage pain. It is absolutely crazy how much we can learn in 50 years. Isn't it? I was like, man, that's good, brother. I was like, that's good. I like where you're going there. He's like, and so I always put that up there to, look, I'm not how many times have you been out with me in the field? You hear me say it almost every time. Look, I'm not the chimney police here. I am here to give you information for you to make the best decision for you. What you choose to do with that information is completely up to you. Right? I'm not red tagging your chimney. I'm not telling you what has to happen. You called me for a reason. You wanted to know if it's okay to use. It's not okay to use based on today's codes and standards. Why do we even have codes and standards? enough people had enough bad things happen that we went to the national standard and said, we need to change this to stop these bad things from happening. Right? Do you have to do it? No. Of course you don't. Right? It's an insurance policy. You could use this thing for another 30 years and be absolutely fine. You could use it tonight and have a very big problem. Right? I don't have that magic ball. If I did, I wouldn't be doing chimneys. Right? So I'm here to explain the impact of not moving forward. Right? If you don't care about the impact of not moving forward, hey, who am I to tell you that you're wrong? I just don't want you to be a statistic. Right? We're going to go through these. But here's the main thing. No matter, just kind of honestly be honest with yourself. If you were to sit in front of a customer and they said one of these things to you, oh man, we're just not going to use it then. Does that shut you down, or do you know exactly what you're going to say to continue that conversation? Because they're only going to say one of these things, right? All right, we're going to take a short little break. Got 9:13. Let's come back at 9:20 if we can. 9:25 is the latest.
Why can't I see him? Probably because he's not there right now. Cody. I know he's watching it because he sent me a video of it. He's sitting over there in the chair. Oh, I took your chair. I wonder. Oh. Oh, yeah.
No one would ever use this.
Hey, you there? Is he there? Does his face pop up, or is it just a one-way camera?
I'm assuming it's a one-way camera.
Oh.
I don't see shit.
We did another job on Friday. They drove it from there to here.
We had a job that was on brick. So we looked up tiles and there was nothing, just a big line all the way out. They extended the chimney at one time, and they set the heat tile on top of the wash. Yeah. I know.
That's why whenever we did order, I knew it's not liners, but if it was a special size liner, I wouldn't order it if it didn't break out the tile until we dug out the tile. Then they look, I got that idea, look, I need bloom on it. So yeah, he always said, never order your liners until you break out the tile. You don't know what the hell you got, and that happened. It's like what you're saying. That's interesting. How was that? I'll get off of this. Taking pictures.
So then we go out and do, they extend this chain. And so he got on mute, he said, sure enough, the old chimney.
Yeah, and they never do it right, they do it cheap. That's what they do, they don't do it right.
I mean, it looks great.
Yeah, I know, they spent a lot of time on it.
They call it a landlord special.
But look at this, I don't have a picture of it.
Oh, God, come on.
I was standing.
Look at the size of the stone.
All right, 3 minutes, guys. Start here.
I can't write on this one.
I'm with you.
I saw you trying to put a little notebook.
He used to work for us.
Yeah.
He did it back.
How long you been in your job? How long you been in your job?
This is we're on 24th.
Thank you for being back on time.
Qualify. I use that all the time.
What's that?
Qualify.
All right, so I'm going to do a high-level overview of the 7 major types of objections you get, because it's really, I could tell you all day long what the LAM is or what to say, but if you don't know why you're getting the objection or what you need to do to not get the objection or to overcome that, then really what's the point? So, number one, every single time before I train somebody, their number one objection is always price. Right? How many people think that's their number one objection right now is price? Probably half the room. So I always like to do the time. This is about 9:30 right now. As I say this at this very moment in time, this may be kind of difficult to believe, but by 4 o'clock this evening, I hope that this will make a ton of sense to you. That if you will truly follow the process that I'm going to show you today, specifically after lunch, the step-by-step part, you'll never get another price objection, ever. Seems almost impossible sitting here today, because that's probably what you're getting the most of. When I say never, I mean there's always a crazy guy, right? But I mean pretty much non-existent. In fact, what will start to happen if you do this process right is you'll start to get reverse price objections. I mean, how many of you have ever had a customer tell you, "Oh my gosh," you tell them 10 grand, they're like, "Well, you were talking, I thought we were 20 grand, right?" You know, it's like, so that's the idea. Is we build the value up and we get the number in the customer's head to be so damn high that by the time we actually deliver the number, I always say they don't have to like the number, they just have to understand it, right? So I use the example all the time. Again, if you know me or Facebook friends with me, you know I'm a huge Tennessee Titans fan. I live in Nashville. Screw the Colts back there. So I had season tickets for 20 years. Freaking love them. But has anybody been to a Titans game before? Anybody here? No? Nobody? Oh, yeah, one person. What's that?
Alan's never taken me.
Yeah, Alan's never taken. Well, that's probably true. So, know that you've never been to a Titans game. I like drinking beer at Titans games. I really do. I like to tailgate. I like to have some beers during the game. How much do you think a beer is at the Titans football stadium?
8 to 12.
8 to 12, 10, 11.
$20, $18.
$18. It's $17.
Oh.
Wow. Now, would it have helped if I said it was a tall boy, so it's a double? Would that have helped? So
it's just a tall can.
Yeah, it's a tall can. Yeah, it's pretty much $20 by the time you get the tip, right? So I would say the average that I heard from everybody in here was probably 10, heard 8, 12, 10, 11. So here's what's really, really interesting about this is you guys have never been to a Titans game. How much is a beer at the grocery store? $3. $3 at your grocery stores are expensive.
I'm ready to buy one.
You can't, yeah, I don't know. I don't buy single beer.
Yeah, well, how much is a six pack?
Depends on the beer. What beer are you talking about?
Bud Light.
$8.
$8. So $1.50 a beer. $2 a beer. Let's just say $2. Math easier. So what is really, really interesting is that you guys have never been to a Titans game, but every single person here, on average, knew that the beer was going to be 5 times more in that particular situation than it is at a grocery store. How would you ever know that without being in the game, being to the stadium?
Because every other stadium in the country charges the same kind of pricing for beers.
You've been to
and
another
stuff
event,
like that.
right? You've been to another football game. You've been to a concert. You've been to something, and you know when you're in that situation, if you want to partake in the gold that is the nectar of the gods, you are going to pay 5 times minimum, and in Titans case, 10 times more expensive, right? So you can make arguments of like there's no competition there. Hey, it's part of the experience. You can do all those things. That's not the point of this. The point of it is you expected the beer to be that much when you went in there. So what happens happen if that same guy that's coming down the aisle yelling, beer here, $10, what if he was at the grocery store? And he's like, hey, 6-pack, $60, couldn't get it.
I think he's crazy.
100% crazy, right? Is there anything that guy could say in that moment that would have you buy that $60 pack?
At that rate, I'd actually go up and I'd want to hear a steal.
Yeah, right, yeah. Tell me more, crazy man. Tell me more. Well, and what's fascinating is, what if the opposite was true? What if the grocery store all of a sudden showed up to the Titans game, and that guy's coming down the aisle, hey, get your beer, $1, $2 beer here. I think he's crazy. Why is he giving beer away? Like, give me 5. Right? It is the exact same product. But our expectations of how much that product or that service will cost is different based on our conditioning. Right? When we go into a grocery store, we expect this thing to cost this much. When we go into a event, we expect this thing. Is what kind of conditioning has our customer had to what our products and services cost? Probably none. Right? So whatever it feels like this job should cost is what their baseline is for price. And if you come in above this imaginary number in their head, it feels expensive. If you come in below that imaginary number in their head, it feels like an okay deal. Yeah.
Your battery's running low.
Okay, cool. Is that IT guy still in here? Not you. There's a guy that was up here for CNC. I don't know what he needs. Ahead of how much this is going to be. And if you're above that number, you feel expensive. You are now that beer in the grocery store that is trying to convince your customer to buy a $60 6-pack of beer. Nothing that you can say is going to make that transaction happen, right? If someone believes it's expensive, that means that it's more than it's worth, and you cannot convince someone to spend more than what they believe it's worth. Does this make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So the only way that you can get over a price objection is to, 1, never get it, or 2, change what the customer's expectation of what that should cost really is, right? So the goal and the process that I want to go over with you today is literally the entire goal is to make the number in the customer's head to be higher than the number that you eventually give them, right? That is the entire goal of everything that we're doing. The number that I give the customer needs to be lower than the number that they have in their head. Otherwise, I'm going to have a price reaction. I'm going to have to get in defense mode. They're going to think it's higher than what they expected, and everything else that you say past that doesn't matter, right? We have to follow the process. So I say fair but firm, right? If you're in this class, you're probably one of the more expensive companies in your market, and I want you to be. I want you to deliver value. I want you to make money. I want you to make good money, right? It's that simple. You can't be 10 times more expensive, right? You can't be 5 times more expensive. You got to be in line. I can beat just about, if I'm 10 grand and someone else is 7, 8 grand, I can beat that. If I'm 10 grand, someone else is doing the exact same thing at 3 or 4 grand, it's tough, right? It doesn't matter how good I am. There's a point where, look, man, I love you, I appreciate you, I want to work with you, but we're too far apart. So you got to be fair, right? But you also have to be firm. So what is really, really interesting, and I'm going to do a little test here, is and I'm making this number up. Roughly 50% of price objections don't actually come from the customer. Who do they come from?
Yourself.
Us. Right? I'd bet $1 bill. We'll go over to the casino. Put $1 in the machine. Every single person in this room has changed their price because they didn't like the way it looked.
Yep.
Right? Oh my God, why would I sell it for $7,100 when it sounds so much better to sell it at $6,950? Right?
Almost every time.
Everybody does it.
Because I go to the power of 9.
It's the power of 9. It makes us feel better. And I 1,000,000% assure you that if someone was spending money at $6,900, they were spending money at $7,000 or $7,100. But it makes us feel better, right? How many of you guys have not proposed something that you knew the customer needed because that was going to put it over what you thought they would be able to spend? And I'd rather get 7,000, all of 7,000, to get none of 12,000.
All the time.
All the time, right? This is natural human sales behavior, is we don't feel comfortable with it. I think that's what this whole slide here is. And so therefore, we don't want to kill the deal, right? This is technician mindset. This is sales mindset. This is, and look, I'm guilty of this. So let's be clear. I mean, we've got to get out of this mindset. If you get in the mindset of I am truly just a consultant, the consultant does nothing but understands where the customer wants to go and helps them get there, right? Where's your desired future result? This is the conversation that we're going to take to get there. If you choose not to go there, that's okay. I can take this, I can remove value, I can remove things. But if you simply do not propose something that the customer needs because you're afraid that it's going to be too much for them, that's an absolute disservice to that customer.
Say it again. Say it again.
So if you choose not to propose something to a customer because you believe it's too expensive for them or you believe it's going to kill the rest of your deal, you're actually doing a disservice to that customer, right? It is so easy for me to work backwards than it is to go up, right? If I'm at 12 grand, I've got an outside mount cap on there for $2,500, and they give me a price reaction, or they're like, man, is there any way we can do this for any better price? I mean, no. I mean, this is kind of my price on this. I mean, I can take the cap off, right? Here's what we lose if I take the cap off, and then you go through all the, the water prevention stuff and all those things. That gets us down to 95 or whatever the case is. I could throw a single flue cap on there, but you told me this is the forever home, and why would we want to expose the whole top of the chimney to water after we just spent all this money to repair it, right? But they choose not to buy it. You don't choose for them. And let's just, I'm telling you, and I get it. It's tough. I have been there. I have literally been there where I've changed the price on, it came up to $10.70, and I would change it to $9.80 or something like that just because it sounded better. It's so crazy. Right? It is so crazy to do that. So, you sometimes get in the friend zone, but again, the biggest thing is I'd rather get all of something than none of nothing. That's really the mindset that goes through. And if you have that mindset, I'm going to challenge you that you may get more smaller sales, but you're also missing out on a lot of bigger sales that these guys are getting, right? Just present it. Remember, they called you. They said, how do I get to this desired future result? Here's how you get there. Now, if you don't want to get there anymore, let's talk about what some other things are. But it's not up for me to make that decision for you. Do we understand and agree to that? Okay. All right, budget. So my goal is to turn every price objection into a budget objection. Price objection means it's too expensive. I'm not willing to spend that much money for it. Budget objection is, dude, I get it. But if you got the amount in my checking account, you understand why I'm not saying yes right now, right? Budget is literally, I understand the value, I just can't do it right now due to timing, due to other projects, due to funds, due to whatever the case is. And does anybody in here not offer financing right now? Good, everybody in here. So you have to have programs for this, right? I use Interbank. There's Synchrony, there's Green Sky, there's Service Finance, there's Good Leap. There's a million of them, right? But you have to have payment options for customers. When we get to the close, my close is actually a payment close. When I get to the end, I give people the option of how they want to pay, not are they doing the work. It's 10 grand, whatever it ends up being. There's 3 ways we can move forward. I can take half now, half when we're done with the job, or we can do one of our 2 payment programs. I can give you the 10 grand for a year and you can pay it off with no interest, or we can spread this thing out over 5 years. Got a little bit of interest. It works out to be about $180 a month. Which one of these 3 works best for you? Gotta have payment programs, right? So if you don't have them, get with your team. The other thing that I tell people is on every single job that you present, put the payment amount. If your software doesn't do it automatically, put the payment amount on the proposal. This job is $10,000 or $198 a month, right? Because $10,000 may kill a deal, especially if someone's opening the email for the first time. Guess what they do, right? The husband opens it, goes to the bottom right number, looks at that number.
Every time. So all they do is go look for the number.
100%. But if they also say, or $189 a month, wait a minute, this may be doable after all. I just want to kind of trigger that thought process that there's multiple decision makers. To me, this is the toughest objection out there, right? It's because it's legitimate. How many people married have girlfriends, boyfriends, right? Half the room, right? Would you want your spouse making a $10,000, $20,000 decision without talking to you? Of course not. I always joke, I've been married 27 years now. It wouldn't be 28 if I went out and spent $20,000 without telling my wife. Oof, can't even imagine that. Kevin knows my wife, that'd be a nightmare.
They laugh.
Yeah.
They laugh.
Yeah.
It just cracks them.
Yeah. So the thing that you got to realize is that most of the time, this is 100% legitimate, right? Sometimes it's not. Like 10% of the time, it's just like they already know they're never doing it and they're just trying to be nice. Oh, yeah, now let me talk to my wife. And as soon as they close the door, like, that guy's crazy. Like, never calling him back, right? It's that kind of deal. So what I do with this is a much easier objection to prevent than it is to overcome. So this will make a lot more sense when I get through the sales process. But part of the sales process, everything that I do is permission-based. So the customer's there during the scan, we find an issue, what would you like to see? Maybe let's take a look at a wood stove. So we'll work that up later. We get off the roof, we find, hey, we need to do some crown work and a cap. Okay, is it okay to work that up? Yes, we'll work that up. So then when we're getting ready to go to the vehicle, we say, look, Ms. Jones, I know this is a lot. You called me out to take a look at your fireplace. You thought everything was fine. Not only is everything not fine, I'm getting ready to propose a whole bunch of work on the inside and the outside of this thing. It's going to take me about 20, 30 minutes to work this up. I'm going to be in my van putting all this together. Can you do me a favor? People love doing favors for people. Can you do me a favor, Ms. Jones? Do you mind while I'm working this up just to give your husband a quick call? Kind of give him a heads up on where we're at in this thing and see what questions that he has for me so when I come back in, I can answer both of your questions. And in fact, if he's even available, he's more than welcome to sit in when I go over this with you. Yeah.
So I've used that exact setup before, and then I got called sexist and stuff, and they asked her husband. So how do you
You got sexist and misogynistic for having her call her husband to see if he has any questions?
Yeah, because she said, why can't I just be the one to figure out why doesn't my husband have to be involved?
She's too woke.
Yeah.
Look, I mean,
for a sandwich before this.
Yeah, that's right. Look, at the end of the day, the reason I do it this way versus, can we get your husband on the line or whatever the case is that is misogynistic. That's somehow putting the woman into happen. He's working it up right now. Do you think that you want to speak to that mechanic before she does any work, or just okay, whatever he says, just do it? No, right? I mean, they want so when you word it, and if look, there's the exception to everything, right? But the idea here is just do me a favor, kind of give your husband a heads up on kind of where we're at on this, and just ask him if he has any questions for me when I come in. I'll be happy to answer them. And then here's the key line, and write this down. That way, when he gets home, you guys are on the same page. That is really the key line. Can you do me a favor? Give your husband a buzz. Try to give him a heads up on where we're at on this whole thing. See if he has any questions specifically for me. In fact, if he's available, he's more than welcome to sit in on the presentation. But the main thing is I want to make sure that when he gets home from work, you guys are on the same page. Takes all the pressure away. I'm not trying to get your husband on the phone to close. I just want to make sure that all his questions are answered. If they truly see me as the consultant, they want me there to answer questions. If they see me as the guy trying to sell them a bunch of shit, then yeah, they don't want to talk to me. I'm the guy in the plaid suit.
I was going to say, I was thinking of a way to flip it, but I would almost come back with an apology in a sense. Say, realize I didn't know that. Clearly, you have a lot more trust in your relationship than a lot of my clients do because they seem to just happen to have that communication before it happens. So your relationship must be so much better than a lot of others I encounter because you can make that choice. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I have someone that's like that, heck no, I did not mean that. If you're the one making the decision, fist bump, cool, let's do it, right? Most of my clients, I'm married myself. I know that I would not want my wife to make a decision. She wouldn't want me to make a decision without doing this. Maybe I made a bad assumption here. Didn't mean to offend you, right? So, but at the end of the day, this works very, very well. At a bare minimum, you're going to get some questions from the husband that that he wanted to ask. Best case scenario, you get him on the phone during this. Now, this last part is talk to your owner before you do this. Make sure that you have permission to do this. If I cannot get the husband or the wife on the phone, I always offer whoever I'm with to record my presentation. So, Ms. Jones, I get it. You got to work. You couldn't get on here. If you like, pull out your phone. You can kind of record what I'm going to go over with you. That way, when your husband gets home, the burden's not on you to have to try to explain everything. Because when the burden's on the wife, what happens? Chimney guy was here, 15 grand, right? All that 2 hours you spent building value come down to a number. Or they open your email and your proposal and they look at the number. When they can actually listen to you presenting, you have a better chance, right? And we'll get into setting follow-ups and setting meetings with the husband later. But any questions on working on the spouse? Cool. All right. So I always say price is the number one objection. Trust is the number one killer of sales. People buy from people they like. That's simple. People buy from people they trust. If they do not trust or like you, it doesn't matter how good your numbers are, how good your company is, they will not buy from you. A lot of things that I'm going to show you in the process today, you're going to question, especially you. You're going to be like, man, come on.
But that's what I want to do is
Yeah.
question it.
People are going to be like, why do I have to do that? Do I really need to do that? Like, no, you don't. Again, you don't have to do anything, right? But there is a reason why everything in the process that I'm going to show you is in the process. So if you do not come across as trustworthy or likable or know what you're talking about, the customer is not going to buy from you. So I just want to I'm going to get this out of the way. Just because you're certified does not mean you're trustworthy to the customer. They don't even know what your certification is, right? They don't even know that you need a certification, especially now. I don't even know what certifications are out there now, like 10 of them. Perceived need. How many times did you get this? Man, using this thing for 10 years, I haven't had a problem. 30 years, I haven't had a problem. Why do I need to do this now? We all heard it, right? If you get this objection at the end, it's too late. This is an objection you absolutely have to prevent. If you don't prevent this, it's almost too late. And I'm going to tell you the easiest way to prevent this, and it's always in the smoke chamber. The smoke chamber is where you prevent this objection every single time. And so it sounds something like this. We get the customer over, we are scanning the chimney, and we see that the smoke chamber is untarred. Maybe there's a core hole, missing mortar, something like that. Even if I already know the answer to the question, I'd come up and I would be like, Adam, what year did you say this house was built again?
1952.
52, gosh, wow, 70 years, okay. Well, this makes sense, because pretty much this is the way they used to build homes in 1952 until they updated the codes back in 2004. You know, and you show them the diagram, this is kind of what you're seeing here. We call that corbelling. It's basically a big upside down staircase. What we wanted to see was this kind of nice, smooth transition. And basically, the reason they updated the codes, Adam, is two things. One was safety, one was performance. They started to realize that the number one source of fires in the fireplace was actually happening here in the smoke chamber. Actually the hottest part of the fire. And what they realized is that because this is not a smooth transition, every time you have a fire, that smoke is hitting that brick instead of going in, it's swirling around. We call it residency time. But basically, the longer that smoke is hanging out in here, the hotter that fire is, it's starting to bake that smoke onto this brick. We can see some of that example right here. When it bakes onto the brick, it creates a chemical bond that is basically made of carbon, and as we learned in chemistry, carbon's combustible. So we started getting these pockets of fuel right here above the fire, and so that was kind of one of our safety concerns, right? If you've got some core holes or you got some missing mortar, any place smoke can go and settle, it becomes creosote, and I can't access it. Puts pockets of fuels inside your walls. That's obviously not a good thing. The other safety issue that we found is, and I literally will use this word with customers. I said, so you're probably not as much of a chimney nerd as I am, but if you want to learn more, go look at pyrolization. Basically, all that pyrolization says is that the longer that a combustible material is exposed to heat, the lower that combustible, or the lower the ignition temperature of that combustible becomes. So look, this brick, you see this brick right here in your firebox? That's nice fire brick. That's designed to make sure heat doesn't transfer. It's designed to push a little heat back into the room. These bricks that are right here in your smoke chamber, they're just regular house brick. And just like they can absorb water, they can also transfer heat really well. In fact, if I were to take a brick and hold it and put a torch against that, you wouldn't hold that brick very long because it would be scorching hot. And so what we learned is, you've had this house for 50, 70 years. Every time you're having that fire, that heat is transferring to whatever's in that wall. Now, I don't have that magic bulb, right? You could have another 30 years and be fine. You could have a fire tonight, and that could decide that that's the time that the ignition temperature is low enough to have an event. But it was a bad enough issue, and we had enough fires in this situation that they updated the national code. So based on that, I would definitely recommend that we put a little bit of love into this before we use it again. Almost impossible to get it's been fine for 30 years objection after I go through that, right? So objection prevention is as important as objection handling. Any questions on that? Option stall. I'm going to say this loudly one time. Discuss options, don't propose them. Discuss options, don't propose them. Please do not give a customer multiple written proposals for the same thing. If it can be a heat shield and a liner, don't do a heat shield and a liner. If it can be a gas stove and a wood insert, please don't do both. If it could be one or the other, if it could be a crown or a crown coat, don't do both, right? Think about what happens when you're putting the customer in the position of being an expert to solve their own problem. How would they possibly know what the right answer is? It's like an HVAC company coming to you and saying, hey, do you want this unit or that unit? Man, I don't know. I called you. What do you think? Right? There's this whole thing called the paradox of choice. The paradox of choice is a study that was done in LA at a restaurant. And they basically took the restaurant and they split it in half. They had 100 people. They put 50 over here, 50 over here, very similar to this room. And they had everything was the same, man. They had the same chefs, the same waiters, the same ambiance, same food. Everything was the same. The only difference is this group over here got 5 things on their menu to choose from. These people got 15. At the end, they did a big customer experience study. How was your dinner? How was everything? 5, 15. Who do you think got higher ranks?
5.
Why do you think that's true?
Fewer choices.
Why does that matter?
It simplified things for them.
Made it easy, right? Have you ever heard of FOMO? Fear of missing out? You're afraid you're making the wrong decision, right? The less options you have, the less likely you are to make a mistake. You ever go to a nice restaurant, order a nice filet mignon, $70, or a lobster? What's the waiter say to you?
Nice choice.
Nice choice. That's after lunch today. Liar. Right? Why do they say that? You should feel great about your decision. I'm just spending $70. What an excellent choice. Right? We're doing the same things with our customers. We're allowing them to buy, and we're reinforcing they're making an excellent choice. Because we're the expert, and we know that this is good for them. When we turn around and say, you can do this or you can do this, what do you think? They're so afraid of making the wrong decision, or is this the right decision for me? So ask enough questions to find out what the right solution is, propose the right solution, and go from there. Otherwise, you're potentially stalling, or what happens when people go to research? They go to the internet. Nothing good happens when you go to the internet, right? So be the expert, provide them the solution.
The only good thing about the research on the internet now is if they do ChatGPT, you can tell them, hey, go to ChatGPT and type in if this is a problem.
That's a great point.
And it doesn't, it's great.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yep, but as far as what is the right thing for them and their home and their goals, that is why they called you, right? So good. Lead time. The only thing I'm going to really say about this is a couple of things. One, your company has to have a forward scheduling program and a warranty management program. I know this is not a ton to do with technicians, but if someone calls you in middle of November and wants you there by Thanksgiving, I mean, come on, it's just not going to happen. And so we need to have a program where we can tell the customers, like, this is the time of the year where most of our customers are calling us. We do have a program in place where you never have to wait again. In fact, you get priority service. If you can go ahead and allow me to schedule for the first available today, I'll make sure that you never have to wait again. Then you put them into forward scheduling. for, you know, June to August or whatever the case may be. One little thing to take back to your team, if you're doing a pretty decent job, if you're selling a stove, an insert, a liner, heat shield, something like that, add in an extra $200 to the job and include next year's cleaning. And it gets your customer into the habit of doing business with you every year, right? It shows not only are we putting a lifetime warranty on this with your annual inspection, next year's inspection and sweep if needed is completely covered for you, right? We do those between May and August. The office will give you a call to get that scheduled for you, but get them in the routine of being a lifetime customer, plus making extra $200 or $300 on every job. Okay. The other thing is, how many people like dealing with real estate agents? 1, 2, half. It depends on which one it is, right? The seller or the buyer. So one thing that is notorious about real estate agents is they always want the work done before we can do it, right? Oh, I'm closing in 3 days, or I'm doing this, and you're like, sorry, I'm booked out a month. So one thing that works very, very well with real estate agents is, you guys familiar with title companies, what an escrow is? So escrow is literally, I just signed these papers on Saturday with our house. Like, escrow is basically where all the money goes from the buyer and the seller, and then when the deal closes, checks go to all the places they're supposed to go to. The commission gets paid to the realtors, the mortgage gets paid off, the blah, blah, blah. So one of the things that you can do is put your chimney work into escrow. And this works really, really well for people that need you to do it before you can get to it. Because otherwise what's going to happen is they're going to say, well, it's $15,000 to do the work and we're booked out a month. They're just going to take $15,000 off the price, and then you're never going to see that money. But if you put it into the escrow, when the job closes, or when the house closes, that check automatically comes to you, and then you can do the work for the new buyer. So just kind of something to keep in mind right there. So, yeah, we're going to go over this more tomorrow, but is there any of these, I know these are hard to see if you're in the back of the room, but is there any of these objections that you're just curious what the lamb would be or what my lamb is?
No, but going back to the escrow.
Yeah.
Can I lean on realtors more that way and have them, like, push their clients one way or another to do that in the escrow?
I mean, I would say, look, this way you know the work is done and that the actual negotiation is real and it's not just you're just giving equity out of the house.
Because I have a lot of relationships with a lot of realtors.
Yeah, 100% put it into just say, hey, make it out to American Chimney. We're currently scheduled for the 3rd week, weather dependent, but we'll take care of it. And
but instead of it just being a credit flip, tell them instead of that, leave it in the escrow. It needs to be laid in escrow. I'll say it needs to be laid in escrow. And that's how we can give you.
100%. And you'll get paid in full.
Right now with one I did the other week and went out and gave them my bid. They were happy with it. So the trying to move on to sale, they just went ahead and put it all to escrow. So we're going back. Let's see, it'll be 4 weeks from last week. So it's already set aside and ready to go.
Yeah, no, again, never.
Yeah.
Not even a thought. So I can definitely
get paid in
finagle
full
it.
before you even do the work.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I don't even care if they hold the check until we're done.
Right.
Whatever, that's fine too. But it forces it in more of a way, especially when certain ones are the clients really want the work done, and they're like, I don't know, I might just get the credit. Tell them you want it in escrow. Forget the credit. Tell them it's got to go in escrow, and then we can have it. All right, I like that.
Any questions about big picture objection handling, or anybody want any specifics on these? We'll get on to the next kind of topic.
Back to the escrow thing real quick.
Yep.
So, what's your success rate now? Because I deal with a lot of escrow. I'm going to work with Wolfhanger, but I'm in a company right now.
Yep.
I deal with tons of escrow. I'm in LA.
Yep.
And there's no 100% credit ever. So why would the buyer or the seller say, I'll put it in escrow when I'm only going to give you 40% of the cost anyway?
Well, it's more the person who is buying the house is going to want it in escrow because they want this done, and it can't be done before they move in.
So it may be an escrow, but it still may be a portion, and the buyer might pick up the rest of it.
I don't care who pays
for
it.
But
Yeah,
it still keeps that in their head.
As long as at the end of when that house closes, I get my check for the full amount. If they decide that the seller's going to give you $6,000 of it and the buyer's going to read hey, cool. They may take $6,000 off the sell price of the house, and then they pay $6,000. I don't care, as long as I get my $12,000, right? But it just keeps it from feeling all that pressure
in 2 days. I mean, it's just not reality, you know. So here's how we can serve your client, how we can serve you and take care of it and make sure that whoever's buying this home is actually getting a proper repair. Okay. We'll come back to all these. But, so the main thing that I just really want you to understand is that if you were to define what an objection is, I define it as a barrier to yes. That's all it is. And it's amazing how many times that I go out with people and they are afraid of objections. They are nervous to get an objection because they feel like they're being put on the spot. In fact, they're so nervous, sometimes they put the objection out there before the customer can even get it. I'm like, I know this is a lot of money. Come on, man. Don't tell that to a customer. I'm sure you're going to want to talk to your husband. No, why would you say that? Right? They're putting it out there because they don't want to handle the hard questions. I love objections. Objections means I am in the game. It's not a no. It's not a, whatever. It means I'm still in the game, right? I have a chance to continue this conversation. You need more information to say yes. It's when you stop giving me objection is when I'm in trouble, and if you haven't said yes, right? So love them. Like, you can prevent or overcome just about every objection with process. And again, you'll see this more in role play tomorrow, but it's just absolutely true. So this is not a trick question. You give somebody a proposal on the spot. What are the possible outcomes of that proposal from the customer standpoint? What can happen?
They can buy it. They can
buy it. How do we? And this is going to sound stupid, but how do we know that they said yes for sure?
They sign the contract.
Sign a contract, get a deposit. You guys all take deposits? Good. That's a hard yes, right? What's another outcome?
No.
A hard no. How do we know that it's a hard no? Like, dude, never doing it. Don't call me again. Went with another company.
It's just too much money. I had another proposal. I'm going to go with the other company.
Yeah. Are there any other possible outcomes?
Let me think about it.
One of the objections, right, that we just went through, all these things, right? So there's yes. Training is 35. Once we get to where we're doing estimating, I'd like to get you to 50. But usually on the spot is give or take around 20, 25%. So what percentage of people do you think absolutely do you get that's just a hard no? Like, we're never doing it. Don't call me.
Hard no?
Hard no. 45. Someone says 40? Wow, that's not good. 5, 10%. I mean, it's really, most people, even if it is hard, they're not going to really tell you that. They're like, let me think about it. Right? So if you think about this, like roughly, let's just say 20% say yes and 10% say no. Roughly 70% is in this purgatory, right? This maybe land of there's some objection that is up there. Now, especially if you are on performance pay, if you are on commission, I want you to just write this down and be honest with yourself. I don't need to know the answer. Just be honest with yourself. 70% of the potential money that you can make. You've already done the work. You already drove there. You've already done the paperwork. You've already got on the roof. You've already gotten dirty. You've already done all this stuff. How much time are you spending earning that other 70% of your money? Just be honest with yourself. If it's true to most of the people I train, it's as close to zero as possible, right? Maybe you make one call. Maybe if they call you, you answer, but you're certainly not putting a program together to make sure that 70% gets into your pocket. One of the biggest things when I work with individuals is that increases their sales is having a proactive follow-up program, okay? So it is insane to me, and I mean absolutely insane to me that we go out and we spend 2 hours doing all this work, and then we won't spend 2 minutes and check in with them. Like, it blows my mind. It absolutely blows my mind. So what I want you to really, really think about is what can you, and you can make every excuse in the world. I don't have time, I'm busy, I'm doing this, I already working this. Go back to job versus career, right? If you're clocking out at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock when you're done and you don't have time to make a follow-up call at 5 or 6, that's fine. You'll continue to get what you always got, right?
So when we go through, and I'm not gonna, this is all kind of what we just talked about here. There's two kinds of maybes. And this comes directly out of spin selling. This is plagiarism at its finest. I did not create this concept. There's two types of maybes. There's what we call the advanced and what we call the continuation. Almost every person, before I train them, they do what's called a continuation. Continuation is we go through the whole thing like, hey, Alan, thank you so much. You've been great. Let me talk to my wife. We'll be in touch. We'll let you know. Hey, man, no problem. Here's my card. You call me if you need anything. I'm your guy, man. Call me, whatever you need. If you have any questions, text me, call me, have the wife call me, no problem. You leave that house and you punch in the address to the next appointment, and you never think about that customer again unless they call you. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's standard in our industry. It's crazy to me. Crazy. The continuation, the customer is in control of any next step that happens. The advance is the exact opposite. You're in control of what happens next. So, Alan, I appreciate it. You've been great. Got a lot to think about, obviously. Going to talk with the wife tonight. Going to have to do some convincing. If we have any questions, we'll give you a call. Absolutely. Mr. Jones, take all the time you need. It's very important to me that all your questions are answered. I'm sure the wife's going to have some questions too. Would you do me a favor, right? You're going to see a theme in this. Would you do me a favor? Whenever she gets home and you guys are talking about this, we just get out a pen and paper and write down some of your initial questions and thoughts. I'm going to give you a call tomorrow to see how that dinner went, right? And anything that's on that piece of paper I'd like to be able to address for you. You're more of a morning, afternoon, or an evening kind of guy. What works best for you tomorrow? Morning? Cool. I'm usually with customers, so sometime between 8 and 9 o'clock. That'd be okay? We talk then? Yeah, it should be fine. Do me a favor. Right? You're going to see a theme to this. Mr. Jones, when I called you this morning, was that your direct number? It was? Okay, cool. Do you mind to pull out your phone for me real quick and just make sure you got my number there? Cool. Yeah, no, that's it. The 615 number. Beautiful. Do me a favor. Save me in there. I'm Alan, your chimney guy now. I'm going to call you tomorrow. It's going to pop up Alan, the chimney guy. But if you send me a voicemail, I know it's intentional. The words, they laugh.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say my jokes were good.
They don't have to be. Cheesy ones are happy for them.
I'll give you a call between 8 and 10 tomorrow. And unless you're using ServiceTitan or some fancy software, if you're actually calling from your phone, I always put the customer's name in my phone. Right? Put the customer's name, like I'm going to save you in my phone as well. This is John Doe. And then what I usually do is I put the customer's name, the first and last name in my first name field, and then I put the day I visited them in the last name field. That way when they call me, it comes up John Doe 51, and I know, okay, yeah, I was just out there. I can look up that proposal or whatever the case may be. So just a little real quick trick. And like there's nothing cooler than a customer calling you a year later and you pick up the phone and you're like, hey, Joe, what's up? Like, dang, that's cool, right? So, scheduled next step with an agenda that the customer is expecting. So when I call them at 9 o'clock tomorrow, I'm not, does anybody know the worst follow-up call you can make?
None.
This is the absolute worst follow-up call that you can make. Hey, Mr. Jones, Alan's chimney, just calling, I was at your house yesterday, just calling to see if you had any questions. If you guys were ready to move forward with the proposal I gave you. Worst follow-up call you can make. If they had questions, what would they have done?
Called you.
They were ready to move forward, what would they have done?
Called you.
So what is the natural answer to that question?
No.
No. It's a wasted follow-up call. And yet, 9 out of 10 untrained people, that's the call they make. Just call them, see if you have any questions. No? Shit, okay. Have a good day, right?
I made my call.
Yeah, I made my follow-up call. It is pointless. Right? Have an agenda. Continue the conversation. Make the follow-up call about the problem they told you they had. Hey, Mr. Jones, Alan. Hey, how'd it go with the wife whenever she got home? I know we were talking about that bourbon cabinet. Take 2 or 3 Jack Daniels before she said yes to us. Right? Whatever your joke is. No, seriously. What did you guys write down on that piece of paper? Right? What questions did you guys have? specific about it. What did we decide to do about using the fireplace again? Did we decide that it was something we wanted to use, or we decide just not to use it? What did we decide about stopping that water problem? Right? It's not, do you want to move forward with buying a cat? What did we decide to do about the bird problem? Right? It's very hard to say, well, we're just going to keep having the birds, I guess. Right? Is what are they getting? Right? So if you're going to make this call, make it a meaningful call. Any questions about follow-ups? What to say, what not to say? Another stat that you should know, this was true as of about 3 years ago. I don't know if it's changed, but 50% of proposals that will close within 48 hours. 50% of proposals that will close within 48 hours. So with that data, when do you think we need to be making that first follow-up call?
Next day.
Next day, right? People, think about any major decision that you've made in life. Get home, you talk about it for 10 seconds. What do you think? I don't know. Maybe get another quote or call one person. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess we should. Or, no, probably not this year project, right? You make those decisions very quickly. And the longer you wait to call that customer, the more time between that decision happens, the less likely you're going to be able to bring them back to your side. Make sense? All right. So, job versus career. I am a big believer, again, this is truly job versus career. I'm a big believer in investing in yourself. Just because the company doesn't provide it for you doesn't mean that you can't have it or use it, right? This is one of the things, I mean, ask your company to buy it for you. If they will, great. I mean, it's a couple $100 for the year. But it is absolutely nothing to buy this for yourself. And I absolutely love this software. It's called BombBomb. It is a subscription service that does cost money. It's like $20 a month or something like that. BombBomb is a way to send very short, personal text or emails through video. Right? Could you just take a video and text it or email it? Sure. BombBomb has tracking. BombBomb has, when they open it, you know that they opened it, and it also highlights it's kind of tough to see, but it'll say, hey, Alan sent you a 32-second message. You're much more likely to open that than just some random attachment in an email that says whatever MOV file, right? So every single time that I get into the vehicle after I've given my presentation, whether I sold it or I didn't, first thing I do when I'm in the driveway is I pull up BombBomb and I do a very short selfie video. Hey, Ms. Jones, Alan here, still at your house. There's your house. Hey, thank you so much for your time today. Appreciate it. Really appreciate the trust that you gave me today. Look forward to doing this work for you. Just know I'm your chimney guy. If you need anything at all or anything doesn't go the way that I promised, please give me a call. Also, don't forget, if you got any friends, family, neighbors, anything like that I can help, please let me know. Sure appreciate your time. Have a good day. Talk to you soon. Send it right there. Hey, Ms. Jones, Alan here, still at your house. All that. Hey, appreciate all your time today. I know I gave you all kinds of information. You're going to talk to your husband tonight about all this. Be sure y'all write down whatever questions you have. I look forward to talking to you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. If you do need anything else, feel free. This is my number. Text me, call me. Be happy to answer that for you. Otherwise, I'll talk to you at 9 tomorrow. Have a good day. What are you doing that your competition is not? Right? What are the little things that you do that your competitor doesn't that your client will remember? This is one of those things. On top of this, we'll get into it later. Thank you cards. We'll talk about that. It's a lost art, but man, just the littlest 50-cent thing that can make the biggest difference in the world. So I love the BombBomb. You can use it for individuals. You can send it to a huge mailing list. All your past customers, hey, we're having a spring special. We're doing 10% off. We're doing a driver event special, whatever. And you can have it just go to your customers. Call me if you need anything. 81% higher open rate than regular email. All right. This is going to be fun. I like doing this exercise. Anybody still need this Wi-Fi password? Welcome to CNC, all lowercase. I really love doing this exercise when we have competitors in the room, which we do today. And again, if you're afraid of good competition, Lord help you. Everybody that is in this room should be glad if they have a competitor in this room, because I assure you, every one of us want to race to the top. None of us want to race to the bottom, right? I'm never gonna beat Chuck in a truck. I never want to compete against Chuck in a truck. If that's what my customer wants, then hey, that's great, right? But I want us all setting a bar that is up here, a certified bar that is absolutely going to be taken care of. You good?
Yeah, we're good.
I was just making sure Alan's good in this little.
Do you sleep?
No.
Are you sleeping? All right. So I want you to kind of think for a second. If, let's just say my company, which I don't have a chimney company, but let's just say I was competing against your company, right? And I gave a proposal to a customer, you gave a proposal to that same customer. Let's just say our price and service is pretty well the same, right? Give or take, a few nuances. We're just gonna yell out. There's no right or wrong here. Why would I do business with your company? What makes you different?
Qualified.
Certified.
Certified. Your quality. Keep going.
Reputation.
Reputation and reviews.
Experience.
Experience.
How it makes you feel?
How you make me cheater? How you make me feel? What else?
Closer.
Huh?
The closer.
Closer? In a distance? Okay, sure.
Lead time.
Lead time. Referrals, those are great.
How long the company's been around?
Time in business.
Value.
Value.
Transparency about the job.
Transparency.
Me.
Me, absolutely. It's a big one. So, first, let me just fast forward this for a second. Done this probably 300 or 400 times. When I ask people why people do business with you, these are the most common answers. Best people, best customer service, best warranty, best product, best value, great reputation, great reviews, A+, we've been in business for 30 years. All these things, right? We're transparent, our education process. So the reality is, if I were to, and don't want this to be awkward, but if I were to take Clean Deans and CNC, and I were to put you up here in the same market in front of each other, is there anything up here that you could not say to your customer? You're all certified. You all are doing quality work. You guys are all been in business for a very long time. You have great reputation. You have great reviews. You're transparent about the process, right? Your reputation is good, right? So, yeah. My money's on Bill. He started there at Clean Deans. So the point of all this is we're all saying the same shit, right? We're all saying, and even if it's not true, we're not going to say the opposite, right? Like Clean Deans is not going to be like, well, man, you might want to think about that other company because our quality's pretty shitty, right? Golly, it's just not going to happen, right? No matter what, whether it's true or not, your competition is going to say the same things as you do. So a couple of y'all hit it right on the head. So what do you do, right? How do you separate yourself outside of price? And the answer is you, right? The answer is the experience that you give about how well does that customer trust, like, and believe you. What did you do that the competitor did not, right? How did they make you feel? It's Maya Angelou, my favorite quote of anything that I teach. People will forget what you said, they'll forget what you did, they'll never forget the way that you made them feel. Did they feel like you came in there and tried to sell them a bunch of shit, Or do they really feel like you came in there as a consultant, wanted to help them understand what they wanted, how you could help them achieve whatever goal that they had? Right? When people ask me, Alan, do I really need to put on booties every single time? No, you don't. But if your competition does and you don't, they're going to remember that. Alan, do I really need to scan the chimney? I can see the joint right there. I already know it's got to be relined. No, you don't have to scan it. So when they do, and you don't, and you come up with the same proposal, they're going to say, that guy took more time. The guy cared more. He educated me. Right? Do I really need to get on the roof and I can fly a drone? No, you don't. But when the other guy does, they're going to remember that. Do I really need to wear a respirator and all that stuff? Look, I don't care about your health. Who am I to tell you not to? But when you do that and the customer sees that, they're going to say you have better safety equipment. They're going to trust that more. I really need to wear a harness and a helmet and stand off? No. But besides going home safely, when the customer sees you do that, that's worth more to them. They're going to take this level of safety, doing an inspection. What are they going to do when they're doing the work? I'm telling you, it's all these little things that absolutely make a difference to a customer, right? How many people put dryer lint, what do you call those things, dryer sheets into your vacuums? One?
You can also put like a concrete piece on the filter.
Yeah.
And it will.
Yeah. One person here did. Everybody take that back. Put a dryer vent sheet in your vacuum and watch how much the room smells like happy instead of nasty creosote. One of the little things that you do that your competition does not, right? So, I've heard it twice today, and I assure you, if you've been in sales for any amount of time, you've heard the word value, right? Well, you didn't add enough value. You got to add more value. Alan, where's the value? What the hell is value? How do I add more of it? What is it? Right? It's literally all those things I just said. Value is all the little things that you do that your competition doesn't that gets remembered. I assure you, you are not better than the process. Now, when busy season comes, all of a sudden we're selling, ice to Eskimos, and everybody's buying. All of a sudden we think we're pretty good at this thing. Everybody's spending money. Remember COVID? How many of you were selling during COVID? Jesus, we couldn't knock that, right? It's like, man, we are good. I am good. I don't need this process thing. I am good. And then all of a sudden July comes. Oh, not as good as I thought it was, right? You actually have to work on things. You actually have to do the process, right? All the little things that you do that your competition doesn't is what adds value. If you do not add value, you're going to receive price and need objections. Simple as that. People are never going to spend more than what they think something is worth. The more value you add, the more things you get, the more they see the value in it, the more likely they are to spend that money. Build your trust, credibility, expertise. I love Warren Buffett's quote up here. Price is what you pay, value is what you get. People can give the same proposal all day long. They can pay that. You ever heard the buy once, cry once? Right, that kind of idea. You may be able to get this job done cheaper, but at the end of the day, we're burning a live fire in the middle of your house. Is that something we want to shop out to the cheapest guy? Right? Or do you want to make sure it's done right? You want to make sure they're going to stand behind it. I don't know if you know this, but 90% of small businesses go out of business in the first 3 years. Think about that. It's not just we've been in business for 20 years, 30 years. You ever seen Tommy Boy? Mm-hmm. Yeah, how good's the warranty? That's that whole thing, right? You get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass, but I'd rather take the butcher's word for it, right? It's the same thing here. A warranty is only as good as the company that's going to be there. We've been here. We're not going anywhere. We're in your community. We've been here for 30 years. We're not going anywhere. Check our reviews. Check our rating. Yes, they may be able to do it a little bit cheaper, but are they going to be there if you have a problem? Price is what you pay, value is what you get. So I told you Spin Selling is an important book, and I told you I'd give you another book later. Who's read this? How to Win Friends and Influence People? 3, 4, 5, 6? I think, honest to goodness, this is probably the most important book next to the Bible that any individual should read. Please write it down. Please, Audible, get it. It's a 100-year-old book. Dale Carnegie, 1920s. But they've done a couple updated versions. But this book is literally, it's not even a business book, not even a sales book. It is literally a relationship book. How do you become a better person? How do you become a better salesperson, better brother, better sister, better father, better son, better friend, coworker? What are the things that you can do to relate to other people in a positive way? Anybody heard of the internet and social media? A lot of nice people on there these days, huh? We can't even talk anymore, right? We can't have a different opinion anymore without getting crucified. This is insane what is happening, right? I'm not here to preach, but I'm just telling you, it's insane that like we're losing friends because they like this guy instead of that guy. How crazy is that? Absolutely crazy. So How to Win Friends and Influence People is a very simple book. It is literally just be a good person, right? It gives you all kinds of nice things in there. I'll kind of go through a few of those things. But when I first heard the word influence, I didn't really like the word influence because I don't want, when it comes to sales, I really don't want to feel like I'm influencing anybody. But the more I thought about it, I realized this is literally helping them make a decision of their own influence, right? So one very scary statistic, especially whenever you go back and I said how many people in here close on the spot, and we come up with the average of 20% on the spot. Statistically, based on marketing research, 25% of people buy from the company, not from the individual. They buy from the reputation that precedes that individual. You're just getting set up to win. But they knew their neighbor used ABC company. They read the reviews of ABC company. They trust ABC company. So you were just the conduit or the representative of ABC company, and 25% of those people are going to buy no matter who shows up. That sucks. At the same time, 25% of people are not going to buy from you because they're not your customer. Do-it-yourselfer, the guy that just needs the single blue cap on there to close the deal, that doesn't care about anything else. I mean, that's not who we're going after, right? The guy that wants Chuck in a truck. I don't know if you are on Chimney World. I had the greatest one. Where was I at? This was like 2-3 weeks ago. This lady was like, oh yeah, real small job. My husband's a contractor. You know, he could do it, but you know, he's with customers, and he's like, might as well see what it costs for someone else to do it. Just needs a few bricks, and we got the whole thing's falling off from the roof line. And the best part, she was like, all the bricks are there. I mean, all the bricks, you don't even need bricks. We go, and I mean, this thing has been overgrown. I mean, weeds and just ivy, and all the bricks hundreds were somewhere underneath all this ivy. And this thing literally needed to rebuild like 15 courses, and she had a $500 budget. Yeah. It's like, okay, have a good day. There's nothing I can do. I'm not going to set scaffolding for $500.
I'll trim the hedges so we can get the bricks out.
Yeah, I don't even think I'll show you the pictures. I don't think you would have even done that. It's insane, right? There's some people that are just not your customer. So, pop quiz. What's our definition of sales? Conversation about what? Yeah, where you at? Where are you trying to go? And the path we're going to take together to get there. Carnegie said this 100 years ago. 100 years ago, the only way on earth to influence people is to talk about what they want, and help them how to get it, right? It's what we're doing. What do you want? Let me tell you how to get there, right? So my 6 big takeaways from this book, and these things are so simple, right? Be genuinely interested in other people. I will tell you right now, you cannot do this job. You cannot do this job at the level that most people, where I'd like you to be, if you do not genuinely care about people. If your goal is to go in there and make money and to sell and to only care about the paycheck, you're going to struggle. You're absolutely going to struggle on this. What you will amazingly find is the more you try not to sell, the easier the sales get. Right? The more you just try to help people, the more. How many times have you tried to talk someone out of a sale? It's not that, you could do that, but, I don't know if that's the best best idea based on what you're telling me that you're trying to do here, right? Be genuinely interested. Smile. This is CSR stuff 101. How many times you heard you can, hear a smile through the phone, right? I teach CSRs all the time. Because no matter what, when the phone rings, you're always doing something else. You're always interrupted. It's never a good time, right? Tap your foot 3 times, put on a big smile, and answer the phone. People can feel it. They can feel it. Remember that their name is the sweetest sound that they'll ever hear in any language. Anytime I'm in the truck with you, you probably heard me today. It's always Miss Jones, Mr. Jones. Thank you so much, Alan. People love hearing their name. It personalizes it. It means you care. It means it's a one-on-one type of deal. Be a good listener. One of the things that we learned from Rilla is that the top sales reps talk less than 60% of the time. The top sales rep, people that have the highest performance in sales, talk less than 60% of the time. The know-it-alls that go in there and know all the answers, that are the technician that want to explain everything to death, and tell them all the stuff they found, all the stuff they need to do, never stop talking, typically lower sales.
Do you think it's better to use first names or last names?
I'm from the South, so I use last names, but probably in your area, I would imagine probably first name. I tend to do last name until they correct me. Oh, please, it's Janice. Okay, Janice, thank you. So, but it really is kind of a north-south thing. I think the more south you are, the more last name it is. Talk in terms of their interests, right? What are you trying to do? How can I help you? And then make them feel important, right? Lindman Chimney, probably 20 years ago, coined it's Chimney Day. It's Chimney Day. Think about it. You do this 3 or 4 times a day. Your customer does this probably 1 time in their life. They've had it in they had it on their fridge, they had it on their written calendar, now they have it in their phone. They have dedicated 2 to 3 hours of their life to you for this appointment. That is their time, and you should treat it as special as it is, right? If it's just, hey, another appointment, 1 more today, then I can go home, right? So unfair to that customer, right? Chimney Day. All right. Do one more little thing, we'll take a short little break. People buy from people they like. How do you become likable?
You don't go to a Tiger stand.
Oh.
You be their friend.
Interest in their life.
Talk about them. Ask about them.
Dress like a teddy bear.
Dress like a teddy bear?
Yeah.
I guess if they're a furry.
All right. So I teach something called the 5-3, especially for you sales managers that are out there. I teach a thing called the 5-3. The 5-3 is that every home you go into, I want to learn 5 things at a minimum about that customer that have nothing to do with chimneys. Yes.
I use the 4 acronyms: family, occupation, recreation, and drink.
Family, occupation, recreation, and drink. Love it.
I thought you said drinking.
And drinking. Hey, I'm good at drinking. So there are 5-3 is I want to learn 5 things about this customer that have nothing to do with chimneys, and I want them to learn 3 things about me that I have interests that are similar to one of those 5 things. Now, this is more difficult the younger you are, obviously. Less life experiences you have, whatever those things are. But and I recommend everybody do this, in my iPad over here, I have a report folder that has roughly 50, 60 pictures in it now. Every facet of my life that I think someone could have an interest in. I'm a big bourbon drinker from Kentucky, Tennessee. I got a huge bourbon collection, whiskey collection. Got like drinking wines. I've got a wine collection, huge obviously in my Tennessee Titans. I used to coach my son's baseball team. 2 awesome little grandbabies. Went to the Roman Coliseum, was like my favorite destination I ever went to. My dog Bianca, shelter dog. Some of you guys know I used to act, hanging out with me and Taylor Swift in one of her videos. Me and Darius Rucker in the Wagon Wheel video. Used to play professional poker, so me and Andy Duke, Dan Negrano, things like that.
How was the drinking from being a fan of Tennessee Titans to do the thing?
1,000,000%. We have been conditioned to drink and to think that we are better than we are. But if I were just to go around and talk about this stuff just out of the blue, who cares? But I will tell you what, I've met little girls and, this sounds terrible, I have met, there's no way to make it sound that I've seen girls in Taylor Swift t-shirts, that's the better way to, and when I tell them, hey, I was actually in one of her videos, they're like, shut up. Yeah, I'll show them, all of a sudden I'm the coolest guy in that room, because we have a similar interest, right? But if you're like a 60-year-old dude, like, whatever, who's she? Right? So it's like, but the whole 5-3, and really it's a 5-3-1. 5 is I want to learn 5 things about the customer. This person was in the Vietnam War. They were married, had 2 kids. They worked at the bank. They did this, the Ford thing, right? And then I shared them 3 things that I have that also share their interest. And then 1 is I always share at least 1 picture or video that is personal in my life about an interest to them. It is, if you've been on a ride on with me, you know this is true. I always bring out at least 1 picture. Oh my God, let me show you. This dog is beautiful. Let me show you my sweet little Bianca. We got her from the shelter. She's crazy as hell, but we love her. People remember that. People buy from people they like. I want them to know that I am just as much of a person. I have similar interests as them. I'm not the technician coming in to sell them a bunch of stuff. We can talk. I'm here to help you, right? And as a sales manager, one of the things that you can do at the end of the day or when you do your sales managers is tell me 5 things that you learned about Mrs. Jones. Right? Are we having the right conversations? If you're just going in there and talking chimneys, what's wrong with chimneys, and what you need to do to fix chimneys, God, 1, that's tough. That's a boring job. I mean, how many cool people have you guys met? Think about that. It's like the coolest part out. The country music singers, actors.
Derek Jeter's mother.
Like, how cool is that? Yeah. I mean, it's just. I met the dude that created the yellow first down line on TV for the NFL. Like, how cool is that? You know, we never really could see that before that guy. Did you ever heard this is not a joke, but did you read that story about I guess the dude brought his girlfriend to her first ever NFL game. They'd been watching it on TV forever. And she was at her first game and she's like literally watching the game. She looks a little confused. And he's like, everything okay? You having a good time? She's like, yeah. She said, where's the yellow one? It's not a joke, it's true. You can look that up. So the likability is people buy from people they like, and we want to have a good time, man. If you're going in there and not having a good time, if you're just grinding through it, man, this is going to be a long business for you. So we'll take a short little break, guys. I've got 10:39. Let's just come back like 10:55. Give us 15 minutes.
You know, the other thing about bike fans, they like to take phones.
They do. They do. We're just your punishment for the day. Thank you.
So, I'll be out your way in about 6 months to see my sister, so.
I'll give you a holler.
Yeah.
I'll see the forum in these
Nice.
Yeah.
Where about?
Right outside of Old Ways, so
Nice.
Yep.
So you moved a little further out?
Yeah, we're about 30 minutes away from where it was in the middle of the hub.
My sister's looking a little further out. I mean, exactly where she's at, it's growing. It's growing, and then the crime's coming, it's coming.
The crime. Yeah, it's gonna take a lot of where she's at, but, Missouri, yeah, well, it's not a region team side, she'll be fine. Missouri side's rough, dude.
One of the signs that there's a state called Missouri.
You pointed California with that.
I pointed at it, Missouri. Yeah. But Missouri.
forward dad one here, dad one there, we just need to focus in on one side of it, so just start going through the process. How we're gonna make it, so, because I know that we've got one day training coming up, for them to do the big, yeah, the last weekend, the last couple of days, so. Probably, one of the things, Justin, we're gonna see how everything's going, as far as stuff, yeah, things that just not, we're thinking a lot now. Just a lot of stuff is looking at this one, not that one over here.
Yeah. Just like be so conscious to do it, but very worth this. Yeah. No, that's actually.
And that's what I'm saying, so but for me, where I'm at, to get the coach there, is that I'm sure everybody else is doing it. Here, yeah, and that's what I want to do, like, companies and stuff, like, we should meet a lot of
Just doing that.
yeah, there's no brainer stuff, but it's not really much.
It's like, how much are you doing?
No, good.
I think Rock is coming, but do you know if it's,
I don't think so.
No?
He's still in Florida, I think. All right, guys. Find our seats. About a minute or so. you feeling? All right. Any questions about anything so far? So sometimes we go out and start talking, things start going through our brains. Any clarification questions about anything up to this point? Pretty hard to argue with most of the stuff that I do before lunch because it's pretty much just psychology or true sales training. When we get after lunch, when I start saying, here's what I do, here's what I say, that's when usually it starts getting interesting, because it's like everybody has their own personality. So, what's that? Oh,
Bobby Boucher.
It's Bobby Boucher. All right, so I'm going to go into the simplest concept in sales, and then I'm going to go into the hardest concept in sales. And then we'll do one other exercise, and then if all goes well, somewhere between 11:45 and 12, we'll have Domino's here today. Have some pizza. We'll take a little lunch break, and then we'll head into sales process after that. So, this right here is going to be so basic, but I've got to explain it to make sure that everybody's on the same page. So, this is Sales 101 stuff. It's called Features, Advantages, and Benefits. Features is literally a descriptor of any product or service. It is the stuff that you would read in a brochure, right? It's all the specs, the technical stuff, the details. Like, what would be some examples of features of like a wood stove, for example? Has a blower. BTUs. It's 45,000 BTUs. It's high efficiency. It's ceramic glass. It's got a
nickel-plated handle.
Nickel-plated handle. Right. All these things. 1,200 square feet. Heating. It's all the things that the product does. Right. Advantages are when you compare two features. Right. This stove is 70,000 BTUs. This one's 60,000 BTUs, right? One feature is better than another feature, or we're comparing them, right? So, Spin Selling studied this across 35,000 sales calls. And what is really, really fascinating, I always like to tell this story from the example of the car salesman, right? If you were, just imagine you were thinking about buying a car, and I was your car salesman, and you're looking at this particular car at my lot, and I came up to you, and I'm like, what do you think? Yeah, she's a beauty, all that, blah, blah, blah. Man, you wouldn't believe. She's loaded, right? She's got, all the chrome alloy wheels, leather seats, heated seats, got the Bose sound system, backup camera, got the Hemi in it, got it's even got the heated steering wheel, comes with the Sirius satellite radio, comes with the retractable roof, comes with. The more features I list as a consumer, what are you hearing?
Money.
Money. Do you hear anything else?
No.
Just talking money. Like, how much is all that shit costing me? Right? Like, like maybe here, it doesn't get crazy cold here, but it's like, man, I don't know how much I want to pay to have my ass warm, right? Like, how much is that, right? The other thing that typically will go through your head is, do I need that, right? Do I need heated seats? Do I need a steering wheel? Like, do I need Sirius satellite? I can connect my phone and listen to anything I want, right? So what is fascinating, and they prove this in Spin Selling studies, is the more that technicians talk about how good something is, the more they unintentionally are creating their two biggest objections, which is price and need. It's fascinating.
Say it again.
The more we talk about how great a product or service is, the more we unintentionally create our two biggest objections of price and need. So to avoid this, we have what's called benefits. Benefits are simply how the product or the service feature that we told you about specifically benefits a need or a solution that you told me that was important to you. So you can go, you don't have to worry about reading all this. This is literally what I just said. But basically, features describe things, advantages compare things, benefits say how that feature fulfills a need for that customer. So there is one rule when it comes to features, advantages, and benefits. And it's this one right here. if you give a feature, you must follow it up with a benefit. Otherwise, you're going to unintentionally create a price or a need objection. So, I know this is Sales 101, but it is so damn important. You only talk about things that the customer cares about. That's it. They may only care about one thing. That's all you talk about. The stove may do 10 things, but you talk about the one thing. Ms. Jones, what brings me out today? Well, Alan, hopefully, I'm hoping to get a little more heat out of my system. Well, fireplaces aren't great for heat, that's for sure. Yeah, I've been looking at these wood stoves. Okay, well, what stoves have you been looking at? Man, I don't really know brands. I just know that if the power goes out, I've got heat, and I've got this room that's way back here, and I got zone heating, and so it's really, really important. Well, anything else that you're looking for in the stove? Well, I mean, I'd like to be able to see the fire. I mean, I think that'd be nice, the romance of seeing the fire. Okay, cool. Anything else? No, that's it. Just good fire and plenty of heat. No problem. When I get to select a stove, what two things am I talking about?
Heat and visual.
I'm talking about heat and the air wash system. Not only are you going to be able to see this fire, this thing's going to self-clean for you. You're always going to be able to see this fire. This thing has actually got so much heat and it's so efficient, you're going to use probably 3 or 4 times less wood than you would on any other stove that's out there today. Right? It may do 20 other things, but the fire also said, well, Ms. Jones, the other thing's got a kettle. Well, what even is that, first of all, right? And then it does this, and it does this. I don't know. Do you have anything that just gives me heat and I'm going to take care of things with the blower? I don't even need that. Once the power goes out, that's not going to work. The more you talk about things that are not a direct benefit to the customer, the more you unintentionally create price and need objections. It's amazing how many times we think we're selling this thing's titanium alloy 316. Who cares? Right? I'm going to allow you to vent all the byproducts of combustion, and I'm going to stand behind it for life. That's all they care about. Right? That's all they care about. Yeah, didn't you know we're titanium? Who cares? All right. So from the easiest concept to what I believe is the most difficult concept. And I like to do this before lunch because after lunch this hurts my head. So I'm going to try to explain this. You're not going to know all the words starting off, but I'll get there. So I know this may be kind of difficult to read. It's a little blurry, screen cap. But basically, this is talking about customer need levels, okay? And there are 2 types of needs when it comes to a customer. There is what we call implied or implicit needs, and then there's what we call explicit needs, all right? People only spend money when their needs are explicit. Don't worry about what they all mean yet. Just know that people only spend money when they have explicit needs. Meaning that if you were to give a customer a proposal and their needs hadn't reached explicit yet, meaning they're still implied, you pretty much know, that you're not going to win that proposal. So we'll kind of get into that a little bit. So on this, again, it's kind of difficult to see, but up here, this says implied needs, explicit needs, problems, difficulties, dissatisfaction, strong wants or desires. It's almost perfect. It's a problem that I can live with it. It's a bigger problem that I realize I want to take action and resolve it. So I'll tell you a little story. What do y'all charge for a sleep inspection? Average. $250, $300. Let's just say $300 for easy math. So I'm Miss Jones. I call your company and I need you to come out and sweep and inspect my fireplace. Miss Jones, you having any problem? No. Works great. Used it all year. Just need to get it nice and clean so you're ready to go when it gets cold again. Okay. $300 sleep inspection. When you arrive at Miss Jones's house, how much money is she planning on giving you that day?
$300.
$300. In fact, Miss Jones is so sweet, she probably already wrote you the check. Right? You pull up. What do you do as soon as you pull into a driveway? That's the first thing you do. Oh, God. No cap up there. The bricks falling off. That flashing's pulling out. See some else. So you've already put in $5,000 in. You walked in the door yet. She's sitting there with her $300 check. We are going to go through the process of getting Miss Jones from 300 to whatever that number is, 10,000. We have an hour and a half to do it, 2 hours. If you were to open that door, and Miss Jones, you see you didn't have a cap, you got bricks falling off, or flashing, you probably got thousands of dollars worth of work up there. Have a good day. Like she was slam the door in your face. Because in her mind, she just needs to have this fireplace swept. In her mind, it is almost perfect. Right? There is nothing that you can tell me that at that point that I've got to spend $5,000 is going to make me say yes. Or make me say yes. So we go in. So yeah, we use it all the time, Alan. All this stuff works great. Well, hey, Miss Jones, beautiful fireplace. And looks like there's a little bit of black staining there above the fireplace. Everything drafting okay for you? Ever get any kind of smells, anything like that? Oh no, Alan, it works great. Oh yeah, every once in a while maybe. When we first start it, you gotta, I might have to open a window or something. But man, once she's going, like she burns. It's a problem that I can live with it. If I were to tell Miss Jones she's got to spend $10,000 on a smoke chamber or a liner, and her alternative is I can open the window once in a while, what's she going to do? Right? The chimney, the fireplace has a problem. Miss Jones doesn't. Her needs are implied, implicit. If you were to try to sell her at that point, she's going to say, well, let me think about it. It's been fine for 30 years. Let me talk to my husband. Right? You see how all these objections easily come when you're in the mindset of what the customer believes the problem is versus the mindset of what you're telling them the problem is? It's natural. You would do the same thing if you were in her shoes. Right? Why would I spend a little bit of money to fix a smoking issue when the alternative is occasionally opening a window for 5 minutes? It's crazy, right? Well, Ms. Jones, typically not only is smoking issue and opening the window, but a lot of times that can create some creosote, and creosote's combustible, blah 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 blah. I'm not gonna say this, but just to get that's definitely a bigger problem than I realized. But thanks for letting me know. Doesn't mean I'm going to spend money, right? So knowing that you have implicit needs, you have explicit needs. People only spend money when their needs are explicit. We do not propose when their needs are implied. At what point would we ever possibly know when the customer's needs have switched from implied to explicit? What would be our telltale sign that we may be able to propose?
Yeah.
They're asking price. What was that? They're interested. How do we know they're interested?
They ask questions.
Yeah. All of a sudden, tell me more about that. How much does that cost? Do you guys do that? How long does that take? Right? All the buying questions. When the customer switches to asking buying questions, their needs have moved to explicit. Right? Does that mean they're going to buy from you? Of course not. It means that you can propose, and hopefully we build enough value to solve her problem that we can actually sell. But if you were to try to propose before she got to that point, it's a waste of time.
But you can do all that in discovery before you even start the inspection.
Most of the time. Usually it happens during the scan, right? That's when it really, really happens, is during the scan is when they kind of start asking those questions, and we'll get into that. But yeah, I mean, if Miss Jones tells me, oh, everything's fine, that was beautiful, I've lived here for 30 years, we get it cleaned, we've never had a problem, everybody told us okay, home inspector looked up there, shined his lights, and everything was great, right? If I tried to propose something at that point, no chance. Not a problem there. So the only thing all that to be said, the only thing I want you to really get out of this is that you cannot propose to a customer until they started asking buying questions, until they turned explicit. At that point, you have a chance, right? If you do it before then, if you're just telling them all the stuff that needs to happen, I mean, maybe you do, maybe you don't. It's like trying to propose that liner to the person that hasn't used their fireplace in 30 years. No value to them, right? The other thing I want to say on this is, so besides the two need types, implicit and explicit, there are two buying types. Customers buy on logic and emotion. I never want my customer buying on emotion. If you've ever had a customer sign up for a deal and then call you the next day and cancel it, they probably made an emotional decision. Right? It means you're a really good salesperson and probably oversold them. Right? I want them making logical decisions. When you see the sales process I'm going to teach you after lunch, you'll see how logic plays a big part of this. I'm giving them lots of time to think about things. I'm giving them lots of time to ask me questions, lots of time to give me permission on how we want to move forward, not just bombarding them at the end with a whole bunch of stuff. This is the journey. The journey is whatever, this 250 to 5,000 plus, but you should always be asking yourself before you do your proposal, what's their need level, and if it's not explicit, your chance of closing is very, very low. Okay? Any questions about need levels? Still awake? Who's coming? We'll put you on a carb coma so that after lunch, everybody will be sleeping. All right. Everybody got a piece of paper for me. All right, leave some space. You got 1, 2, 2.5, and 3. So what I'm going to do is give you the formula to explain every single problem that you could ever find to a customer. But before I do that, I'm going to do a little exercise, and there's no right or wrong answers to this. I want you to kind of just yell out what the most common thing that your company sells is. This is not a trick. I don't want you to yell yourself or anything like that. Like literally products. What do you guys sell the most of?
Reliners.
Caps.
Liners.
Liners.
Masonry.
Gas logs. Heat shield.
Smoke chambers.
Masonry. Stoves. Smoke chambers. Prefab replacements.
Dampers.
Dampers.
Prefab panels.
Panels. Flashing. Panels. It's a good start. Sorry, I know I write like a 3-year-old, but
Doctor.
yeah, doctor. That's it. So, what is really, really cool about our industry, when you really think about it, outside of maybe a couple stray examples like, updating the hearth or, things like that, everything that we do and sell, everything on this list comes down to 2 things. What are the 2 things that we do as chimney professionals?
Bring things up to code.
We bring things up to code, true.
Keep water out.
We keep water out. That is absolutely no. So the number one thing that we do is we fix and prevent water damage. Right?
Yeah.
Caps, masonry, flashing, dampers, all the same. Everything is either to fix or to prevent water damage or intrusion. What's the other thing we do? What does
Make them safe.
make them safe? Liners, logs, heat shield, panels, dampers.
Contain products.
Yeah.
Is a fire in your house safe?
Yeah. Well, you're asking me, is a fire in your house? I will answer that here in just 1 second. So all of these things are allowing the customer to vent properly. Right? Literally, that's what all these things. So we do 2 things. We fix and prevent water intrusion, and we help people vent properly. That's it. And if somebody asks me that question, if I do this, is my fireplace going to be safe? I say that's a great question. That depends. How are you going to use it? Is your car safe? Who's driving it? What if your 12-year-old is driving it? What if he's doing 100 miles an hour? What if he doesn't wear a seatbelt? What if he doesn't put oil in it? What if he uses the wrong kind of gas? Is it safe? Fireplace is the same way. When I'm done with it, it will meet today's codes and standards. And as long as you use it the way you're supposed to use it, you should absolutely be good to go. It's as safe as having a fire in your house can be, right? But you go start throwing pizza boxes and pine in here, right? I mean, I can't guarantee that, right? So I have no problem using the word safe. I know it's a taboo in our industry, like, you know, we don't say safe. Look, I mean, at the end of the day, that's the whole reason we have codes and standards. We meet codes and standards. Your paperwork should say this is a moment in time. This is a visual inspection. This is a visual inspection with a level 2, whatever. But at the point of inspection, these are the things that I found. As soon as I leave, or if there's things that are hidden beyond that I couldn't see unless I did a level 3 or whatever, I mean, that's beyond my control. Right? So we literally do 2 things. So what is so cool about our industry, and this is really one of the biggest secrets that I teach, is if you can get amazing at helping customers understand the importance of fixing and preventing water damage, or the importance of venting properly, you can sell anything you do. Absolutely anything you do if you get really good at those 2 things. And then most importantly is what happens if we don't do those 2 things. What happens if we don't fix and prevent water damage? What happens if we don't fit properly? What does that mean to the customer? Does that align with what they told you that their desired end result was? And if those things conflict, we potentially have a sale. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. I sell flashing, tuck pointing, rebuilding, crowns, caps, all the same way. Again, the product does not matter. I want you to really get out of the mindset of the product. So important. Okay? So here's how you do it. This is what I call the big 3. Technically it's 4 things now, but I've called it the big 3 for 10 years, and I'm not calling it the big 4 out of principle. So I put 2.5. Number 1, what is it and what does it do? What's a crown? What's a crown? It's a concrete or mortar at the top of the chimney. It sits there. It holds the chimney together. It's the first line of defense against keeping water from getting into the structure. What is it? What does it do? If I told a customer their crown was cracked, without saying this, what's the odds they know what I'm talking about? Even if I'm showing it a picture.
Slim.
Very low. Well, we're very technical at times. I assure you, your customer doesn't know what a crown is, flashing, harging, corbelling, residence time, all these fire break. They don't know what these things are. So number 1 allows us to break it down, and John Maris would say the low grade, right? What is it? What does it do? Ms. Jones, here's a picture of the top of your chimney. This right here is the crown. This is the first line of defense against keeping the water from getting into your masonry structure. Holds all the bricks together. Very, very important piece of the whole structure, right? Number 2 is what happened. What happened to it? Ms. Jones, you don't have to really understand chimneys to see there's a big old crack here in this concrete, right? See the crack? It's allowing water to get in. So typically, when a chimney is built, see this little orange thing? This is what we call the flue tile. Looks like when they built that, they didn't really quite build it properly. They were supposed to put a little piece of foam around that. We call that an expansion joint because you can imagine when you use the fireplace, it's expanding and contracting. When we have the really cold weather, there's some contraction happening. When they don't allow for that expansion, 1 of 2 things is going to happen. The tile is going to crack or the crown is going to crack. Looks like the crown lost this battle, Ms. Jones. Right? What happened to it? Literally explaining how that crack happened. It shows that you're an expert. 2.5. The good news is, number 3 is what happens if we leave this problem unattended or we do nothing. And I assure you guys, unless it's a ground up rebuild, there is always good news. Ms. Jones, the good news is it looks like all the damage that I'm seeing is left right here at the top in the cracks in these crowns. But if we were to leave this crack unattended, water's going to continue to get into the masonry structure. Water will absorb into these bricks. Every single brick on a chimney will absorb about 1.5 cups of water. When we get to the colder weather, that water will expand and it will cause damage to the bricks and the mortar, right? Leading to bigger repairs, bigger dollars down the road. So all I need to do at this point is just take care of the top of the chimney, do a little bit of prevention, and we're good to go. Would you like me to put together some numbers so that we can see what that project looks like? Right? Let's just say the crown, and then maybe there's a little bit of vegetation growth at the top, maybe a couple rows of tuck pointing. Good news is, Ms. Jones, all the damage is really at the top of the chimney. Really, the only damage I'm really seeing is this top 2 or 3 rows. Got a little bit of mortar explaining how that happened, freestall popping out. All I really need to do is, button up these top 3 courses and the top of the chimney. We'll be good to go. If I leave this unattended, when I come back next year, there's going to be a lot more mortar joints to deal with. Or worse, we get to some structural instability and I've got to relay some bricks.
So thankfully we caught this at the right time.
Thankfully we've caught, there's always good news, right? Even to get down if we got to rebuild it from the roof up. The good news is we've caught this before it's really below the flashing. Once we get below the flashing, it's a whole other world. It's like, now we're into the home, now we're into mildew type issues, mold, now we're into replacing flashing. So we've really kind of caught this at a place where all we have to do is above the roof line, right? People do not buy what you sell. They buy what's going to happen if they don't buy what you sell. No one wants to spend money on 3 courses of brick. They definitely don't want to spend money on 10 courses of brick, right? In the history of chimneys, no chimney's ever got better on its own, right? Got to do something. They don't want to do it, but if we don't, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to go into the examples of the interior after lunch when we do the scan. But does this make sense? It does not matter if it's the flashing. Ms. Jones, the flashing is what? Flashing is the piece or series of metal that keeps the bond between where your chimney goes into your house from allowing water to intrude, right? We can see here the flashing has, number 2, what happened? Flashing was never cut into the chimney. It pulled out, which is allowing the water to get behind the structure. The good news is your flashing is still in great shape. It's just not bonded to the chimney. So all we need to do is to make sure that we fix that bond in a way that water can't get in. If we were to leave this unattended, we're going to see water get into the home. We're going to see water get to the ceiling. We're going to see all these type of issues, right? Whether they buy or not is up to them. As long as they understand the impact of not moving forward. Bless you. If you only understand the impact of not moving forward, if they're okay with that, I'm okay with it. But you see how this formula, everything we sell, doesn't matter, cap, crown, tuck pointing, rebuilding, flashing, water repellent. What is this thing? What does it do? What happens to it? Good news is, and what happens if we don't address it? If you can get awesome at this, it does not matter what you sell. You'll sell everything on the outside of the chimney. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Correct.
Everybody's like, I'd rather be working on a chimney right now. Alright. So, what is it? What does it do? Why does the problem happen? What happens if we do nothing? Find the good news and share it. Alright. So, especially if you have Service Titan, you kind of know there's the price book out there that has all these kind of millions of things that are in there. But honestly, we do 2 things. We help people vent. We help people keep water out and fix water. So we'll do one more little thing. We're running a little ahead of schedule, which is cool. So I have no problem. Anybody else have a problem leaving a little early? I don't know. So I want you to have this. I think a lot of you guys probably do this naturally. This is what I call the +1 mindset. As a salesman, what? You feeling guilty?
He's good at it.
Oh, good. What do you do that's the +1?
Pretty much everything up there. Gutters, packages, whenever I'm there, I'm looking for anything. We got a bunch of talented guys. I always make sure the homeowner knows that.
Yeah.
What are things that aren't specific chimneys.
Absolutely.
Especially in smoke season.
Yeah. Always have the mindset of what else can I do for this customer, right? Anybody ever do the Santa Claus thing? You did? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing.
Kids, they freak out.
Just make sure they're not Jewish.
Have I told you? Have you heard my story on this?
I ran into that situation.
Holy shit! So I did this to a Jewish family, and the lady was not nice to me. I was like, oh, what we got here? It's Santa, or Jewish. I was like, oh, okay. It must have been the previous family. We built the house. Damn, lady, cut me a break. You know, it's like obviously make sure that but take a little piece of cloth and kind of. Very cool. I always like to keep, if I'm running a truck, keep dog treats in my truck. Obviously, never give a treat to a dog that you haven't got permission from the homeowner to give. But man, I think I may have a little treat. What are you doing that your competition is not? Right? These are all simple little things that go a long way. Ladder stabilizers, pivots. I'll get into that a little bit later. All the little things. If you're leaning a ladder right up against a gutter, shame on you. Right? There's so many things out there to keep from doing that. I don't care if it's even throw a tarp up there, but do not lean directly on someone's roof. I mean, you've all seen it. I've done it. Everybody here has scratched the gutter, and you just like, oops, and just walk away like nothing happened. Terrible. They got packages in the driveway, bringing them in. All that stuff is very, very helpful. I'm going to actually go to one other slide here that's actually, no, I'm not going to do that yet.
Yeah.
I lied. What's that? So we're actually at the halfway point right now, which is good. So we're running, we've got about a 45-minute lunch, and then we'll have about 3.5 hours after lunch, and then I'll get you guys out of here. But up until this point, questions. We're going to go into the process, the details, all that stuff. I'm going to literally show you what I do from the time we arrive to the time we leave. But based on, did you have a question?
Yeah, what time do you tell them about all the bells and whistles? Is that like usually after the installation, you can kind of just show them like, it comes with this?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll get into that for sure. Yeah, especially if it's a stove. Like once they made the commitment and they decided, then I can tell them about all the other great things that they got, and my guys will not only install it, they'll show you how to use it. They'll do a test fire. They'll make sure you understand how to use whatever the catalytic or how to use the damper or whatever. Yeah, for sure. Any just big picture questions? And maybe I haven't even. If I get to it, I'll tell you I'm going to get to it. But just sales questions in general. I'd like to spend about 10 more minutes, and then we'll take. Food should be getting here, and we'll take a little bit of a break. But questions about just need levels, about objection handling, about features, advantages, benefits, about the types of objections we get, about why people buy, about adding value, about all those kind of things.
How do you go about the process when it's not your customer?
Tell me what that means.
Like when they're absolutely refusing, or say they get frustrated.
Oh, well, I mean, I'll tell you exactly how I handled that. One lady who, I told the guy before we went, I said, this is going to be a problem, because she belittled the process so many times. She let me know her husband was a contractor 10 times. Did I mention my husband's a contractor? It's a small job. Just needs a few bricks. I already had one quote for a cat for $180. I mean, she said all these kind of things that I just knew this was going to be a nightmare when we got. Oh, we already got the bricks. We already got there. I will literally, I'll show you. This is like I think I may be able to plug.
It's like she expects $99 for up on the ladder and do it.
Just absolutely. I think I can plug this in and it'll show up there. Oh, here it is. This is great. July 9th.
times that her husband's a contractor, blah, 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 it's a small job, we have all the bricks, blah, blah, blah. This will work.
Oh, you shared this.
Yeah.
Can't see.
So this just needs a few bricks, right? But don't worry, we have all the bricks. All the bricks are right in here, all under this stuff right here. So to answer your question, when we got there and we saw this, and she said, very first thing she said, you know, my husband can do this again, told me that 10 times. I said, well, he's like, he had a budget in mind, and she just wanted to make sure that that we could be in that budget. I said, ma'am, I would love to know, just I said, not because I'm going to meet this number, but I would love to know what the budget is to make sure we're even in the same, because this is not a small job. She's like, oh, well, he said if it's more than $500, then that he would just do it himself. I said, man, this could be 10 times that amount. I said, literally, I couldn't even set up scaffolding for $500. Oh, thank you so much for letting me know. I appreciate you coming out, and it was done. Right? I'm not going to spend this whole song and dance going through trying to spend, you know, to justify. Again, if I'm close, if you're like, well, you know, he's taking $5,000, okay, maybe I can get to that number. I don't know, but I'll go through the process. But if I'm that far off, there's no way in hell. Like, it's just not my customer. But good question. Other big picture questions? Yeah.
So a lot of the companies around us do free estimates for
Yeah.
masonry repair stuff.
Sure.
What is a way to someone really wants you to come out, but they're just not going to be a service area, and you need to make some profit for the travel time there and back, but other people are offering to go for free. How do you kind of navigate that?
Yeah. Well, the first thing I tell you is never look at what your competition is doing, because you have no idea if they're making money or not, right? The people that try to price their products based on what we don't know what their overhead is, we don't know what their workers' comp is, we don't know what any of that stuff is. Maybe they're slowly going out of business. So I would say don't worry about what they're doing. But I will say, like, I personally am totally fine doing free estimates. If you know your numbers, right? If you know your numbers, then I have no problem doing it. I prefer to always try to have my office upsell that to an inspection and explain all the benefits of that, doing, you know, especially if we're going to do some kind of lining system, I have to do a level 2 anyways, or change fuel sources, or whatever the case is. And then I don't even mind if you have a process where it's, look, if we decide to move forward with the work, I'll put back the inspection to it. You know, that way you're just getting a little bit of a bite and commitment from that customer. But at the end of the day, you know, if someone says, hey, I need to rebuild my chimney, I need you to come give me a quote, I'm going, right? Someone says, hey, I know I need a liner, I'm going to go take a look at that. Now that all depends on size of your company, right? The bigger companies, very easy to run free estimates because you need appointments all the time. If you're already booked out 2 months and you're 2 trucks, probably not running a lot of free stuff, right? I mean, you've already got enough work without doing something for free. So if it's outside of your service area and you're already booked, why would you go and to make things cost more when you have enough in your own little world? So, but if you're looking for work and you've got guys sitting around not having enough appointments, then sure, I'll go outside of my service area or I'll do things for free. That's a good question. Anything else? What's up, Richard? We got pizza coming?
Yeah.
Nerd.
I know, it's on the way, I guess.
It is on the way over here.
That's not pizza in the Northeast.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Not pie. Yeah, we're at a stopping point, so we're just doing Q&A, and we're going to eat some pizza here in about 15 minutes, and then we're going to come back and go into the process. But any takeaways so far? Anything that I do this at the end as well, but anything that you're like, man, I'm definitely going to take that back and put that into my process.
Oh yeah.
The whole thing. Well, we'll get into that. Like you're not going to be able to go back and do all this, right? I mean, at once, right? We'll talk about implementation. And if you need, this is a terrible sales pitch. If you need implementation help, Kevin in the back is your guy. He knows his process in and out. He's a fractional sales manager. He'll help you do all this kind of stuff, whether it's with Gorilla or without. So.
That's the biggest thing taken so far is not selling the product, selling the process.
Yeah. Well, what's important to you? Yeah. Because it's all different. All right, cool guys.
Food should be here in 15 minutes. Typically, I take about a 45 minutes, so 12:15, we will be here. If we're still eating while we're working, that's fine. But I'd like to get you guys out of here by 4 if we can. So.
Sure. Here's something else I do, right? The Santa Cruz Station, right? Yeah.
I like the one where they have them flying on GPS and track them.
What do you got?
Show them.
Yeah, definitely did.
You're like, why do I have these numbers in?
I'm trying to hold the attention while you're holding them. I gotta ask another question.
All right. Oh, I did say this.
Yeah.
You know what I found too when you asked me?
I've had two.
All right.
Almost always. Yeah. I've had two. One of them was very.
We're
having a hot coffee.
I gotta go 4 miles off the road. Had 3 and 8 on time.
Right, they're not. That's what I mean. Good.
And then I got down the street, there was not building there, so I was like, whoa, whatever, I'm gonna. That's cross.
So the guy that turned me on to, Wolfender Scary.
Well, good.
Yeah, I called him up and said, hey, we're looking at moving around in the Dallas area and San Antonio area, and he said, call these guys up. So that was kind of a good reassurer for me too, coming from him. And your wife's really working with Jerry now a lot, right?
No,
No?
no, she, we both retired.
Did you say your company?
Yeah, actually, the people that bought it are sitting behind me. Well, the actual people aren't here, but guys that work for Ozark. Shane, yeah, we the game plan was we were going to retire and sell at 50. We were thinking to do it a few years earlier. I had some opportunities pop up. She was done. She wanted to go back to school and get her master's. She wanted to go back to the doctor. She wanted to be a nurse practitioner. Last part of her life, and I wanted to do what I'm doing, which is consulting and education and things like that. So yeah, I've been taking kind of a sabbatical just to get things squared away. It's just about there. We just closed on the business last week, last week, basically. And I've still got some other stuff to do, doing some education stuff for Saber Systems here and there.
Nice. Alright.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm in the process right now of, signing everything over to somebody too. We actually pay, but the shares don't go over until, a week before I leave. Because it's I'm working until I leave, is that all right? Yes. Don't worry about it.
So someone borrowing your assets?
Buying just the company, not the assets, or taking the assets with me.
Yeah, so you're taking all your equipment down, and you're gonna do.
Yeah, I don't even know if I need the equipment, I don't think I do, I think I all, there's too much investment in that equipment for me to sell the equipment.
Yeah.
So I'm getting my driving equipment, because, he really looks trying to fix that, so I put that in there, for him, but, I wasn't doing that much driving stuff anymore. And I overbought for equipment, I went for the whole kit to Little, and I didn't get it all.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you do when you first get into stuff.
Like the dust
I
tank and all
remember
that?
when I first got into the Sunni stuff. Man, I used a fraction of what I originally bought.
Well, you're the one who was like, oh, this is my setup, I need this, all you need.
I know, that's what I told you.
And I've got so many people using that rigid stainless now.
Yeah.
I even have, carry the, smaller tank to get up and downstairs. Yeah, that rigid, this little,
Yeah, she's has a filter and the bag filter, and then I put a full filter on the back of it.
You know what else you put? I also duct tape the bag filter, so that the overflow is given its filter.
Yeah.
The filter itself with the bag lasts 2 runs, if not more, if you seal it enough. Catch for me is I'm not good with the weight, and I'm like, or not, I'm just gonna change it anyways. But yeah, that thing's a little workhorse.
Well, cream cheese, with all the carbs. He should be a professional pizza carrier. How many was that? 10?
Oh, it's still more.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Wow! There's 18 total.
12 pizzas he carries.
What can I say? That's a big deal.
Not done. Lower. Maybe you guys out? Just the box alone? No. Like one for everybody? But I was crazy.
Well, he said in the Rochester when we started running out of it, he's like, this is a screen.
Do it.
Oh, Lord.
Let's see, Richard, do you left?
Gene, Jason Camino, Nick Ross, how you doing? Doing good. Hey, how do I get it? How do you balance? Is my split like yeah, you know it's $5 on a can I do it over the phone or something, with your card or? Yeah, what do you know?
I got another flash you can see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They can
you
use
know,
it.
the last time I made a crap ton of notes, and I saw some folks who get traffic checks.
Oh, yeah.
All the credit cards.
Oh,
all that stuff.
gee, I'm at a
You're supposed to. Hey, what?
I don't even get up
Only enough for everybody to have one.
Yep. Take your silly spot for a minute. We live in David Stewart. I'm hoping I say a lot of that people here. Somewhere out there in keep watching this. I fucking hate him, dude. I cannot stand him. Damn. I hate him in my fucking heart. Where?
Is it because he's lived here?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's also because he's been here. I think he's I think he's a game artist. He comes to the shops to sell tattoo things, but he goes about it in the most like chaotic way, most complicated way. For people like me that have been in this for a while, I understand that he's teaching the basics yet, but he's going about it in a way that discourages making it. He goes about it in a way where like you have to do this, this, and this, and this, and this, so that you can charge this amount of money. Or instead of do it the right way, do it the most efficient way. Don't make it so fucking complicated all the fucking time. Like they're doing things the easy way, it's not always bad. You know, if we have one exception, we've got to we'll just like do rap liners. Get the line. Wrap it in place, but you need to make sure you put this much tape on it, this many feet or this many inches, you know, this tape, and you gotta go around it twice, so piece of tape all the way from the seam, and then if you came with tape all the way up, and then you gotta put the mesh liner on there, and then you gotta put wire all the way. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Secure. Yes. It's really just it is not a fucking like artist, you know, bullshit. I can read the force. Yeah. It doesn't need to be. No, you did. So these people That's cool that he made it work for him. That's his need, but that's not gonna work for everybody. You charge people $80 and then you don't even teach them from the class. You just show us how you've done and brag about it, and there's no information being there's no information being shared. So bullshit.
So why you still on? That's pretty much what
It makes life harder when it doesn't be hard. That's what it comes down to.
more I stuck it out with that. Right. Sounded like you. Launch it. Oh, Petey. They call this pizza.
So Robbie's coming, and I'm coming.
Huh?
Robbie's not coming?
I don't know. I shot him a text actually just now, asking him, "So are you coming to Tulsa or not?" Thought he was, but maybe he's coming tomorrow. I don't know.
When I pulled up to a few customers, I'm like, what the heck? I was coming to do this here, and I feel like, I was like, what's this? Or you're going to do it this way, and you have to put another house much money for us to come back and do it in like 6 months. I said, whereas if you just get all of them a little more expensive, they're going to last you years. You're getting $1,100 for the 500. It's gonna cost like $200 too. Like we're making how does that make sense? Well, we already sold this one. Why would you own so much? Because I can sell it. And we got ahead of this. Yeah. Battle. Another one. I don't know how it's going to go. The new Tornado movie. You're not telling me it's good. I've only heard good things so far.
Yep. I figured. How long do you get it?
Did you do anything last night when you got in the room? Did you go out? Old man back to You gonna get the pool or anything when we get back? Huh? You wanna go to the pool or anything when we get back?
No, I don't think so.
I gotta do one report when we get back to the room. Someone's waiting on that.
Live report?
Huh?
Live report? You have to do what?
Chimney report, messenger. I gotta do one of those and get it over to. Oh, that's all right, man. It's not bothering me.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it wasn't bothering me.
Here, I got you.
I mean, it's better, but it wasn't bothering me. It's all good. I appreciate it.
Yeah, heck yeah.
I've made do. It's all good. I work in smaller spaces. Is that the only bathroom here?
There's one right there, and then one in this room.
The other one.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
I didn't know that getting Mexican was an option.
I know, I get it.
We've done so many trainings and stuff that I'm just kind of like.
All good, man.
Yeah.
Sounds like this is gonna be so bad for my diet.
Hey, Ryan, he's been craving that.
Yeah.
You know what? You must have said something to me, because that's the first thing he asked me, and then he texted me too. I'm like, freaking Frodo back in Yeah, I told Dean, I was like, you know, I feel like Chris Hardy off you.
He got his hands on there.
He did? Oh, one of those orange in his face. Hey, those fans work good though. They do. They sure class though. We've had Chris down 2 3 days. He got that whole week long class.
It was good. The only complaint was that we took 12 hours on Saturday.
12 hours?
And then tear it down.
That's a long time on the last day. Y'all must have not left till Sunday.
No, we left.
That's 9 hours, bro.
Didn't have.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what was Avery driving?
know, hey, what is in your age? And they were telling me a couple times. That's hard to believe. You slept on somebody's driveway.
The non-political.
Not that, you want to go out there.
I don't need such money.
I mean, I don't know how much I'll eat after all.
He's like, free Domino's. That's the first time I ever ate Domino's. Hey, Mazda. Yeah. Lower job. Actually, all of me can see.
Hold his dumb and dumber pose.
Little League World Series or whatever, you know, softball World Series, because right, yeah.
Hey, Richard, do you know what the volume is for this one? Yeah. Remote? Call the heating air company to make me. Hey, Drew. Shut up. I'm just shaking your beard, bro. Hey, Drew. Okay. It's for some reason, I'll answer there. You want to just plug into the. I think some plug in straight to it. You want to do that?
You think it's different than being plugged into that?
Yeah, it's got John Candy in it. Yeah. And
you start the first.
Yeah. Do you know how to, I mean, I have YouTube on here. You can just play it off
Yeah,
YouTube.
yeah.
Like if you want, I have YouTube right here. You can type in whatever you want.
Have you heard?
You want it?
All right, guys. Thank you for being back on time. For those of you that are on time, you get a little treat. If you're not on time, you just have to hear about this in the story. So I've had a pretty cool life, man. I've had a lot of adventures. In Nashville, we have a radio station called Jack FM. Anybody else have those in their market? It's basically a radio station where there's no DJ, and they just basically play whatever they want. Well, this particular radio station in Nashville had a contest where you could become DJ for the day. And in order to become DJ for the day, you had to submit this 60-second video as to why you would be the best person to play whatever music you wanted that day. And so I made it down to the final 10 out of a couple thousand people. They put my video on the website. Ended up, long story short, getting voted to run the station for the day. So this was probably 12, 13 years ago, and I had a badass mustache, if you knew me. Like, I put Ron Jeremy to shame. And so they turned the station from Jack FM into Allen FM. And so what they quickly found out, and if you're Facebook friends with me, you know this, almost everything I played was hair band 80s. I was at the Def Leppard Journey concert and Steve Miller Band night before last, and I like pretty much the bigger the hair, the better. So they kind of made this whole joke that pretty much all I played was the same shit over and over. So this was the promo video that they put out for Allen FM. Have you heard? Here we go.
Heard Allen FM? Hi, I'm Allen. This is my station. So, like, we thought Jack FM had variety? Listen to Allen FM.
Allen, he's just got such a big variety.
Rat.
I am living down for that, Allen.
She wants them. I thought I liked Jack FM.
Oh, sorry.
I'm living down for that, Allen.
She wants them. I thought I liked Jack FM. But Allen FM's changed my life.
Rat, Poison, Motley Crue, that is variety.
Motley Crue,
Rat,
Poison. I cannot believe all the steak and variety that I'm hearing on Allen FM.
Allen FM makes me feel
So much variety.
it's like Jack FM finally found someone that knows what they're doing.
I think Allen in a fist fight.
And his name is Allen. If Jack FM were burping variety, Allen FM is just full on, over the toilet, vomiting variety everywhere. Rat,
Poison, Motley Crue.
and I'm so there to hold Allen's hair back. You know, while it's cute.
Girl. That was my first hit single. Dude, I thought Jack had variety. Motley Crue, Crest. It's so awesome.
We have to talk to Allen. And his flavor Rat song. Well, I think you can play anyway. There's Rat,
Motley Crue, Poison. That's the right Poison?
I heard Motley Crue. I'm actually going to become upset when we have to go back to Jack FM. So Jack FM was like a bit of variety. And you pop it, and it just kind of comes out and it's over with. Allen FM is more like that huge bit of variety that you have to put on surgical gloves and needles to pop. And when it comes out, you really feel satisfied.
You are going back to Jack FM tomorrow?
Well, tonight, Allen was out the door, and apparently he's taking a variety with him. If Jack FM were like a fart, Allen FM It's like a full-on shark of variety.
All that variety?
Alan was like that really good scratch on my ass, and Jack just doesn't give me that scratch.
Did I say rat? Yeah, variety.
Alan, you're welcome back anytime, because my ass itches.
Should I go back to it? Yeah.
On 104.2 FM Cairo, live via satellite across Near East Africa, and streaming live at NileFMOnline.com. Now, the hot mix with DJ Carlos. Cairo's number one for dance, 104.2 Nile FM. Welcome to the hot mix. Egyptian DJ Playground. One hour one. We've got two local Egyptian talents. Kicking it off is the first part. The first timer on the hot mix, DJ Allen. Come on, Al. There we go.
Woo! I was ready to party. How about you guys? So I'm out at them. That was a fun day, man. I got. It was actually right after I did the Taylor Swift video, and so they tried to get Taylor Swift to call in, but the best they could do was Brooks and Dunn, so we got to talk to them at the time. So, first of all, a couple things. I got to do a real short video of you guys. It's literally going to be 3 seconds, and what we're doing is, first of all, thank you to Saber Systems for going and picking up all of our food. It looks like there's still plenty back there, so if you're not already in carb coma. But lunch and breakfast today and tomorrow is sponsored by Rilla. Rilla is the AI company that does the virtual ride-along, so they have taken care of lunch and breakfast for you today and tomorrow. So we're going to shoot a quick little video to the Richard knows him, to Sebastian, which is the owner of the company, the CEO, and we're just going to really quickly, 3 seconds, say thank you for lunch, Rilla. All right? So I'll count you off 1, 2, 3, and thank you for lunch, Rilla, and then we'll kind of go through there. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you for lunch, Rilla.
Awesome. Thanks, man. All right. So we had lunch, got some food, got outside, got the caffeine in it. Questions we have now about anything before lunch, because what we're going to go into now is the nitty-gritty. This is the detail. This is the stuff where I expect some of you to call me out on a few things. So any questions before we kind of dive into the actual process itself? Sweet. So what I should say before we really get too deep into this, I believe there are 3 things that make up a great salesperson. Okay? 3 things that make up a great salesperson, and I'm only teaching you one of them today. One of them is a very, very strong sales process, right? So from A to Z, these are the things that you do to help yourself sell. The other 2, can't really teach, but I can give you some tools around. One of them is the ability to build rapport and likability. I showed you a couple little tricks, the 5-3-1, just being likable, nice open-ended questions, things like that. People buy from people they like. The last one, which is to me one of the most important ones, is confidence, right? Someone here had mentioned that they wanted to know how to overcome the of looking young, right? And I will tell you, I've been out with guys. I remember one time we were going out with a guy in Lexington, Kentucky, Barnhill Chimney, and we had a great day. We sold like $40,000. It was a great day. They have a little brewery right across the street from them that makes their own ciders and all that stuff. And I was like, come on, man. It's like I'm going to buy you a cider. We'll celebrate the day. He's like, I'd love to, man, but I'm only 20. I was like, holy shit. I was like, I thought you were like 30, bro. The way he's literally full beard, mustache. I mean, like you saw what I can grow. I mean, this guy, he was, there's no way he was 20. I was like, so facial hair definitely helps, right? If you can't grow facial hair like me, then you have to overcome it with language and with confidence and controlling the process, right? Confidence comes with time after you fix the same problems over and over, and you know that you know more than the customer.
If you were to have met me, God, even 7-10 years ago, you wouldn't recognize my inability to do what I'm doing right now. I had the biggest fear of public speaking on the planet. I mean, I would literally throw up the night before, the morning of. I'd have to have a drink. I couldn't do it. I was so nervous. And I realized that it wasn't that I was afraid of public speaking. I was afraid of looking like I didn't know what I was talking about. I was afraid that the people that I were going to talk to were going to challenge me or going to say I was wrong or I was going to look silly in front of my peers. And therefore, I was telling all these stories in my head. And then it just hit me one day. I was like, you know what? Even if they do, who cares? Even if I do screw up, who cares, right? I mean, when you're out in the field, you're not going to know all the answers all the time. But I guarantee you have someone that you can pick up the phone and you can call either within your company or online or in the industry. You know how many times I called Jim Brewer and Mark Stoner when I have a question about something? I called Richard one time about an HVAC question I was into. I mean, there's always a network of people that you can reach out to. And that is, I don't know how many other industries you've been into, but that is a very unique thing about the chimney industry. The majority of the people in this industry are willing to help, and that is not normal. So we've kind of really picked a very special industry. So I want to kind of talk to you that what I'm going to go through is the sales process side. I'll break the sales process up into 4 stages. Okay. Stage 1 is the intro or the open. Stage 2 is going to be our discovery or our investigation. Stage 3 is going to be our establishment of credibility and trust. And stage 4 is going to be our close. So between the open, discovery, establishing trust, and closing, what do you think the most important step of those 4 is?
Each one. The one you're in.
Each one, the one you're in? What do you think? The what? The rapport one? Establishing trust and likability? Usually I get all 4 at some point. So I'll just say, like, the open, close. The reality is they are all equally important or they wouldn't be in here, but or how many times have you heard you never get a second chance to make a first impression? Right? The open, which is literally a 2-minute process, is as critical as anything else that we do in here. And the reason it's so important is it's our chance to get the customer onto our agenda and off of their agenda. Remember Miss Jones with her little $300 check? What does she expect you to do when you get to her home?
Sweep the chimney.
Sweep the chimney and tell her everything is fine. You already know there's $5,000 worth of work on the exterior. You know there's probably going to be issues on the inside. But she wants you to go do your work, take the check, and leave. So we have to get her off her agenda in a nice way, in a friendly, humanized way, and that's what the open does. So just a couple of quick questions. How many times do you think you talk to your customer, not you personally, how many times do you think your company engages with your customer before you ever show up to their door? 4? 4 or 5? 2. On average, you are the 7th, or you should be the 7th touch. I'm going to go through them, especially if you're in management or owners. You should be writing these down for the company. The first one is always they have to find you somehow, right? Just our standard marketing. They saw your truck, saw a sign, went to Googled your website, did something, right? They had to find you. That had to be a positive enough experience that they were willing to reach out to you. The second one is they engage with your company, right? They either call you, they email you, they web chat with you. Third one is if they book an appointment, they should get some sort of confirmation immediately of the day, the time that service is. Fourth one is typically about 2 days before the appointment. We want to send out a confirmation email, a reminder email, or a text, phone call, it doesn't really matter. And that is the point that we typically want to introduce the technician. So about 2 days before, we want to introduce the technician. If you have ServiceTitan and some of these fancy softwares, it'll do all that for you. It'll put a bio and all that. But if you don't have all that fancy software, put together a bio of each of your technicians that will be coming to the home, and make sure it has a picture of them. Ideally, as long as it's not a horrible picture, some people hate them, ideally it's the one that's on your badge, right? That whenever you come into the home, so if you're CSI and CSG, fire, certified, ideally that's the picture. So that email 48 hours before should give some tips and tricks, right?
how to prepare for the appointment. This is going to be roughly a 2-hour experience. The technician is going to need to spend some time with you when he arrives and at the end of the appointment. Please make sure you don't have any fires in your fireplace for at least up to 48 hours before he or she arrives. Please make sure that anything that is of value on the mantle or in front of the fireplace is removed. This is the technician that's coming. Here's his bio. Always put 1 or 2 fun things in the bio to help promote rapport, right? Ask Alan about the time he was in a Taylor Swift video. Ask whatever about the time he played professional poker, right? Always put something in there because they will actually ask you about it, especially if they have that interest in it. So that's the 4th one. Typically, the 5th one is when it transfers to you. When you are on your way, you're going to pick up the phone and you're going to call the customer when you're on the way. Now, for some reason, people want to argue with me, and again, I don't care what you do. Just give me the advice that I will make. Even if your software texts automatically and says that you're on the way, you still want to make that personal phone call, right? This is your chance to make the connection with the customer. We're transferring it from the office to you. And my opening call, especially on the very first appointment of the day, is, good morning, Miss Jones. How are you? This is Alan with Alan's Chimney. How's your day going? Good, awesome. Hey, I am on my way. I got you first. Looks like arrival window between 8 and 10. Looks like we should be there right around 8:15 as long as I don't hit any traffic. Now, I'm about ready to make a quick stop and top off my gas and grab a cup of coffee. Can I grab you a cup as well? So you just started doing this, right?
I did it infrequently, but I do it a lot more often now.
And
almost every time.
And how's it changed?
Not a bit. No, everybody says, no, thank you. Thanks for offering, but I'm good.
Has it changed any of the conversations when you get there?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, people are they're pleasant. They're pleasant.
It is crazy, guys. It is, people,
it's usually on the phone call you can change.
Oh, yeah, whatever. I'm here to grab some coffee. Can I grab you stuff? Oh, my God, no, thank you. No, I really appreciate that. Their entire mode changes, their mood, right? So I always do that on the first call, offer a cup of coffee. Again, what are you doing that your competition's not, right? Always let them know when you are going to be there, right? Rough arrival window. Because if you tell your customer you're going to be there about 8:15, what are they typically doing at 8:15? Yeah, they're looking for you, right? So that is the 6th point of contact. You pull up, hopefully you have a nice wrapped vehicle, you're looking professional, it's clean, we are good to go. And then our 7th is when we actually arrive to the door. So a couple of things. I don't know what it is in your particular market, but I will tell you statistically on in-home blue-collar services, we're dealing with the female by herself approximately 65% of the time. Okay, I don't know if that's true in your market, but nationwide, 65% of the time we are only dealing with the female. I forgot what the other 2 are, whether it's husband and wife together or it's just the husband. But the majority of who we see, is that fairly true in your own market? And so you got to realize we're in a world that is different now, right? I mean, it's crazy. I mean, at the end of the day, you are a strange man that is coming into a house with a female for 2 hours that is by herself, right? There is, no matter how great your company is, no matter how much reputation you have, there's always a little bit of trepidation or anxiety about this experience. So the more that we can relieve any of that potential anxiety ASAP, the better. That phone call, the friendliness, the introduction, the nice vehicle. When we get up to, I don't pull in the driveways unless it is one of those, you got to drive a mile to get to the house. If the house is right there, I always pull in front of the house first, let them see the vehicle, and then get out of the vehicle immediately. Don't finish phone calls, don't finish paperwork, do not sit in the van. Get out of the vehicle immediately because they're watching at that point. If you're a smoker, good Lord, make sure that I'm a cigar smoker, so make sure you've gotten rid of that well before you get there, and that's not a Fast Times at Ridgemont High experience when you're opening the door, right? Make sure there's not shit falling out of your vehicle when you open it. I mean, all that stuff matters, right? Get out of the vehicle. If you're a smoker, keep some cologne, keep gum. I did a whole weekly video on. It's amazing how many times I go out with guys that just stink. I mean, I get it. It's hot, it's sweaty, it is
It's a nasty job. We're on roofs. We're in 120-degree weather. We're in the attic. Carry, body odor protection with you, deodorant, right? You want to come up. You want to get out. You want to be professional. Wear your uniform. Make sure that you look good. You're wearing your uniform. And the very first time I go to the door, I always want to have my badge. Now, they don't know what the badge means. They don't know anything, but it's just one more thing that says you are who you are supposed to be. Right? One more thing. I get out of the vehicle quickly. He's in the van. He's got a badge. It matches the face. That matches the same pre-appointment email that I got. I got the bio. All these things matter to building trust and coming to the door. We knock on the door. Used to be 3 feet. Used to be 3 steps. Now it's 6 feet. Thanks to COVID. They've got like 3 or 4 little steps at the front. Go all the way to the bottom step. Right? I know this is some one-on-one stuff, but we want to make sure that when they open the door, they're not feeling crowded, threatened, or like we're going to just come right in the door. So let them open, greet you. Nice, simple greeting, good morning. And then here's where it starts to get important. Sorry, I'm going to water here. Where it starts to get important is, keep in mind, Ms. Jones has opened the door. She's expecting you to go sweep the fireplace. I want you to talk about absolutely anything but fireplaces for a minimum of 7 seconds. Okay? Anything, doesn't matter. Weather works, if a dog animal runs to the door, if they've got a really cool shirt on that you can relate to, nice house, nice car in the driveway, whatever. Anything but 7 seconds. So psychology says it takes 7 seconds to break a mindset. So when they come to the door, chimney guy's here, he's going to sweep the chimney. Whenever you literally just shoot the shit with them, all of a sudden that entire mindset is kind of shot. So you ever been working, the phone rings or someone interrupts you, and then it takes you like a minute or two to get back to where you were in that workspace. It's the same idea here with your customer. So we knock on the door, we step back 6 feet, we say hello, oh my God, beautiful day, thanks so much for having me out, just finished my coffee, man, I am ready to go, how's your day, blah, blah, blah. I'm Alan, this is my helper James, here to take great care of you today, and that's pretty much the open, right? Very, very simple. When we get to the door, we step up to the door. It's kind of like think of the vampire rules. We should always ask for permission to enter the home. Is it okay if I come inside? Right? I know that's such a simple little thing, but asking for permission as much as you can, because what we are going to do, and you'll see this throughout the process, is we are constantly going to get the customer to start saying yes to us. Right? And I know this sounds like brainwashing in a little bit the way it is, but we're going to get the customer saying yes to us all the time. Is it okay if I come in? Yes, it is. Absolutely. Give me 1 second. Anytime you cross the customer's threshold, what do? Booty. Put on your booty. Every time, guys, even if you, I shouldn't say every time. If it's a construction zone or if it's they're doing whatever, then not so much. But if the customer even says, "Oh my God, don't worry about that. My house is a mess. I'm sorry. Boss would kill me if he knew I wasn't putting on these booties. Part of our no mess guarantee. We're gonna take good care of your home for you today." But I appreciate that, right? Always putting on the booty. So I think that's gonna be pretty much everything from this. So the really important part here is to know that the customer is going to reciprocate your pace. So if you're in there ready to go, hey, where's the fireplace? They're going to take you right there and be happy to let you do it, right? That's the agenda they want. The more you slow down, the more likely they're willing to have a conversation with you, shoot the breeze, whatever the case may be. Now, it's gotten a lot better in the last probably 6 months to a year, but there was a big time where people didn't have a lot of time for us, right? They were working from home. They were having to go in and do, I'll be back here if you need anything. We still get a little bit of that, but it's not quite as much as it used to be. So we crossed the threshold, we put on our booties, we're still shooting the shit, and then we're going to switch directly into discovery, which I did want to just share this before we get into discovery. We talked about, actually, that's not the one that this is going. So again, what do you do that your competition does not? This is what I call the above and beyond introduction package. That is, you're getting a bio of the technician with their picture. They are arriving. You see, they tell me when I'm coming. That same picture, obviously your face is that same mat, that has, well, it's the one that's right out here whenever you walk into this door. Before the customer ever opens the door, they put the CNC welcome mat down facing the customer. So the first thing the customer sees when they open the door is welcome CNC. And it gives you a place to wipe your feet before you put your booties on, that whole thing. And again, what are you doing that your competition is not? Always offer coffee on my first appointment. And then if you have email, well, everybody here has email, make sure your picture's in your email, right? They want to, when you send the email, they want to remember your face. They want to remember who you are. It makes it more personal. You know how many thousands of emails we get every week? But whenever they see your face, it reminds you that this is a person, right? When you leave the appointment, you do the bomb, take the video. It's reminding you of the face. So the more they can remember you, the more likely they are to do business with you. So if you're not doing these little simple things, then just one thing that your competition can outshine you on. Remember the old Maya Angelou thing. Forget what you said, forget what you did. Never forget the way they made you feel. Right? Oh my gosh, not only did he put on booties, he put a welcome mat down. He sent me a video of thanking me for his time. He called me. He offered me coffee. He did. Oh my gosh, he brought my Amazon package in. This dude was amazing, right? You know how many times I fly? I do about, give or take, this year actually I did the math. As long as nothing changes, I'll have 148 flights this year. Okay. Actually, it'll probably be 146 now that I missed these flights. But as much as I fly, and granted, almost every single time I fly first class now because of my stat. I don't even have to pay for it. It's just I get upgraded, so it's great. But every once in a while, I will have a flight attendant do something extraordinary. They just simply give me a thank you card for flying and being an executive platinum member, or I've had people give me little tiny gifts and things like that. Cost them absolutely nothing. But I go to Facebook and I'm like, oh my gosh, look at this. I put it out on Twitter or whatever, X, whatever it's called now. And it doesn't take much to stand out. But if you will do these little things, it will absolutely, again, what is the way that you made me feel? So when we get into investigation and discovery, first of all, any questions about the Open? Right, it should be pretty 101 stuff, but hopefully there's a couple things in there, just good reminders. Always calling, getting out of the vehicle right away, looking professional, parking in front of the house, not in the driveway. And when we get into this, we ask for permission. Hey, how many people have had to move their van because someone had to leave? Right, just every single person in here, right? So just the little things that you do that your competition doesn't. It makes all the difference in the world. And these are not hard things. That's what's so crazy about it, is when you put them all together, it is a big wow experience, but they're all very simple little things, right? So that's why it kills me when we start making these shortcuts during busy season, is we forget to do all these little things. And it's like all of a sudden, well, we're still selling, so, I'm making my money, I'm good. But then all of a sudden you're not, right? So the transition from intro into discovery. Everybody thinks I'm crazy when I describe this. But just try it, right? If you don't like it, don't do it. When you go into the home, literally, let's just say we're there. Oh, I was watching Sopranos last night. Don't tell me what happens. I got 4 episodes left. I know I'm 20 years behind. So literally, when you go into the house, let's say that it's just there, it's Miss Jones. She's just there for a sweep and inspection of a masonry fireplace. That's all the office note said. When you walk in and you're walking to the fireplace, literally take out their file on whatever your software is, ServiceTitan, and literally I want you to read the notes. Right? You already know. It'd be really easy to say, hey, Ms. Jones, I'm here to sweep the fireplace. But I want you to literally look at their file and say, okay, so Mr. Jones, looks like we're here for, I'll put down sweep inspection, masonry fireplace, is that right? Because no known issues, nothing going on as far as you know. Does that sound right? Okay, perfect. Well, it's good to see you. Tell me a little bit more about what brings me out today. Let me go directly into an open-ended question. You could easily just go in and say, what brings me out today? And what are they going to say? You're going to say the exact same thing they told the office. Here to sweep a masonry fireplace. But when you say, I already know I'm here for that, tell me what brings me out today, then the real truth comes out. What do they really want? And what they may tell you 5 things, but the first thing out of their mouth is what you are selling them. You should all be writing this down. This is literally the number one thing that comes out of their mouth is going to be the key to closing everything. Right? It could literally be, hey, I just want to make sure it's okay to use. It could be, hey, last time I used it, I had a little bit of a smoking issue. It could be, hey, my wife saw a neighbor had a chimney fire and I wanted to make sure ours was okay. It could be, hey, we haven't used it in a couple of years. We just want to make sure it's good now. Hey, thinking about selling the house, want to make sure there's no surprises. Whatever it is going to be the key to how you sell. So, why look at the iPad? Why not just say, hey, office says we're here for a sleep inspection. What's the iPad have to do with it?
Visual confirmation.
Visual confirmation. Looks professional. There's about 7 things the iPad does.
It shows up.
Organization.
Organization. There's communication. I don't have to. It's the
Technology.
worst. Technology. We're up to date. This is the absolute worst whenever you have to repeat something to somebody. You ever call like a customer service and tell them your whole story, and then you're like, oh, you need this department. They're like, hello. And they're like, oh, God, I gotta say the whole thing again, right? You obviously, if they sent you for this job, you must be the guy or gal that can do this type of work. They dispatched the right person for this type of work. It says a lot of things. Again, these are not hard things. Do me a favor, just try them. Look at your iPad. Okay, so got you down, sleep inspection. Didn't see any notes we were having any kind of issues. Cool. I mean, sounds pretty good. So tell me a little bit more about what made you pick up the phone and call Alan's Chimney today. Right? Open-ended question. Please write this down too. Never let the very first question you ever ask be, are you having any issues? If that's the first question you ask, you're setting yourself up for failure. So, all right. So, everything working okay? Have any kind of issues with the fireplace? If that is the first thing you say, and the customer, you already know, the note said no known issues. Once the customer verbally tells you they don't have any issues, they've committed to that. It is a very difficult thing to, when you say something, that is your truth. I know this is a lot of subliminal and a lot of psychology, but when you speak it out loud, that is your truth. And when you say, no, everything's great, been using it for 20 years, no problem, you just set yourself up for a much harder sell. Okay? So, open-ended question, however you want to ask it. What brings me out today? What made you pick up the phone? Tell me a little bit more about that. Something that makes them not answer in yes or no. That they have to tell you words. They have to tell you a story. Right? And then now we're into discovery. Okay? This is so true. You'll see this tomorrow. And when we do role-playing tomorrow, you're going to see this plain as day. I can literally give you the script. I can say these are the 10 questions that we're going to ask, or the 10 questions that we need answers to, and we'll sit here and we'll practice it, and then you'll go into live role play, and you'll immediately go back and do what you always did, or you'll get the 3 or 4 questions you're used to asking. So, how often are you using it? Have any issues? And when you get your work done to it? When's the last time it was served? And then you just run out of things to say, right? So we're going to really, really work on discovery, because someone said it earlier. It might have been you. It all comes out in discovery. Discovery is how you win the sale. As I told you before, you can absolutely do this job and never talk to a customer in your life. You can go into their house, you can diagnose everything, you can put the report together, put a proposal together. You just don't know if it's relevant to that customer. So if you will master discovery, man, you're going to be in the top 10%. This is absolutely the most difficult part of the entire thing, in my opinion, is to be able to have a conversation that doesn't sound scripted, that's natural, doesn't sound robotic, that gives you all the information that you need to sell to your customer, right? You have to establish need. You have to establish what the customer wants at this point of this stage of the process, or else you're just making it much more difficult. You probably have a customer whose needs are implicit, and they're not ready to spend any kind of major money with you. Especially if you're one of those people that waits till the end to tell them everything. Good Lord, good luck. Right? I mean, you just forget about it. So what they say,
So typical discovery is 2 to 3 questions. I am typically looking for 7 to 10 answers in every discovery, and that could happen in 1 or 2 questions, right? We've all had that customer that just puked everything out all at once. Oh, I just moved in, downsized, never had a fireplace, always wanted a fireplace, wasn't a fireplace. Their home inspector said everything was fine. We don't plan on ever moving here. And you're like, dang, I just got like 5 answers. It doesn't matter. It's not about the questions. It's about the answers, right? So 7 to 10 answers, and the first thing I always say, oh my God, I don't have that kind of. It's 2 minutes, guys. It's literally, you guys see this roll, 2-3 minutes. I mean, if it goes on for 5 or 10 minutes, great. Again, we want the customer talking more than we're talking. I was literally, when I was down there having my cigar, I was reading a news statistic. I don't know I got to find out who the source was. It said literally 46% was the magic talk number. In my mind, in my world, the data I have is less than 60%. That 46% was the magic talking number for salespeople. That means that the customer's talking more than you. So asking questions in an open-ended way. One of the stats we got out of Real, I just did a video on this literally yesterday morning, is 5 times difference in sales performance of those that ask open-ended questions versus those that don't. So if you're just going in there and asking a bunch of situation questions, you're going to struggle with that. So I'm going to just hit this really quick, and then we're going to go into the actual questions that we should be asking. So this is SPIN, right? SPIN is that book I told you, Neil Rackham, Spin Selling. The S stands for situation questions. The P stands for problem questions. The I stands for implication questions. And the N stands for need payoff questions. You guys are probably absolute monsters naturally at situation questions and problem questions. Literally, situations are, how long have you been in the home? How long do you plan on being in the home? How old is the home? How often do you use the fireplace? When's the last time it was serviced? All those kind of things, right? They're literally tell me more about the situation that we're in. Problem questions are literally just situation questions about a particular problem the customer has. So if they say, oh yeah, well, yeah, we have had some issues. It started smoking. It smokes out the front of the fireplace now. Tell me more about that. When did that start happening? Did you change any wood? Did you do anything different to the home? Have we added any doors, windows, fans, anything like that? You're just getting more information about the problem that the customer has. I and N, most people have never heard of, most people do not naturally use, but they are the 2 most powerful types of questions that you can ask in a sales environment. I stands for implication, which is just simply, there is a negative consequence implied by asking this question. The most powerful word in sales, anybody been through my class, know the most powerful word in sales? No. Nope. Yes. It is literally the most powerful word in sales. Have we happened, Ms. Jones, I noticed that you called me because you had, a leak in the attic. Have we seen any kind of water coming into the ceiling yet? Have we seen any kind of water coming into the firebox yet? Have we, you mentioned that your HVAC company said you had some issues with the furnace. Has the carbon monoxide detector gone off yet? Right? The whole idea of implication is that if we don't address certain things, other things will happen and they're not good. Right? The N is the exact opposite. It's a positive reinforcement. It's a need payoff. It is, even if I fix this problem, does the customer care? For example, if Ms. Jones, situation question, how often do you use the fireplace? Oh, Lord, we've only used it like once or twice this year. Well, why are we not using it a little bit more? Oh, I don't know, we hate dealing with wood. Like, it's such a pain, it stinks, I gotta wait for it to go out, like it's just bugs, all this kind of stuff. Well, I get that. What if you didn't have to deal with wood anymore? What if you could just flip a button and have instant fire? Turn it off whenever you want it to. Is it something you probably use a little more? It's a need payoff question. If you're like, well, yeah, probably, but that depends on how much it costs, right? That's a need payoff. If they're like, no, I would probably honestly still wouldn't. Then I'm not solving a problem that they care about. Does this make sense? The 4 types of questions? Situation, problem, implication, need, payoff. You always want to throw at least one implication and one or two neat payoffs in every single appointment you go to. You got to be careful on implication. If you use it too much, you come across as negative Nancy and you're like, man, everything sucks with you, right? So it takes a lot of practice. This is the number one thing that you're going to go back and work on discovery and interview questions. Now, I will. Oh, sorry, I thought that was a different slide. So let's talk about real quick what question. Now, this is going to get old very, very fast. We get annoying very, very fast. This next page has all the questions, right? I'm going to give them to you, but I can just give you the questions to ask. But I want you to really, really understand why you're asking them. If you don't know why you're asking the question, then you probably shouldn't ask it. I'm going to give you a truth test here. I want you to be honest with yourself. I don't want you to say it out loud. Let's just say you had 3 appointments today, right? You went out to 3 appointments. All 3 appointments had the exact same problems. They all needed a parging. They all needed a heat shield. Just say. When you get to the proposal, when you get to the end, how similar or how different is your presentation between those 3 appointments? If your presentation is very similar, then you're probably selling products. If you're there talking about parging the smoke chamber, pulling a heat shield, all this kind of stuff, and then explaining all the, why that's happening, you're probably selling products. You're probably getting price objections. You're probably getting, let me think about it, let me talk to my wife, all those kind of things, right? Because you're trying to sell the solution, right? If all 3 of those, let's just say they all had parges and heat shields. The way that you sell them is unique to what the discovery answers that you've got, then you're probably consulting. I always use the example of, let's say we pulled in and we found out, so tell me, how long have you lived here? Well, we've lived here for 10 years. That's great, awesome, beautiful home, blah, blah, blah. What's our plans with the home? It's gonna be there forever? No, man, honestly, we're trying to get out of here pretty quick. That's actually why I was calling you. We just want to make sure the fireplace is functioning and we don't have any surprises during the home inspection. I totally get it. Hopefully we can get you through that. And then let's just say it needs parging and heat shields. When I get to the end, this is the greatest news ever. Mr. Jones, this is actually pretty cool. Before I had this amazing product, I had to literally tear out every single piece of flue tile that you had in there. I had to board up your fireplace. I had to take tile out piece by piece. I had to get a big metal tube and put it down in here. I had to insulate it. I had to take out your damper. I had to put in a new damper. But now, all I need to do is resurface the inside of this thing. It'll be a little bit more of an economical repair. What's really, really cool, whenever whoever buys your house, it's got a transferable lifetime warranty. So not only we're going to be able to list this thing as a functioning fireplace, it's going to be a huge value add to the house when you sell it, right? If I am selling, that person's, yeah, man, they're taking me out of here in a coffin. I ain't ever leaving. I'm never moving again. Great. Well, the cool thing about this is instead of having to do all that and explain the exact same thing, this is a one and done thing. Once we get this thing done, you never have to worry about this fireplace again. As long as you come out here and have me inspect this thing once a year, this is a lifetime product. Never worry about your fireplace again. How cool is that? It's what is important to them, right? It's not the product. It is not anything but the value prop to them. So if you don't know why you're asking the question, you shouldn't be asking it. And the other thing to honestly analyze is if the answer to the question doesn't alter what you say in the close, then it's probably a useless question from a sale. It may be good for rapport and shooting the shit, but it's probably not going to help you in the sale. So with that being said, I'm going to ask you a bunch of why questions right now. But what are questions that we currently ask when we go into the home?
How can I help you?
How can I help you? So nice open-ended question. Perfect. Always want to start with open-ended. How can I help you? What brings me out? What are we trying to accomplish today? What was yours?
How long you lived here?
Yeah, why do I care?
I mean, you don't have to catch up with that down a little bit.
It could, right? So I always say, how long have you lived here in relation to how much they use the system, in relation to how often they've had it serviced, all those things matter, right? Or if they just moved in, we know they don't have any experience with
chimney if we come across things that is the way they used to be and they've updated code since then. Absolutely. What else?
When was the last time you had professionally swept?
Yeah, when's the last time? And the word professionally is so important. I always joke. I was like, I know a lot of people that sweep their own chimney, and I can already smell the stage 3. You know, it's like when's the last time it was professionally serviced? Why do I care?
Gives us an idea of when the last time someone's been in there that may or may not know what they're doing.
Why do I care?
We're giving information that we may or may not be equipped with what we're doing, just based on the information they're gonna have.
Could be.
Fighting against.
Could be. What's that?
Find stage 3 to get you something to go on.
If you find stage 3, it can tell you how long that took for that to create. But it's going to tell me how important the fireplace is to them, right? If they're getting that service every year, then they probably care about it. If they're only getting it serviced when there's some major problem or when they think about it, then maybe it's not top of mind to them. Maybe maintenance is not an issue. What's another one? This is what's really cool, is if you struggle in here, you definitely struggle in the home. What else are we asking people? Yeah, how often do we use it? It's a huge one, right? There's only 3 answers to that, by the way. So when you ask how often are we using the fireplace, there's literally only 3 answers. What are they?
Never.
Never?
Sometimes,
holidays, weekends,
and
all the time. And all the time. Never stops burning, right? All 3 of those require a follow-up question. Let's be very clear. If you ask how often they use it, and they say all the time, let's start with the easier one. If they're like, man, honestly, we haven't used it in 20 years. What's the follow-up question?
How come?
Yeah. What the hell? You don't use all the chimney sweep for? Yeah, you get it. Yeah, it's like, obviously don't say that, but that's the mindset, right? It's like, okay, haven't used it in 20 years, so what brings me out? Like, why now? Is it something that we're wanting to use, think about using, or are we selling the home? Like, what brings me out? I have to understand that. Otherwise, they're just going to get to the end, they're going to say, what? I don't use it. I haven't used it in 20 years, right? There has to be a reason. I have to take something away. If they only use it once or twice a year, the holidays or weekends, what's our natural question? Yeah, exactly. This thing's awesome. Why don't we only use it once a year, twice a year? Whatever they say is the problem that we're solving, right? Alan, this is a pain in the ass. Like, I hate it, blah, 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 this, and that. That's the problem that we're solving, right? Here's the tricky one. What if they say, oh, man, it never stops burning. We love this thing. We use it every day, all the time. What's the next question there?
That's great.
That's a good comment. Awesome. Love to hear that. Why? And what's a better way to word it than why? Why do you use it so much? Crazy?
What is it about the fireplace that causes you to want to use it?
Yeah, man. Also, we love hearing that. What do you love? What do you love about it? Right? Because whatever they love about it is what you're about ready to take away in about 20 minutes. Right? That's the reality of this.
That's hilarious.
It is. Right? Oh, you love family time with the kids? Well, just wait. In 20 minutes. That's going away, buddy. Right? So, great. What other questions?
What do you enjoy most about your fireplace?
Yeah. What do we love about this thing? Tell me about it. What do you like the most? And the exact opposite of that is there anything this fireplace doesn't do you wish it did? Right? Is it doing everything that you want it to do? Fantastic. Right? We have to establish need here. We have to establish want, desire, why we're there, what's important to them. Because we know we're eventually going to tell them not to use it. And then we've got to turn their needs from implied to explicit. And if we don't have something to have that conversation around, it makes your job very, very difficult. When they speak it out loud, that is their truth. So we want them speaking out loud.
Oh, another good question is, do you use this as a primary or emergency heat source?
Yes. Is this primary or emergency heat? Absolutely. Just backup for if you lose power. Sometimes I'll ask trick questions. If it's an open fireplace, I'll say something like, "Is this giving you all the heat that you want?" And they're usually like, "No, it doesn't put out shit." Oh, well, yeah, that's kind of true with fireplaces. They're not really known. They actually take more heat than they provide, but is heat important to you, right? Kind of lead them into those kind of questions. So these are. I'm going to send you all this list. You're welcome to take a picture, but I'm going to email all this stuff to you. The other types of questions that we need to be asking every single time. You guys kind of hit the big ones, implications, had any kind of water coming into the home yet, anything like that. How many people in here do dryer vents? About half the room. So, like, I don't know how many owners are in here, but I always tell this story, and owners don't like it when I tell it, but look, it's my reality, so it's my truth, or my opinion, so it's my truth. I freaking hate dryer vents. Let me put it this way. I hate dryer vents when I get called out to them. Because I've never been called out to a dryer vent that wasn't the biggest damn shit show on the planet. Like, it's a 12-12, it's 2 stories, it's a stackable on linoleum, it's ridiculous, right? So, the way that I recommend, and I guarantee you I will sell more dryer vents than your company will, the way that I do this, is I don't really advertise it too much, but every single home that I go into, I offer it as a courtesy check, right? So while I'm there, so Ms. Jones, our company deals with all things venting. When I pulled up to the house, a couple questions. One, I noticed that we had 2 flues in your fireplace. Now in your chimney. Obviously, we're here to look at this fireplace. Do you know what else is venting into this chimney, or if there is anything else venting into this chimney? No, I don't think so. The fireplace is all we have. Any chance we have a heating or a water heater, flue, anything like that? No, I don't think so. Would it be okay if I just verified that, because we do treat the entire chimney as a system, right? So you obviously never want to go into the basement, or you never want to go anywhere in the home unless you've gotten permission from the customer to do that. So that's one thing I always check. Also, Ms. Jones, I know we're here for the fireplace, but again, we deal with all things venting. Believe it or not, there's actually more dryer vent fires than chimney fires in the U.S. I am more than happy to do a courtesy check of your dryer vent to make sure that it is blowing at the rate that we want it to blow. If it's not, then a lot of times that can lead to potential hazards, including making your unit work a lot harder than it needs to. Could lead to some blockages, could cause your clothes to dry a lot slower. You have to do several. Yeah, our clothes have been drying a little bit slower. Well, perfect. I will do a quick check of that before I leave. And then what I do is I get my eyes on it, right? First of all, is it even lined, right? Can I even sweep it? If not, then I'll put a proposal together to put some hard pipe in. If it's one of those 10% shit shows that you need an engineering degree to even figure out how it's venting through the house and coming out the roof, I will tell them if it tests negative, if it's below 1500, I will say, look, you are getting a little bit lower readings here. This is a bit beyond the scope of what our chimney company does, but it would be a good idea to have a general contractor or someone take a look at that to see how that's routing through your home, right? If it's the other 90% that's really easy to clean and, no big deal, yes, ma'am, we're reading about 500 CFM lower than what we want to, would be a good idea to have that done. We normally charge $300 while I'm on site. I can do it for $199 if that's a service we would like to take care of. And at least once a day, I'm sweeping a dryer vent, right? A nice easy one, a couple $100. And then I tell your owners and sales managers to incentivize the hell out of you to do it. You should be getting 25% to 50% of the money to do it, right? If you upsell it on the spot and there's nothing but your time, you should be getting paid well to do it. If you charge $200, $50 to $100, you go to you. It's just my opinion. Again, owners don't like me saying this, but it's just, otherwise you're not getting anything, right? So that's my opinion on that. Then the last 2 questions is, okay, Ms. Jones, I think I have everything that I need to get started here. Is there anything that I have not asked you that you feel is important I need to know before I get started? You will be absolutely shocked at how much gold comes out of this. After you've already built some rapport, asking questions, got them talking. My favorite story was, and I tell this all the time, was when he's like, I don't know if it's important, but my husband said there's a bunch of bricks laying up there by the chimney in the attic. You know what? That's probably something we should take a look at. We'll take a look there, right? Always ask. And then the last thing is, great, I think I have everything that I need to get started. Do you have any questions for me? I know it's such a simple thing, but simply asking if the customer has any questions will sometimes prompt them to ask very important things that they're thinking about or care about. And they've done studies on this. It's absolutely fascinating that people will intentionally not tell you about a problem because they're afraid that you'll try to fix that problem. Isn't that crazy?
It's like that, it's that whole need level scale. There, it's implied. Yeah, man, I know. That water faucet's been leaking every time I turn it on for 3 years, but it's not a big deal, right? Like how many people wear eyeglasses and your prescription needs changed? It's like Jesus. It's like one of my favorite jokes from Brian Regan. He's like, it's like how can instantly improved vision not be at the top of everyone's bucket list? But we just deal with things, right? And so there's this whole fascinating idea that I don't want to tell you about this problem because if I tell you about it, you're going to find it and want to fix it and charge me for it. But once you start building that rapport, they realize that, look, I'm just a consultant, man. I am here to understand where you want to go and help you how to get there. I'm your guide. If you want to go somewhere, I'll help you. If you don't, I'm not pushing you anywhere you don't want to go. The more you build that trust and relationship, the more freely they're going to speak with you. One thing I always tell people is every minute you spend here on the front end, petting dogs, playing with babies, talking, shooting the shit, talking about bourbon, every minute you spend here is a minute you save on the back end defending, right? You want to spend time talking when everything's fun, or you want to spend time when they're bitching about your price? It's a much easier conversation to have whenever you're just having a friend conversation about price than if they think you're a technician, you're just there selling stuff to them. So I think we hit most of those.
Question.
Yes.
How do you handle the in the discovery stage? You go there, they answer the door, they're on the phone, and it's like,
yeah, I love it.
You know,
they just
and then they're still on the phone. You're like, okay, it's 5 minutes now. How do you move just to move the day forward? And if the whole time you're there, you're not there, and try to thank you. So that's it.
Totally get it. And I've got a couple slides in here on this, what I basically call the remote presentation, whether that's truly remote, they're not there at all, or they're not there and they're there, but like hopefully whenever you are calling them when you're on the way, most people will give you that kind of heads up. Look, man, I've got a meeting from this time to this time. I'm going to be a little bit of no problem at all. Is it okay if I ask you a few questions right now before I get there? Same thing. It's like, I'm not going to be there. My daughter's going to be there, the babysitter, whatever. Okay, well, and I'll kind of go into all that. But at the end of the day, literally, I'm getting ready to go into this right now with setting expectations. But yeah, if they're like doing all that right there, it's like, no problem. I can wait. Maybe I go out and like get stuff ready, stage it at the door, it's at the ladder, something like that. But yeah, we'll kind of go through that. But good question.
You guys open quite a bit. No one under the age of 18, right?
That's required, and what actually happens, or that's a couple different things. But yeah, especially like in the DC. Nobody here is from DC, like you are. So like, it seems like you guys are babysitter central. Like anytime I sell there, it seems like every other time I'm dealing with a handler or a babysitter or something when I'm there. So, what part of DC are you in?
We're on Maryland, we started DC.
Okay, like Baltimore or?
Frederick.
Okay, yeah. I work with what's the Chimney Tech up there, Vince, and then Winston's there in Fairfax, DC. And then there's the rooftop chimney down there, a couple of them. So it's a good area. I always said if I ever going to sell, it'd be in that area. Even though, you know how many certified chimney companies are in the DC metropolitan area? Companies, not people. Guess how many certified chimney companies are in DC? 32. Plus 106. 138 certified chimney companies. If you go to CSI and Google, talk about having to separate yourself, right? Yeah, isn't that wild? So you're like, damn, I had 2, and I thought I was tough, Yeah. All right. So, for the newer guys, or for the people that really, really struggle with discovery, this is the cheat code. Okay? Until you can make it where it is just conversational and you can get, like, because you're going to see tomorrow, eventually you're going to ask the questions that you can think of, and then you're going to kind of freeze up, and you're not going to know, and you're just going to go into whatever's comfortable for you. If you are struggling to get all the information you need to make a sell, this is the starting method to do. We call this the discovery interview method, and it's basically the concept of starting at the table and ending at the table. And so that would go, it's a little bit more formal, it's a little bit more structured, a little less personal, but it works just the same. And so basically what we would do is we would walk in, we would shoot the shit, do the whole intro, put on our booties, and I ask them nice open-ended question. What brings me out today? Do I hear to do this? Blah, blah, blah. Like, perfect. I think that, just to make sure that I've got everything that I need, it's okay if we have a quick seat and I ask you a couple of questions about the visit for today. We go to the kitchen table, we sit down, I literally bring out my iPad and a form, and I have my discovery questions on there. And it's literally like an interview. It's like, okay, just a couple quick things, Ms. Jones, and I'll get right to work. When was the last time that you had the system professionally serviced? 2 years ago? Okay, great. Has there been any kind of work done to the fireplace since you've been here? No? Okay, cool. And by the way, how long have you been here? Okay, 12 years? Wow, it's a long time, Very cool. And we plan on being here for a while. Is this their forever home or just a little stop along the way? Okay, forever, got it. And as far as use, how much use are we getting out of the system? All the time? Okay. So how many cords do you think that is? 2 or 3 cords? Wow, that is a lot. So we're mainly using this for ambiance, heat. Like, what's the main purpose of the fireplace in the home? Perfect. Now this is mainly you and your wife and the kids, or you and your husband and the kids using it. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. And then you're literally just kind of going through and you're filling out. And when you get to so the idea is start at the table, end at the table. Whenever you get back to whatever your proposal is going to be, you review this right here with them along with whatever solutions you have. So you're kind of reinforcing that. So I personally don't do this, but if that's more comfortable for you and it gives you the answers you need, by all means, this is a much easier place to start. And then once you start building those good habits, then you can kind of move into the next method. So kind of to your point, if the customer's not home or they're not going to be there, they're not present, I still have to do the discovery. So either whether that's on phone, whether that's on Zoom, if I've got a customer that's not going to be there at all, I will literally ask all my questions, and then I'll say, okay, great. Since you're not going to be there, it's probably going to take me about an hour. If I do find anything, or when I'm done, is it okay if I give you a call in an hour to go over everything to see if there's any further steps? No, man, I'm going to be in meetings for a couple hours. Just email it to me. Well, I'm happy to email you the inspection report, but before I put together any type of recommendations, we always have to talk to the customer about what they want out of the system. When works best for you? Well, I'm working till 5. Okay, no problem. Let me call you about 5:30, and then I would call and kind of go through that with them. But there's a slide in here towards the end where we're all going to do the Boy Scout pledge and say, if you want to just burn money, email a proposal to a customer you haven't talked to. It's like literally, I will not do it. I will not email a proposal to a customer I have not talked to. Because I know all they're going to do is open it, look at the number, and give me an objection, or I'm never going to get them when I try to follow up. But until I've given them the proposal or until I've given them the number, I'm still in control. So please don't ever email a proposal to a customer. You can do the inspection report, they paid for it, they didn't pay you for your estimate. All right. So we're going to take a break here in a minute. I know the hour after lunch is always the toughest, especially when you get carved up. But I'm going to go through this process with you that is this is one of those things that if you're looking at it on the checklist, it's an easy thing to skip, but it's an easy thing to shortcut. And I have no doubt that you all do this in some way right now, but I'm going to give you a very specific way to do it that's just based on psychology that works. And I'll explain it. This is not difficult, but I just want you to kind of understand what we call detailed explanation of services. So I need you to realize we're only about 5 minutes into I know I've been talking forever, but we're only about 5 minutes into this appointment the way that we've done this, right? We've done the intro, we've shot the shit, we've gone in, asked an open-ended question, asked a couple of questions, any other clues, any questions for me, all right, great, all that kind of stuff, and we're ready to get started, right? So let's say we're 5-10 minutes into the appointment. Now, if you'll do me a favor, just take out paper, pen and paper. I like to do this little game, if you will. I don't want you to write down what I'm saying. I just want you to write down if you understand the point I'm trying to make. Because I'm going to give you about a 90 to 120 second spiel, and I am going to literally basically hit about 10 points. And then just write down the point, and I'll explain the why behind it. So do you have any questions for me? Nope, Alan, I think we're good to go. All right, so perfect, Ms. Jones. Let me just kind of walk you through what the next hour and a half, 2 hours is going to look like, okay? First of all, my partner and I, we're going to be in and out of the house several times. We're going to be bringing in a lot of dust protection, including runners and tarps to the fireplace. We're going to be sweeping the fireplace, and we do that from the bottom. A lot of people think we do that from the top. We'll actually do it from the bottom.
for you and everything's good to go, we're going to clean up our area and we're going to run a color camera through the Blue system. When I get ready to run the camera, I'm going to come grab you, bring you over, and so you can be a part of that. Because a lot of the pictures that I'm going to take and put into the report you're going to receive at the end of the day, they don't make a ton of sense to you unless you know exactly what you're looking at. After we run the camera, I'm going to hop up on the roof, assuming it's structurally stable. Check for two main things up there. Just want to make sure that it's structurally stable and make sure that there's no active points of water intrusion. After I come back, if we find anything at all that needs any type of attention, I'm going to talk to you and get your permission to move forward on any kind of recommendations. And at the end of this appointment, we're going to sit down, we're going to go over all the findings, and if there are any recommendations, we'll be able to go over any numbers that we have before I leave today. Now, are there any animals, pets, anything like that I need to worry about running in and out? No, good to go. Awesome. Now, do you have any questions for me? Right. So if we were going into the attic or the crawl space or the basement, the laundry room, I would have thrown that in there as well for what the process goes through. But what are some of the things I'm trying to convey to this customer in that? And let me, before I get to that, you could easily say, all right, we're going to get started. Going to be in and out a few times, grab some equipment, get this thing swept out and scanned, and then you can do it very quick. But what are some of the points that you heard in that little 90-second, 2-minute spiel?
Say it one
more time.
You care about the home.
Care about their home, the dust protection for sure, carts, runners. A lot of times I'll say also if they're working from home, there's going to be a HEPA vacuum. It does make a little bit of noise, so if you're trying to work, that kind of thing. What else?
You're building value.
Building value.
Pets and well-being.
Yeah, pets and well-being.
Outline the expectations of what's gonna happen during the job.
Step-by-step expectations, timeline, 90 minutes, hour and a half to 2 hours. Keep in mind who on the camera. So keep in mind who your customer is. 65% of the time you're dealing with the female on her own, right? So you never go into someone's place, into their house they don't expect you to go. They don't know what to expect. They've never had this done. So this is fascinating psychology. It doesn't matter how big or small the task is. When you tell a customer you're going to do something, they see you do it, it automatically builds trust. So as simple as, I'm going to be coming in and out 2 or 3 times. Hey, he came in and out 2 or 3 times. Hey, he's going to put down dust protection. Hey, he put down dust protection. Hey, that vacuum's going to be loud. That vacuum looks loud. Hey, he's going to sweep it. He swept it. You start to become this person who does what you say you're going to do, right? And so all these things are a way that you build trust and value, right? Letting them know I'm going to get on the roof if it's safely accessible, right? What am I looking for, right? Going through all that. So the 2 big things, and you mentioned it with the camera is not an option in my sales process. The camera is not an option in my sales process. I should say it's not an option for them not to be a part of it. Okay? If you notice, there was nothing in my language that says, hey, then I'm going to run a camera. If you want to watch, it's kind of cool. Or, hey, if you get a chance, or if you want to. It's when I get to the camera, I am going to grab you. I'm going to bring you over because a lot of the pictures that I am going to take may not make a ton of sense in the report that you're going to get unless you're there. Right? Now, I should say that's only true for masonry. I don't do that on prefab or stoves, unless I find something, then I'll grab them. But on masonry, every single time I am bringing them over. And then I'm also letting them know that we're going to sit down at the end, right? If there are any findings, I'm going to get permission to do anything. You're not paying anything more than the $300 that you were expecting today, unless you give me permission to do anything different. Comfort, setting expectations. That's the detailed explanation of service. Some of the examples of that. So. Questions about discovery or expectation setting? All right, let's take 15 minutes, 1:40. We shall be back.
That's another thing with that experience. Gambling hot there. I hear they don't have any games. Just a bunch of
machine. We made it. Good luck. See ya.
Look what happened in Clifton. That's crazy. I don't know. Was it tanker? That ain't good.
You might need to pick me up. There's still brownies and cookies over there.
Hot quality. Sugars. I can't have that. Wow, look, here's the aftermath. I don't know. I don't know. I just saw that one video and it took out the whole wall on Route 3. I mean, that's crazy. Wow. Look, that house is all fucking taped up and shit, man. Yeah, probably something. No, you know what it was? The explosion probably blew out the windows. That's probably what it was. That's crazy.
See my picture, Alan?
Matt?
You check Boxer at all?
Oh, yeah.
You're my excuse this month.
You're welcome. Yes, yes.
Although, he got stuff on his part. They had to wait a flash their phone to it.
All right. How we feeling, guys? It's a long day, isn't it?
Cancel.
It's just, I told you guys, it's a lot like drinking from a fire hose. They why you need notes. You're gonna forget 80-90% of this in a couple of days. It's I could go back and ask you some questions from just a couple hours ago, and we would struggle to find answers. It's just the way our brains work, and unfortunately, we still got about 2.5 hours to go. So there's a lot more coming. But this is, to me, this is the meat of it, right? This is what it all boils down to: is how do we involve the customer? How do we get them to tell us what they want? How do we get them to spend money? How do we do our presentation? How do we do all these kind of things, right? So, so at this point, I want you to kind of remember where we are. We have we've set our detailed explanation service. We've told the customer all the things, and then we go in, we sweep the fireplace. Let's say, always take a picture of whatever deposits can come into the firebox, right? Even though if there's a bunch of stuff on the smoke shelf, always take a picture of whatever comes into the firebox, because this is a chance, one, for you to verify usage based on the information that they gave you, but two, is your chance to really show your expertise, because, I mean, how much can we tell about a fireplace and burning habits and usage based on just creosote, right? I mean, it's really, really kind of wild. This is the stage 1, 2, 3. Is it, is there a lot? Is it a little? Is there fly ash? Is there chunks in it? Is there expanded creosote? There's a lot of things that we can do. So always take pictures. We'll get into insurance and fires and all that later towards the end. But if you do happen to get some expanded creosote, be sure you always take some of it and put it into a Ziploc bag and save it. Yeah.
Photos of that is also a good segue into service contracts or maintenance contracts.
Absolutely. Photos of that is a good segue into service contracts, maintenance contracts, board scheduling, all that type of stuff. So after we get it swept, we clean up our area a little bit, get the camera ready, get our camera where it's all ready to go into the fireplace. We go, and then we grab the customer, right? So I'll typically go over, hey, Ms. Jones, all right, we got you all swept out here. I can go ahead and bring you over real quick. I'm just going to kind of walk you through the fireplace. And then I always start with what I call Chimney 101 or Q&A. And I always ask what their personal experience or knowledge is about how the fireplace works. And again, Tara is not in here at the moment, so this is one of the few sexist things that I say and most of the time, let's say it's just data, most of the time it is the husband that tends the fire, does that. And so the more that we can get the wife or the female involved in understanding the fireplace and wanting to use the fireplace, so we kind of double our chances of being able to have success here. Because if she wants it, we know that's going to happen. So typically I always start with, I'm kind of lame with my jokes or whatever. So, Ms. Jones, how familiar are you with how the fireplace works? I don't know, my husband kind of deals with it. I just enjoy the fireplace. No problem. I'm probably going to tell you more about your fireplace than you ever wanted to know. But I do need you to pay attention, because there's going to be a quiz at the end, and it does affect your price if you fail. And I'll do that same joke every time. Okay, and then we'll go through, and does everybody have this picture from Saber Systems? Every picture that I'm going to show you today, you're going to get, right? Every diagram I show you, you're going to get into a Dropbox folder. So if you don't have it, you're going to get it. This is my favorite Chimney 101 picture, because it shows everything that we need to know about a masonry firebox. It shows the firebox itself. It shows the smoke chamber parts and unparts. It shows laminar flow and residency time, and then it shows the mortar joints and the flue tile. So basically, I start with Chimney 101 using what I call positive language. So positive language means this is what I want to see. I work with too many technicians that do the opposite. They use negative language. So they'll say, well, I just want to scan this, make sure you don't have any gaps or cracks, voids, obstructions, anything like that. And then magically you find gaps, cracks, voids, obstructions, and the customer feels like it's a setup. So positive language. This is what I want to see. And what I'm about to do right now is number one of the big three. Okay, number one of the big three is what is it and what does it do? What I'm looking for. Ms. Jones, basically there's four main components of your fireplace here. We're going to take a look. The one you're probably most familiar with is your firebox. That's where we have the fire. I see you have a appropriately sized grate. That's fantastic. That's where we keep our wood. The main thing I am looking for is that you have fire brick. You have the type of brick that I'm looking for. That fire brick is going to allow the heat to come back into the room a little bit, but most important
call it the profiles and the lintel, but basically all the sides of the firebox. Want to make sure that's all nice and sealed, and honestly, this all looks pretty dang good. So, A+ on firebox, right? Second system is what we call our dampener, the flute. And we want that open when we're using the fireplace, and we want it closed when we're not. And so I've been able to open and close your fireplace. That appears to be working in very good order, or hey, it was off its track a little bit. I was able to fix that for you. All is good to go. Then we get into the two areas that are the most important on how the fireplace works. And to be honest with you, most people have never even heard of them. One is called the smoke chamber, and one is called the flue. The smoke chamber is simply an upside-down funnel. Funnels all the byproducts of combustion from the sides of the firebox down into the sides of the flue system. So all of our smoke, heat, carbon monoxide, all those byproducts, we want those to go quickly into the fireplace. So what I'm looking for, nice smooth transition into our flue with a nice high temperature mortar in there. And then I'm going to get into your flue system. The flue system is basically 2-foot sections of terracotta clay tile. Nobody here is on the West Coast, right? A lot of people don't know that the tiles on the West Coast are 1 foot. So just East Coast, pretty much up in the Midwest, all 2 feet. 2-foot sections of terracotta clay tile. And in between each joint is going to be a mortar joint or a gasket. What I'm looking for is to make sure all those tiles are there, make sure all the gaskets are there. So let's get started, right? So basically what I just did is what is it and what does it do, right? I explained number one of the big three, right? And now that I'm going to go into the scan, I'm about ready to do number 2, 2.5, and 3. I really do 2 and 3 more in this section, right? So let's say we take the camera in, and we find kind of what we were talking about before. We find it's unparged. We find that there is a missing mortar, or whatever the case may be. Now, I want you to write this down because this is such a simple thing that makes all the difference in the world, and it's a difference of about 5 seconds. Is when you put the camera in, I want the customer to be the first person to talk. Let's say wait more than 5 or 10 seconds and you have to talk, or it's just weird, right? You put the camera in, you get to a mortar joint, you get to a raw brick, you get to a piece of glazed creosote, you get to a core hole, you get to something, and you let that focus in on the camera, and then just take a picture of it. Don't say anything, just take a picture of it. I assure you, 90 out of 100 times, the customer is going to say something.
What's that?
What is that? What are you taking a picture of? What's going on there? That doesn't look like a smooth transition. Is that a brick? Is that a hole? Are they engaged or are they not engaged? Naturally, as technicians, we want to just immediately explain everything. Well, okay, Ms. Jones, this is what we have is an unparged smoke chamber. This is called corbelline. It's a bunch of raw brick in here, and it's leading to residency time and twirling, right? I want the customer to be engaged, right? What are we looking at? What is going on? And again, it doesn't take long because 5 seconds seems like an eternity when you're taking pictures of deficiencies in a fireplace. So have a little bit of patience there, right? And then it's like, okay, and then I'll bring my diagram back out. I'm not going to do this whole spiel again because I did it for you earlier, but remind me again, Ms. Jones, when you said this house was built, 1952? Okay. Well, basically in 52, this is the way they built them. This is very standard practice, very standard construction. We call it corbelline, and then you explain everything, right? This is basically what happened to it. It was built this way. This was normal. They updated the codes, right? And then what happens if we leave this unattended, right? Basically, the reason they updated the codes, safety, performance, residence time, safety, creosote, pyrolization, transferring, all that stuff that I just gave you, right? And then that's when you say, so at this point, this is really the most important part of the system. Depending on how we want or if we want to use the system, at a bare minimum, we're going to need to address this smoke chamber before we can have a fire again. And then we stop for a second. What are we hoping for? Explicit needs being established, right? Some sort of buying question. Oh my gosh, really? I can't use it? Like the small fires? How much is that going to be? Like, you got to do that? Right? We are and as soon as they ask a buying question, you should have a little internal smile looking for here is where the smoke chamber meets the flue, that nice smooth transition. All that looks really, really good right there. Here's your 2-foot section of tile. All this looks great. Mortar joint looks good. We get up here, and then lo and behold, there's a missing mortar joint. Again, take your time. Let's go around the mortar joint. Get to where there's a big hole there. Take a picture of it. The only gimmicky thing I think I do in my sales process is I leave my camera on if I'm taking a picture. Because there's something about that sound, like when you take the picture, like it's like we're cementing that moment. And so it's almost like what now, right? When you're with the customer, it's almost like, oh, what are we looking at now? You know, it's like, well, you know, remember what I told you we wanted to do. There she is. As I told you, what we wanted to see was the 2-foot sections of flue tile and the mortar joint in between them. That first one, we saw that mortar joint. Now we got to the second one, and that mortar joint is missing. So honestly, a 1952 house, we almost expect some to be missing. I mean, it's 70, 75 years old, right? So basically, this happened for 2 reasons. What happened to it, right? Pretty much, they didn't use the right type of water-soluble mortar joints back in the 50s. Every time you use the fire, it expands, contracts, it wiggles that mortar a little bit. And then water over time. It's a real fast version of the Grand Canyon, right? Just imagine water running down this flue and just kind of washing away that mortar joint. Well, I've got a cap up there. Well, there's wind-driven rain. There's, you know, a lot of things that can kind of humidity, moisture, all those kind of things can happen, right? So there's also, obviously, if you're in a market that has furnace water heaters, talking about thermosiphoning, and water can come in that way as well if you have multiple mortar joints and things of that nature. So once we get to, and I should say, no premature solutions, no premature ballparks. Please, if you're like, oh my God, how much is this going to cost? Like, no ranges, nothing at this point. Remember, if the price we give them is higher than the price in their head, we're going to get a price objection. So, well, Ms. Jones, there's actually a lot of ways we can take care of this. Before I start giving you any kind of answer, let me scan this entire chimney, because if it's just the mortar joints, I've got some different options than if we have other issues, right? Because when I sell, I think I may have told this the last class, when I sell for heat shield, I sell the hell against liners. Like, if I know it's a heat shield candidate, I am bragging on how I've got this non-invasive resurfacing method. I can keep the original dimensions of the flue. I can do transferable warranties. I can basically put lifetime warranties on it. And the alternative, and this is what we had to do, is I had to break out tiles. I had to get demo hammers. I had to board a fireplace. I had to put this into thousands of pieces, take it out bucket by bucket. All this really stuff. You got a 1950s house, like you've got multiple flues. We can break into, you know, possibly break into other flues depending on if there's bricks between them. And I mean, I would literally lay it on thick as to why this is such a good thing, right? And I've done that too soon. I have done just shit on liners, and then I get to the top and there's a whole piece of tile missing. Yeah, it's like remember all that horrible experience I was telling you about? Well, that's what we're going to recommend. Like, so do not prematurely recommend heat shield. So we get to the top, and here's the difference between the technician and the consultant, guys. The majority of the people, when they're done with the scan, immediately go in and tell the customer what you're going to do. The majority, okay, well, Ms. Jones, we've got a smoke chamber that needs to be parged, we've got a mortar that needs to be filled, we need a liner, we need a heat shield, whatever, and then they immediately go into explaining how that repair works. I'm going to ask you to just take a pause from that, and it's not here's what's wrong, here's what you need to do, it's here's what's wrong, here's what this means, would you like to look at an option to move forward? So Ms. Jones, at this point, we have a system that can't be used. Good news is, if we never have another fire in here, this is not a problem at all. Right? You get literally no big deal if we're not having a fire. But when I got here, again, I'm going to tie back Discovery Answers. When I got here, you were telling me how much you loved the fireplace. You loved, remember all those hopes and dreams that were taken away now? That you enjoyed having family time, you enjoyed, having the fireplace. So, I can repair this in 2 or 3 different ways. All 2 or 3 different ways that I can repair this, they
amount of money. So if we're going to use this again, this is the time to make this the dream fireplace, right? If there's anything about this fireplace that you didn't like, that you wanted to get out of it, or vice versa, this would be the time to do that. Now, you told me the one thing that you wished it did, that it doesn't do, is you wished it gave a little bit more heat, right? You told me that if the power went out, you were concerned, about having heat, blah, blah, blah. So one of the options is just not to fix this at all, and just literally bypass all this with some sort of stove, whether that's wood or gas. You told me you had an unlimited source of wood, and that you liked the idea of burning wood, so wood would probably be the way to go. And then I would immediately go in, I would show them a picture of a wood stove. Right then and there. I would just say, there's a couple different styles of wood stoves. There's more traditional, modern, flat-faced, protruding, but typically this is a big metal box that slides into your firebox, has a little tube at the top that just runs all the way through this existing system, and in essence, bypasses all these imperfections in the brick and the flue. So I don't have to do any of those repairs. So I lose a lot of the labor, a lot of the materials, but I take that money and put it towards the stove. What are our thoughts on looking at something like this, or do you think we would like to get this back to just a regular wood-burning fireplace like you have today? I don't know. My husband kind of likes the wood-burning fireplace. I would immediately go in and start talking about heat shield or whatever the case is. Get through the end, again, discuss options, don't propose them. I'm going to put together a full report for you. Which one of these would you like me to put together some numbers for? Well, can you do both? I mean, I could. What if this was your decision, what would you do? Well, I think I'd like what my husband likes, the open fireplace. Great. Then I'll put together that for you. Now, really, really important. This is literally a scheduled part of the process. This is what we call the takeaway. Now, Ms. Jones, before I get too far, let's just say we're doing a heat shield in a smoke chamber. Before I get too far, a lot of this damage that has happened on the inside was due to water intrusion. I don't know if that's old or if that's current or whatever the case is, but the last thing that I would want to do is repair your fireplace with a mortar-based product if there was still active water getting into the system. So before I get too far to price this out, get all my measurements, let me hop up on the roof real quick, take a few pictures, make sure everything is good up top. Okay? That's what we literally the takeaway. This is protecting the investment on the inside. I think I have this later in here, I have this slide, but if you guys don't know this, we worked it took a year or two, Rick would know for sure, but we finally got for those, how many people in here do heat shield? So the majority of the room. So we finally, if you guys don't know this, we finally got the warranty instructions updated, where the manufacturer warranty requires the chimney to be waterproof now. So it says right on number 6 of the warranty statement that the chimney must have a rain cap, the masonry must be watertight, flashing, and the crown. So 1, that allows you to sell a water package, and we'll get into insurance later, but 2, it allows you to sell water packages on insurance, because you can't do normally they won't never cover exterior work on insurance just because it's over time. But with Heat Shield, we can now sell the water packages with the heat shield because it's part of the installation process. So it just allows you to do a lot more. So that is very, very cool. So we go up on the roof, right? We basically are going to take all of our pictures. Please don't just take pictures of up close mortar joints and cracks. Take full pictures out in good, bad, and the ugly, right? If it is a single flue cap and you're tall enough and you can get above it, please always take that picture above it. Because what's fascinating, I don't know guys if you've noticed this or really noticed the pattern, is almost every single time there's cracks in the crown, it always lines up with the end of the flue cap. Have you noticed this? Like, it's crazy. Like, if you take that picture from the top looking down, you can just see that every time it rains, it is funneling water into that crown section. So it gives us a nice setup for a full coverage cap later. So we get up on the roof, we take all the pictures, and guys, this is where your safety sells. And I give this, everybody here know Jim Brewer, the man, the legend. We would not have probably an industry without him. We definitely wouldn't have level 1, level 2, level 3 inspections without him. We wouldn't have the causes, effects of evaluation white paper without him. But he, if you don't know Jim's story, he had a company in Virginia for quite a long time, and that had been on a roost for 30 years. And literally a little 8-foot rancher had his ladder slip, came off, hit his head, killed him on the spot. And he didn't go home that day. And ever since that moment, Jim has turned into a safety expert. He has spent thousands of hours working with OSHA and working with companies to, he created a company called Rooftop Safety. And so 5 years ago, if you go look at Facebook posts online, 5 years ago, you didn't see anybody wearing pencil helmets. You didn't see anyone wearing helmets at all. Now we're starting to see that people are taking safety a little bit more serious, and it's all because of Jim. Now people are actually calling people out when they post stupid pictures. Like 5 years ago, everybody would be like, "Yeah, I was an idiot too," but now it's like, man, where's your harness? Where's your and this is all I give credit to Jim on this. So not only are you going to go home every night, but it sells. I've literally sold a $12,000 job because of that little pivot there on the bottom right. Just protected the gutters. Didn't have a standoff with me. Put that up there, and the lady's like, "Oh my gosh!" She's like, "I've had two other companies out here, and every one of them just put their ladder right against that." She said, "You know what? If you're gonna take care of that, I know you're gonna do this job right. So as long as we're in line with the price, I'm definitely choosing you." Little things, right? So safety sells. Take your time. You stand off. Protect the gutters. Do all those kind of things. So once we I love this picture. This is a non-staged picture. And I've got a better picture of it later in the presentation, because I don't know if you can even see at the bottom left of that, even the dog's engaged in this thing. Like, this is a true unstaged picture. I was in Knoxville, Tennessee, and this family, they were a little on the kooky side, but they had no TVs, they homeschooled, they were very traditional, and literally the guy's presenting, and the whole family there is like watching. I'm like, this is amazing. I was like, I have never seen anything like this. And that was genuine interest. Just snapped that picture, and I asked them if I could use it in classes. They said, yeah, for sure.
You sure that it's not amazing because you've never seen an iPad?
Yeah, they could be. Like, what is this? What is this video? How did you get that on there?
How can we have him for dinner?
Yes.
That is good. The little one in the middle is plotting.
Oh yeah. That's the next head button. That's the next head button.
I did it like 3 months ago. I went in the house, punching holes, playing 23.
Yep.
Punching holes, recording video. And then called up. It was great saving. Fire called us up, said, "Hey, we're coming out of this and stuff." And I go out there. The kid goes, "There he is." I go, "Yeah, my kids are playing. Let's go to the chimney and watch it knock over after they saw your video."
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. So here's another mistake that people make. A big mistake people make. You go up on the roof, you do your inspection. Probably 80% of the people I train then immediately go into their vehicle and start working on paperwork. Everything that we do gets permission to work up. So you go up, I tend to take pictures on my phone, and then I airdrop them to my iPad. And if you're on Android and you don't have this awesome technology, that's why you shouldn't use Android. We can fight later, but it is absolutely a superior technology that doesn't have some really cool things that iPad has. So I always put the photos on the iPad, and immediately, as soon as I get off the roof, I go back inside, right? But keep in mind, I just left her. She knows she has to get a heat shield. I've been gone for maybe 5 or 10 minutes. I come back in and immediately go, "Hey, Miss Jones, just got off the roof. Mostly good news. There's a couple things up there I want to address with you and see if you would like to take care of. Do you have a second where we can sit down and just have a quick chat?" "Sure, Alan, no problem." All right, so and then I go through and I show Miss Jones her pictures, and I go through the big three. Miss Jones, this is the top of your chimney. This is called the crown. This is the first time fence gets water, blah, blah, blah. Explain to you what happened. It looks like the water's made its way into these top 3 or 4 courses, but everything appears to be stable at this point. I can see, you notice how these top couple courses are kind of more black, and there's some little grass, got a little tree growing there. That's exciting. My wife can't grow shit. She would be very, 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 literally I'll say, like, my wife can't grow anything. You're growing stuff on your chimney. This is amazing. But unfortunately, things shouldn't grow on a chimney, and that shows us that we got
in there, but all the damage appears to be isolated to the top 3 courses. So what I would like to do, again, getting that permission, what I would like to do is take care of this cracks at the top. At this point, it's not bad enough. I need to replace this concrete. I have a commercial grade product that we can basically cover this entire thing, keep the water from coming in for the next 10 years. I would like to, and then I would go through and explain what tuck pointing is. I'd like to basically fix these holes in the masonry. That way we don't have any place that water can get in. Do a little bit of pressure washing on here to get rid of any of this vegetative growth. If I don't do this now, then we go into the impact of not moving forward, right? Good news is it's all isolated, these top 3 or 4 courses. So pretty much I just need to do that. If we don't, then we're going to have a much bigger deal down the road. So what I would like to do is fix these top 3 or 4 courses. And then because you told me this is the forever home, I'd like to do a couple of prevention techniques just to basically to make sure that you don't have to call me again down the road while you're dealing with this chimney. And guys, I'm going to give you these 3 videos that I'm going to show you. Every single time I have a masonry repair or a recommendation, every single time I show these 3 videos. And I've got it, you have to practice and narrate it to your own speed, but here's exactly the way I do it with the customer. So Ms. Jones, just to show you a couple of videos here. One of the very first things I ever learned in chimney school, like 12, 13 years ago, is that 1 8-inch masonry brick can hold about 1.5 cups of water. I couldn't believe it. So much that I had to do my own test. I put in 1/2 brick into here and I time-lapsed this for 2 hours, and as you can quickly see, in a 2-hour period, it was able to take 3/4 of a cup of water. So if I were to have that entire brick in there, it would have had 1.5 cups of water. Every 10 bricks is a gallon of water. You've got hundreds of bricks on your chimney, Ms. Jones, which means you've got hundreds of gallons of water in your chimney. Now, what is really, really wild, if you think of this as like a sponge, you ever, the little yellow kitchen sponges, you ever put it in the sink and turn the water on and back off? You know, if you just do that really quick, that sponge is going to absorb that entire bit of water. But what happens if I leave that water turned on? It's raining for a long time. Eventually, that sponge is going to get full and it's going to go to the next, and it's going to run through your hand. So at this point, whenever your chimney gets full, what happens to that water?
Leaves in the house.
There's no place to go but into the home. It could be a brand new chimney. Now, Ms. Jones, I was able to get up into your attic. I was able to look around the chimney. I did not see any signs that water's gotten into your home yet. Right? We've caught this at a point where everything appears to be isolated at the top 3 or 4 courses. So I would like to be able to take care of this before it becomes a bigger issue and starts to get into the home. The next thing that's even crazier is not only is that brick absorbent, the mortar between the bricks is actually more absorbent than the actual brick itself. So we have this little test here. This is I have a commercial grade water repellent on top of mortar here. I was able to pour my water on there. You can very clearly see that no water is able to go through there. But I can't trap moisture into your chimney. It needs to be able to breathe. So this is a breathable product that any moisture that is in your chimney is able to escape. Now, I did another test with no water repellent, which is exactly what yours is right now. And you can see how much water can come into your home right now. So one of the things that I would like to do is protect the brick and the masonry. I have a commercial grade water repellent that basically I spray on in a flood coat. And it's just going to keep this brick and this mortar from being able to absorb in there and get into the home, okay? And then the last thing that I want to really recommend, this is kind of the forever protection, is right now, Ms. Jones, you have a single flue cap that is up on top of your chimney, and we sold those forever. And basically, they're fantastic for a lot of things. They keep direct rain out, they keep birds, animals, squirrels, debris, all that stuff out. They help you meet spark arresting code. They do a lot of great things. But unfortunately, what we learned over time is they're really bad against protecting the chimney from water. So then if you can show that picture, especially of it looking above, it shows you have this huge concrete up here, and the only thing that we are protecting is just this little piece of orange right here. And so every time it rains, water is coming off and going onto this structure and allowing it to get wet. So I always use the analogy, you guys probably heard this by now, the ball cap and the umbrella. It's like, you know, if I'm out in the rain, your chimney basically is wearing a ball cap right now. Its head's going to stay dry whenever it rains, but shoulders, everything else on the chimney is going to be wet.
So I want to put a basically what's supposed to call me? Surefire. So what I would like to do is put the golf umbrella up there, and that's basically going to protect the entire structure. And so here's kind of how we do that. We have a little wind simulation here for wind-driven rain. I have a rain system that is up here, and you can see even with wind going against the chimney here, with that what we call the drip edge, there's really no water that's able to get onto the masonry structure. You can see all of it's hitting the roof or hitting the flashing area. This is our flat lid cap, but we also have one that's kind of shaped like a roof. It's called a hip and ridge cap. It looks something like this. And so they both do the same thing, just more cosmetic. And these can be powder coated in any color. They can match your shutters or your windows or anything like that. So basically, Ms. Jones, we have a couple of things going on, right? We have a system that we can't use, and that was the main reason you called me. You wanted to know if it was okay to use. You saw in the scan that this is a system that really shouldn't be used at this point. So we're going to put together, you said we'd like to have it back to an open masonry fireplace. So we talked about how we're going to fix that smoke chamber and fix the flue system. But in order to do that, we have to take care of any of the water issues on the outside. The only real water issues we have to take care of at this point are going to be fixing that concrete and fixing these top couple of courses of brick, getting rid of some of that growth. So I definitely would like to put that together for you if that's something you want to see. But I would also, if it's good with you, please put together some numbers for you on putting this water repellent and full coverage cap up there. That way we can just really not have to worry about this chimney again. Is that something, as I'm putting together my numbers, you would like to see? Right? And then I stop for a second. 1 out of 100 will say, no, I just don't see us putting any kind of money into this. It's just probably not going to happen. Just don't look at the numbers 99 out of 100 times. Well, yeah, I mean, we got to at least see if it's in the budget or if it's something we can do. Well, you might as well go ahead and price that out, and we can always say no, right? But the idea here is they are giving us permission to propose the inside. They're giving us permission to propose the outside. Little Miss Jones, who had her $300 check, is now understanding this is going to be a lot more money. She doesn't know how much more yet, but her need level is going in, and she certainly is that explicit, meaning she's given us permission to propose, and she's asking buying questions. I know that's a big mouthful. I'm going to stop there for just a second. Does anybody have any questions up to this point? Does this all make sense? How do we feel about this? I imagine this is probably a little different than the way we're doing it now, but how are we feeling? Does this feel pushy, salesy, good?
I like it.
Educational, yeah. I mean, I'm not whether you buy or not, right? Yeah. So this is all permission-based proposing, right? This is what happens if you puke on your customers without permission, right? If you just sit down with them and they're like, Miss Jones, you can't use your fireplace. You got holes in your chimney. You got cracks in your crown. You need a cap. You need this. You have bleh, and it's $12,000. It's this, right? So what we have learned over time is that customers cannot process price and need at the same time, right? They cannot. It puts them into a state of emotion. Remember what we said before? We never want the customer making a decision based on emotion. When you overwhelm them with a bunch of information at one time and then tell them they got to spend a lot of money, they are in a state of shock. They're processing, they're doing all these kind of things, and they just literally can't overcome price and need at the same time. So very, very important that we get that need level done well before we get to price, right? So the whole no surprises at the proposal thing is what we just kind of talked to. When you go to the truck and work things up, what do you think that customer's doing?
Watching you.
Math.
Could be math. What kind of, what else are they doing? Trying to calm down, stressing out, calling the spouse. Yeah, I mean, they're on the internet. They're looking up chimney caps.
Hopefully they feel relieved.
Good news is Home Depot has them for $29. This one can't be much more, right? I thought on Home Depot $29. Only $2,500. So this is where we were just talking about that decision maker. It's easier to If you'll just do me a favor, if you want to give your husband a quick call, kind of give him a heads up of where we're at in this whole thing. Kind of tell him what you told me that you're looking at. See if he has any questions for me. When I come back in, I'll be happy to answer them for him. And even better yet, if he has 10 minutes and he can sit in on the presentation, I'm happy to answer questions to him directly as well. That way, when he gets home, you guys are on the same page. Do we see how this flows? Nice and easy, right? This is not pressure. I'm just here to help you answer your questions, help him. If you don't need your husband to make a decision and you're the decision maker, great. Just wanted to kind of put that out there. So stage 3 is not really a stage, right? This is demonstrating capability, creating trust as we establish. If you do everything that we've talked about to this point, including the big 3, I assure you, you have shown your expertise and trust and capability. Because you can't just say I'm an expert. You know, they have to actually see it. And the thing you should be asking yourself when you're in the truck is, have I left this customer with an experience? Have I let them know that I care about them and I'm here to help them achieve their desired future result, right? So I was talking, I think it was in the back, we were talking to some people that still don't propose on the spot, and blows my mind, really, actually. I mean, the statistics are so overwhelming for people that propose on the spot versus those that take it back and either email it or call later. I mean, you imagine in this situation, we have scanned the chimney, we've involved the customer, we showed them all these things, and then we just left them. Right? How does that feel? It feels so incomplete. It's like, well, can't use your fireplace, it needs this, outside's got water coming in, you got some damage, but don't worry, I'll go back and I'll email you something. How incomplete does that feel? I mean, it's like, no, Ms. Jones, you know, we've got these issues, you told me what you want out of the system, you told me what's going on, let me go work this up, let me put together a program, let me put together a plan. We can see if this is even doable, right? If this works in the budget, we can talk about how to get you up and burning right away, right? If it's not, we got some plans for that too. If we need to wait, it's okay, right? Got to propose on the spot, but if you don't, it's usually because of one of these reasons, right? The most common is time. If you're doing more than 3 or 4 appointments a day, I assure you, you do not have time to do everything that I'm teaching. It's just not possible. It's absolutely not possible. Usually 3 new masonry sleeping inspections is my recommendation. If you're doing estimates or you have previous customers or you have prefabs, you have stoves, usually you can get a 4th in there. If you're doing rooftops, things like that. But this new customer masonry, it's literally almost impossible to do more than 3 the way that I teach it. So I would put my 3 up against someone else's 7 all day long. Like I guarantee you, I'd outsell you doing 3 than you doing 7. It's just the game. Now, you may get a lot more smaller sales, but I'm going to win the overall game. So, obviously, not sure what to do. Hopefully, you have team members that can help you. Sometimes you're just not sure what the right answer is. Sometimes the decision maker's not there. If it's a really complex job, you know, I don't expect you to sit there and spend hours on the spot. If you got 3 or 4 chimneys, rebuild, you want to talk to your masons, things like that, of course. But set up a time to talk to the customer. Don't just say, I'm going to email it to you, right? This is where we have the whole pledge that, Alan, I promise I will never, ever, ever email a proposal to a customer that I haven't talked to about it first. Just don't do it. I'll just email it to me, it's fine, I'll take a look at it, I'll call you back. I would love to, but, you know, due to the liability and the understanding of having fire in your home or water intrusion in the home, our company requires us to be able to explain to make sure that you understand the scope of the work, right? So when we're in the van, we work up our photo story, our inspection report, and your proposal. I expect you to understand what 2 of those 3 things are right now. Everybody probably does inspection reports. Everybody probably does proposals. Very few people that I haven't worked with do photo stories. So to me, one of the biggest holes in everybody's game, and it's the biggest difference between the companies that sell a lot and the companies that don't. A photo story is simply an album from start to finish of extreme detail of how we do a job. Right? If we were doing, I think I may have, so this would be a couple examples, whether it's one together or if it's,
you know, an album that you have a bunch of individual photos. If I were telling you that, hey, you need a chimney liner, yeah, I've heard of those things. That's that little metal tube thing that you put down the chimney, right? If that's the perception of the customers, it's a little metal tube thing that goes down your chimney, how much could that possibly cost in their head? Yeah, $20, maybe $1,000, a couple $1,000, right? But if I went through and said, look, so Ms. Jones, you know, this wasn't a heat shield candidate. We've got to basically, the way that a fireplace works is based on draft. So the size of the firebox is very proportionate to the size of the flue system. And there's no way that I can get the right size chimney liner into your particular fireplace with that existing liner in there. So the first thing I have to do is remove your entire existing liner. And so what that looks like is me boarding up your fireplace, running HEPA filtration, putting up room temps, whatever that looks like. I'm going to get up on your roof, and I'm literally going to take my drills, and piece by piece, I'm going to knock out every single piece of terracotta that you have in there, so that I have a nice open space like we see here. You notice this other flue that is right there. I've got to do this very carefully to make sure that I don't knock that out, and so that we protect that furnace or other fireplace or whatever it is. When I take off this board, I mean, we're literally going to have thousands of pieces of mortar. These things are heavy. Not mortar, but flue tile. I mean, bucket by bucket, I'm going to be taking these things out and taking care of the dumpsters for you. And then I've got to get the actual lining system itself. In order to actually get into the fireplace, I've got to take out part of your back wall, where I've got to create an access hole. I've got to remove your entire damper system. The wood burning code today requires me to insulate this liner, so my guys are going to wrap this out in your yard, as you can see here, and then I'm going to get a little lift out here, a crane. I'm going to bring this liner all the way in from the top. I'm going to have a guy physically getting into your fireplace, receiving that liner, putting some mesh around here, connecting this, and then that whole smoke chamber, we remember that, we talked about all that raw brick. By hand, my guy is going to be up there, and he's going to be literally putting all this nice, you guys are going to look like this when we're done. And then because I took your damper out, I've got to give you a new damper, and then I'll show pictures of the lock top damper. You guys, I know you guys all know how to do this, but the point is to the customer, how much is this job now costing when I'm explaining it this way? It's a lot. They don't know how much it is, but it's a no shit moment.
It's one of those things too, just sitting in the fireplace where they're like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. Oh, well, right. Yeah. But when I go through and I'm breaking out tile, boarding it, tinning room, setting up fall protection, I have scaffolding or a lift, I've got roof protection, I've got ground protection, I've got got all this kind of stuff. I'm removing your dampers, I'm putting new dampers in, I'm getting in there, I'm putting mesh, I'm putting the high temperature mortar, I'm smoothing it out, I'm bringing this in. There is a moment where they're like, shit, this is a way bigger job than I thought it was going to be. This is going to be very expensive, which is what I want, right? Before they give me permission to propose, everything's nice, we do this all the time, would you like to see some numbers? After they've given me permission, my photo story is to show them how much work this actually is. But I need that number in their head to be as high as it could possibly be before I give them my number. Because again, if their number in their head is lower, then I've got a price objection. So you can see how if you truly did this with every single product and you start building this up, how you can get that reverse price objection. I come in at this at 8,000, but shit, I thought you were going to say 20 or something like that, right? Why is this team calling me? Can you say, tell them I'm teaching a class. So roughly 10 or 15 things that that you do should all have a photo story, right? Even if you're doing like crown coats, you should have like 10 pictures of doing crown coat, right? It is not, if they just think that you're taking a paintbrush and spraying some stuff on top of their chimney or painting some stuff on the top of the chimney, why the hell would I pay you $1,000 for that? But if you go through and you say, look, I'm going to be prepping the roof, I'm putting tarps down, I am putting tape around the entire top corbel to keep all this from being messy. I'm taping around the flue tile. I'm filling in with silicone, any type of
cracks that you have. It's 100 degrees outside. If I just paint this thing on here, then I'm going to have, it's not going to take. So I've got to spray water. I've got to do a couple coats. And by the time you show all this type of stuff, and I'm going to make sure that water doesn't come in for the next 10 years, all of a sudden $700,000 seems like a pretty good deal.
They're doing their accelerator meeting. You're here to document they can't access it.
Okay. All right, cool. So give me like literally 1 minute. Yeah. Yep. Okay, that was a good joke, Kevin. So, I wish my wife was here. My wife had one joke while we're getting back into this. I'll tell you my wife's one joke. She cannot tell this joke without absolutely cracking up. And it's the most awesome joke ever. So she's like, so there's this guy. I mean, literally, this is a joke. It's a true story. The guy's literally his name is Harry Stinks, and that's not funny. His name's Harry Stinks, and he got made fun of his entire life. So his name was Harry Stinks. And so when he finally got to be 18 years old, he decided that he was going to go and get his name changed at the court. And so he goes to the court, goes to the judge, and he says, "Hi, judge, I'm here to get my name changed." Like, "Why do you want your name changed?" "I've just been made fun of my whole life." He's like, "Well, what's your name?" He said, "Well, it's Harry Stinks." And he said, "I can see how that would be a problem. It's very unfortunate. I'm sorry you got bullied." He's like, "Well, son," he said, "you're 18, you're able to make your own decisions now." He said, "What would you like to change your name to?" And he's like, "Joe Stinks." That's her favorite. Come on, that's hilarious. That's her favorite joke. All right. And what makes it so cute is she can't keep a straight face before the punchline. All right, so she's like, "Joe Stinks." I guess it's funnier when you're drinking. We'll tell it again at the pool.
Yeah, you need a photo story for it.
So what's that? Yeah, photo story. So guys, one of the things I challenge everybody here to do, and I'm telling you, this is one of the top 3 things to take away, is when you go back, you have production guys doing jobs. Let's say you're doing a heat shield. They should be taking 20 pictures on that heat shield job. Putting out the tarps, pouring in the material, pouring the water, doing the trowel test, putting the wearing fall protection, putting the winch up, doing knocking out the mortar boogers, putting in the tie coat, putting in the accelerator, putting in all this stuff, and then doing the joint repair, doing the full repair. Right? If the mindset is, oh, you're just filling in some mortar on the cracks, that does not bring much value. But if I show you this series of how complicated this repair is, and I have all the tools and training to do it, and I'm going to stand behind it for life, and again, the 2 things that we do is we help you vet properly and stand behind it for life, that has a ton of value. So when we're in the vehicle, we are working up our inspection report, our proposal, and our photo story. Every single thing that has a repair has a photo story. If it's a water repellent, it's got a photo story, right? I tell customers, "Well, you're charging me $1,000, $1,500 to spray on some," but man, I'm going to spend more time preparing to do this job than I am actually doing the job. This stuff is this is hard against shingles, this is hard against gutters, this is hard against shutters. Heaven forbid it's wind and there's a car around. I'm taking all the liability, and I'm making sure water doesn't come into your structure for the next 10 years. right? So put together a photo story for every problem you have. One other thing, and I don't expect you to do this on every single photo, but I would do this on a minimum of 2 to 3 photos, especially if you have insurance and you have vertical cracks, which we'll get into later. Every single, at least 2 or 3 photos, I use a software called Notable. It's a downloadable product. It's free. You can pay $10 to get the full version and get rid of ads and all that stuff for a lifetime version. But with the Notable, I can very quickly draw arrows. I can very easily type in descriptions. I can show vertical cracks. I can do all this stuff. But the other thing I really love, and this is kind of a wow moment for customers, is I like to do a live walkthrough of their chimney, especially if it needs a lot of touch points. So a live walkthrough, I'm just going to find a random chimney on here. Anybody else have a really boring iPad, like your kids and chimneys? It's like,
all it is.
That's all it is.
And fish.
And fish. I'll have to show you my striper I caught this week. So this is obviously it is a random picture. Obviously it's in pretty bad shape. But one of the things about a Notable is it has this zoom feature that allows me to go step by step through the chimney, right? So I can literally walk them through the way water sees their chimney. And all these little cracks that you couldn't see before, all of a sudden are very, very visible. And so kind of going through, and then like if I find something that is really prominent, just drawing an arrow to it, and then typing in, literally whatever, right? Do this on just a couple photos. Again, what are you doing that your competition is not? What is the experience you are delivering? Are you a professional? Are you putting together professional reports? Are you coming in there pen and paper, or just showing a couple of photos and being done? When you end up being $1,000 or $2,000 more for the work, it is always these little things that are going to make them choose you over the other company. So take the time to do it. It really does make a difference. All these I'm going to give you, but again, all the manufacturers have all these diagrams. If I'm doing a heat shield, I'm explaining the bell, the dome, I'm pulling it in, filling in the mortar. If I've got a chimney fire, I'm showing chimney fire pictures. If I've got people asking questions about, well, how come I don't have water coming into my firebox? I'm showing, where the smoke shelf is and how a fireplace is constructed, all those types of things. So organize your iPad to be your sales center. And I'm telling you, it will make people are very, very visual. Very visual. I never am talking to the customer without explaining any type of visual. Like I'll show you another one I use all the time. And again, I'm going to send you these, but like if I'm trying to explain flashing to the customer, I have like a whole flashing photo. I always just start with real simple diagrams, right? The difference between step flashing and counter flashing. And they can see that when it's not cut in and all we're depending on is silicone, when that silicone fails, water is coming right behind us and going right into the house. And then whenever I go through and I put this rubber boot around the chimney, right, it's going to look like this. Literally, I've standing behind this for 10 years and no water is going to come into that boot. So people can understand that when you take the time to show them the pictures. All right. Questions so far? Preparing in the truck, getting your photo story together, your inspection proposal. Keep in mind your proposal cannot be a shopping list. It cannot be all the products, descriptions of the products, and the prices. It has to be, we're able to repair the venting deficiencies and the airflow deficiencies in the fireplace by resurfacing, putting the lifetime warranty, blah, blah, blah. Right? So when we go in, and one thing I should say, this is like a little bit of a pet peeve of mine. I don't have too many soapboxes I sit on, but or stand on. This is one of them. Is as an industry, I think we're almost getting too salesy. and that sounds weird coming from a sales trainer, but it's almost like when we go in, the only reason we did the inspection was to sell the real work, right? People are paying, you know how much $300 is in today's work? We get, what's the word, desensitized to it because we sell all these big jobs and 300 doesn't seem like anything. But think about if a plumber or electrician or someone were to come out to your house and charge you $300 for an inspection, you would expect a lot from them, right? I mean, you would expect a lot of information. And so a lot of times when we go back in, we only focus on all the problems or all the things that we want to sell, and it just basically becomes a sales presentation. And it's not what they paid for. They paid for an inspection. They paid for an understanding of their fireplace and their system, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So when you do go in, make sure you're talking about the good things as well. This is not just here's what's wrong, here's what you need to do. This is, I'm looking at the front of your fireplace. You see this every day. You see this all the time. This may not look like much to you, but Ms. Jones, I see a lot of good things here. You have the proper fire break. You have a hearth extension that's out far enough. You have a mantle that's tall enough. You have wood that's far enough away. There's all these things that I'm checking. I'm going through about a 70-point checklist here, and 4 or 5 things of them are bad. But at this point, these are the things that we need to do. So, Mr. Eisenhower, everybody. What's up, Jerry? So these are the things that we just got to get back into adding value. That they paid for this inspection report. So here is the full inspection report, right? Not just a list of the things that you need to do. Can we buy into that? Do you think that as you guys go out, you're more just telling them all the problems and what they need to do, or do you feel like you're actually doing a true review of their entire system?
I'm doing a review, but I'm not highlighting good shit, just the bad.
Yeah, you're just giving them the bad shit. And that's what most people do. But think about it. When you only talk about the bad things, what happens to the good things if we don't do the bad things?
They go back.
They go back, right? You ever been to Jiffy Lube? Get your oil change? They give you you just went there to get your oil change, and all of a sudden they give you this 70-point checklist of green, yellow, and red. And all these things that are yellow and red need addressed, but the things that are green will turn yellow or red if we don't address the things in the yellow or red. So it's kind of the same type of concept. So we go in, we kind of go through this. So we worked everything up. We come back in, knock on the door, ask for permission to come back in, put on our booties. All right, think about what Ms. Jones has been through in the last 25 minutes. She's nervous, she's anxious, she's talked to her husband, she's done all these kind of things. She's wondering what the number's going to be, how much is this going to cost, can she afford it, can she do it, right? Again, everybody has their own personality, their own style. I use bad humor. I usually make some joke about the price, it was taking me so long because the number kept getting so big. I was just breaking calculators. I think this is a horrible thing, Ms. Jones. And then usually they'll or whatever and say, no, seriously, I've got everything all worked up for you. Is it okay if we take a seat? Let me go over some pictures for you. Let me go over some of this. And then once we sit down, were you able to talk to your husband? Does he have any questions for me, or was he able to? Is he going to be able to join this conversation? No, he said he did. He said, whatever I do, don't sign. He said, don't sign anything without talking to him, right? But he did. He probably will have some questions. No problem at all. No problem at all. But if you like, you can record this presentation, and whenever he gets home, you can play it for him. That way, you guys are all on the same page. Oh, that'd be great, Alan. Thank you. Go ahead and start the recording. First thing I do is, all right, Ms. Jones, I'm going to go over probably again, like I told you before, a lot of information. I want to hit the highlights for you. Before I go too far, I just want to verify that I have the right email address for you. And then I'll literally show them the email address before I ever start. And I'll say everything that I'm going to go over with you today, including the inspection report, the photos, and the proposal, I'm going to email you before I leave today. Why do you think I start with that?
Because of work, I'm trying to remember everything.
Don't have to worry about remembering everything. There's a bigger reason. Yes, literally the #1 objection statistically, it's not even an objection, is, okay, well, can you email that to me? right? And when you get that out of the front, again, the easiest objection to overcome is the objection that you never get, so objection prevention. So just saying, I'm going to email all this to you takes away their ability to say that at the end. Or if they do, like, hey, like what I said, I'm going to send all that to you, and what are we thinking at this point, right? So verify all that, and then literally I go through every page of my inspection report. Every time I have a good page, I show them, tell them what's good about it. Every time I have a page that has a deficiency, as you were here during the scan, Ms. Jones, this is the smoke chamber. We saw that it had the missing mortar, and it was unparched. This is what that's going to look like. And I'm going to show that picture of my guy removing the damper, getting up in there, mixing the Formula 51s, slathering it all up there, making it nice and smooth. And then here's what it's going to look like when we're done. Okay? Go to the next thing, the E-shield. Here's the 20 pictures of mixing it up, pulling it, winching it, showing a picture, then showing a final picture of what it's going to look like when it's done. The outside of the shows, here's the cap, here's the crown, here's the missing mortar, showing all those pictures, grinding, wearing respirators, having silica control, because we all do silica control, right? All those kind of things that we should be doing at when we're working on the chimney. So when we get through everything, the good, the bad, the ugly, and we're done with the presentation, we stop and we say, okay, Ms. Jones, outside of the big elephant in the room here, how much is all this going to cost me? Do you have any questions at all about anything that I've went over today or the recommendations that I'm making for you? No? No, you've explained it really well. How much is it going to cost me? Okay, perfect. Get ready to get to that. Do me a favor. I'm going to go ahead and have you sign this inspection report. That basically is just saying that I went over the condition of the fireplace with you, and that you understand that we're recommending that you do not use the system until repairs are made. This is a liability protection for us. It is a very specific step that I have them sign before I get to the proposal that they can't use it. Why do you think we do that before we show the numbers? Well, at least your reliability, but I can have them.
It locks them into knowing they can't use it.
They know they have to. Well, they know that they're cementing into writing that I understand I should not use this system, and so you're in that mindset of this has now been taken away from me, and then now I'm becoming the guy to make them the hero to use their system again, right? Okay, great. You're gonna love how simple this is. Let me make sure I do not. Yeah, we'll get into that. So this is how simple the proposal is. You've already put in all the work. You've already explained everything, right? So now all I literally have to do is sit down and say, okay, so Ms. Jones, we went over a lot today. In order for me to fix the venting of your smoke chamber, in order for me to fix the flue system, in order for me to fix the mortar on the outside of your chimney, fix the concrete at the top and put this cap and then the water treatment on here. If we do everything that I'm talking about top to bottom, we're talking about $13,000 today. Okay? Now let me walk you through how I got to that number. And then literally, I'm breaking it down by solution item. So to fix the top of the chimney, that's where we're going to basically fill in that concrete, protect that for 10 years, make sure no more water can come in. That's the $700. And we literally go through solution by solution. And then we get to the end. And if we decide to do everything again, Ms. Jones, this is $13,000, right? So our company has 3 ways that we can move forward on this project. The simple way is we just take half down. That's roughly $6,500 today. We have about 6 weeks that we're booked out right now. We take the balance when we're done with the work. So we'd have about $6,500 due in roughly 6 weeks. If that's just simply not doable, because very few people have $13,000 sitting around for their fireplace, we do have 2 awesome payment programs. The most common that we use is our 12-month same as cash. Basically, we just, any job that we do that's over $2,500 qualifies for this program. And we can basically do a quick credit check. I'm going to give you the $13,000. You have a year to pay it back however you see fit. If you're going to pay a little bit a month, you're going to wait 11 months, pay it all off at once. Just as long as you don't go over 12 months, there's no interest. It's a great program, free money. If we think we need a little bit more time, we have a 5-year program and a 7-year program. 5-year program works out to be about $98 for every $5,000 we borrow. In this case, it's about $13,000, going to be somewhere probably around $260 a month, give or take. I can get you that exact number before I leave. So between the down payment, between the same as cash, and between the 5-year program, which one of these makes the most sense for you? And I literally stopped talking because they're now once I have asked the question, what makes the most sense for you, you don't talk again until they give you something, right? They will give you an objection, they will give you a question, they will say, how do we move forward? Is there a better deal? Can you give me they'll give you one of those things, right? In this case, I set up with you guys, we've already kind of know that the husband said, whatever you do, don't sign anything, or whatever the case is. So we may go straight into, what do you think your husband's going to say about this, right? Is this something now that you've heard it, we want to get him on the phone, answer any questions that he may have, or you feel good about playing this recording for him and seeing what he has to say at that point? She said, no, I think we're good. Well, Ms. Jones, just curious, if take your husband out of it, what are your thoughts on this? Such a power question. What are your thoughts on this? How are you feeling about this? Because whatever she tells you right then is exactly what she's going to tell her husband in a few hours. I want to know what she's going to say. And if she's not going to say what I want her to say, I want to give her a little coaching. Right? What are your thoughts on this? I don't know. I don't know. Something my husband's going to have to figure out now. Come on. You like the fireplace? Are you going to want to use the fireplace? Yeah. Well, we know at a bare minimum we got to stop the water, right? Yes. Well, I know we got to do that. Okay. What questions do you have for me? I think we're good. Perfect. And then I go straight into the advance, right? Somebody tell me what an advance is.
Setting up follow up and keeping any control of you, not giving them the control.
A scheduled next step that they're expecting with an agenda. All right, so Ms. Jones, good luck tonight. I saw your bourbon cabinet over there. If you came and had to give me this number, I'd say at least 2 of those Woodfords would be ready for me. It's probably the best shot at that. No pun intended, right? Do me a favor, write down what questions you have, and and then I'll give you a buzz tomorrow. We'll kind of go over questions that you and your husband had. Mornings, afternoons, evenings, better. Put me into your phone. I'm Alan, your chimney guy, the whole deal. Yeah.
What do you feel about the 7 touches after a proposal?
I mean, they stand for themselves. I mean, the question was 7 touches after it. So I do a personal 3-touch system, and then the last 4 touches I give to the office. That's just me personally. But yeah, statistically, 7 touches in 30 days is the ideal number of times to touch a customer. So I personally will say, hey, I'll call you tomorrow. If they don't answer, I tell them I'm going to call them again at the end of the day. If they still don't answer, I tell them I'm calling them in 3 days. And then if they don't answer at that point, I shoot them an email and say, hey, or a bomb on either one, and say, hey, so you guys are thinking about a lot. If you have any questions, definitely let me know. And then I'll put it into what we call drip, which is, the office just doing their touch bases, however they do it. Any question? Let me see. A couple things. I've heard a couple people in here say the word estimate. I try to avoid the word estimate, quote, bid. I avoid all those words. They're all money words. I don't want people thinking about money. I notice almost every single time I talk about proposals, solutions, things of that nature, recommendations. We talked about it can't be the shopping list. We talked about financing. There's the dumps. He's so happy. All right. We talked about that. So as we close out, a couple things I like to do. I always like to, when I first get there, I give the customer a business card, and when I'm done, say, Ms. Jones, you'll do me a favor, again, asking that team a favor. I'm going to leave you 2 or 3 business cards. Typically, neighborhoods in the same area have the same type of problems. If you wouldn't mind giving my card to any of your neighbors, we do have whatever your program is. Everybody should have a Chimney Cash program. If you don't, go back and create one. Chimney Cash is we'll give you $100 for every customer that refers, and $100 is against any future services. So if you refer 3 people, your next sweep is free. Very simple type of system. And then asking for a review. If don't shoot the messenger here. I know I didn't give you a bunch of great news, but we're a small business, and almost all of our business comes from reviews and referrals. So if I did a good job for you today, I would love if you could go on to Google and just say Alan did a good job. If you think I did a terrible job, just tell me Kevin was here. And at some point, one of you are going to laugh at one of my stupid jokes. So this is something that's really cool that Indefenders does, and Sacramento, is they do this thing where they do, if you or the customer holds the picture, the 5-star service, they donate $20 to Sweep Away Cancer. And so every month on their Facebook page, they will go through and say, hey, we're going to donate $20 in your name. And on the back of those signs is a QR code that goes directly to their Google page. So right there from their phone, they can scan it right then, take a picture, and then pretty much say whatever you want to say. I mean, they're getting 60 to 100 reviews every single month on their Facebook page, and they're donating to a good cause to do it. So, last thing, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and do. We have about. How are we doing on time? We should still be good. We've got about an hour and a half left, and then we'll be 4-ish. We'll be at 4:15. Maybe we'll be out of here. Guys, how many of you get thank you cards anymore? Never. You did? You got a little bit? Every once in a while?
My jeweler.
It's a lost art, man. It is a lost art. Like, a lot of you guys are younger, but I don't know if you remember back in the day, you always got mail. And then, then AOL came along, and the first time you got an email, you thought it was the greatest thing on the planet. And now you're like, good God, I got 800 emails today. But you don't get cards. When you do your BombBomb, I'm telling you, these are the little things. We can all say, yeah, Alan, whatever, and you'll just go back and do what you always did. But I'm telling you, you will do these little tiny things. It takes 30 seconds. A blank thank you card. Thank you so much, Joan, for having me out today. It was great to meet you. Look forward to working with you again in the future, Alan. Toss that in the mail. It costs you 50 cents. She's going to get that the very next day, and she's going to be, wow. She's talking to her husband the next day. Look at this, honey. Alan sent us not only did he send us that video, he sent us a thank you card. Wasn't that sweet? She gets 2 or 3 other quotes. They're not sending her a thank you card, right? Little things that you do that make the big difference. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the slight differences between estimates. We're going to talk about manufactured fireplaces, glamours, and insurance. And then we'll get you out of here. 405, guys, 405.
We're not texting.
305.
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock. It should be December now. You know where he's going? Houston. He's probably flying, but whether he's going to Houston or it'll be what it'll be, I guess.
Oh, that would be a good thing to have.
I've grown so much in the last week, I'm just ready for a big nap. My first and second night in the shop, I was looking at 4'7". We got a record with some friends of ours, Friday night, grabbing beer so far, so about an hour or two. This one you're saying, it's night drive, I go up to Newcastle, they serve the beer.
All right. So, a couple things. Did anybody not sign CU sheets for today that needs to use?
I haven't done CU once yet, so I have to get them.
They're up here.
Do I just grab them all through 3 times?
Couple things just so you're aware. You'll need to sign in again tomorrow twice. You'll sign in for my 4 hours, and then you'll have another sheet for the Saber Systems 4 hours, and then you'll be out of here.
Were we supposed to sign on both sheets today or just one?
Just one today.
Oh, okay.
Thought you had a question. If you did not get your swag kit, I see a few things left back there. There should have been enough for everybody to get one of all 5 things. So, shameless pitch for Mark Stoner. He's got a swag company now called Blue Rocket. They did all this stuff, so I paid for it, but they make good stuff, shirts and swag. So if you got any stuff for your company that you want to do, one of the popular things that people like to give out are matches or magnets and calendars and your save your date for next year, things like that. One of the things that I love to give out, they're a little bit, pricey. They're about $5 a piece if you buy them in bulk. But I love if we have a functioning system that passes inspection to give customers moisture meters with your logo on it. Looking for that kind of 15 to 18% gives you a chance to educate your customer on proper wood content, moisture content, and all of that. So, any questions about the sales process so far? Anything we've covered? I'm going to jump into these 4 categories right here, and then I'm going to do a couple closing things, and I will have you guys out of here between 4 and 4:15. So a little bit early today, which is cool. If you're staying at the correct Osage Casino, which is the one a mile from here and not the one that some of you all chose that's 25 miles from here, they got a pool, they got a bar. I'll definitely be out there having some cigars, having some drinks, maybe getting wet. So if y'all want to hang out, party, talk very informally, we can do that.
that's just about everybody back in here. A couple of little shameless plugs, if I can. This is, and I'll get personal with you guys for a second. We spent the day together. Today has been a pretty good day for me, vertigo-wise. I've only had one small little attack during this class, but it does get, there's days where it's tough to even get out of bed. So these sales conferences are a part of my business plan for Rush Profits, is to hopefully do more of these, get a few days off the road and things like this. So if you got value from this, just throw something on social media. If you're not following Rush Profits on Facebook, follow Rush Profits. Send me a friend request personally. I'd love to be friends with all you guys. But hopefully I'm going to do a couple more of these in the years to come, and I'd like to see these, get to a couple hundred people at some point. So that would do me a favor. If you're currently not doing the weekly videos, that's honestly the best place to start from here. Like $70 a month or something like that. You get a new video every week. There's roughly 150 of them that I've done so far. If you want to buy all 150 of them, you can. But otherwise, the idea is just a quick 5 to 10 minute topic every single week for your team to focus on. A lot of what I've went over today. So, all that being said, dude, you are not good at holding that. Questions before I dive into this. Anything we talked about today? Because you're gonna be showtime tomorrow when we do some role playing. We're gonna find out how much you remembered and forgot. Okay, now the questions come out.
So, do you happen to have, or would there be one available? Because we've been talking about what a proper proposal would look like.
I can get that for you. Yeah, because I don't have a chimney company myself. I'd have to get it from another company, but yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Yep. Any other? All right. How many people in here do free estimates? So half to 3/4 of the room.
We do an inspection, but we give them free estimates. Like we go out and do it, but we don't charge them for the estimate.
But you charge them for the inspection.
Yeah.
Like if someone just called and said, hey, I need someone to give me a quote on the liner, you would charge them something to go out there.
Yeah, we don't do a full inspection.
Yeah. Okay. So about half, just so you know, about half to 3/4 of the room goes out for free. Just kind of put that into, and again, I think it depends on the size of your company. Like if someone calls me and says they need a quote on a chimney liner, are you kidding me? I'm there in a minute because someone's already told them they need a chimney liner and they didn't like that presentation for some reason. Yeah.
Are you vetting those people out beforehand before you go and make that drive and all that sort of situation? Like, asking plenty of questions over the phone, getting a budget from them, because it's just say, no.
Give me FaceTime.
No,
I think a lot of it is
just because, that people don't know. It's like, oh, I was thinking the liner was like $500.
Yep. I mean, that's literally everything that we have been talking about today. Get me in front of them, allow me to do my process, allow me to build that number up in their head. You put me in front of a customer that already knows they have a problem and they're calling a second company, meaning they really want to use that system. Put me in front of them every time, right?
A lot of it too is knowing your sales per opportunity.
100%.
If you know your numbers, then it's easier to justify doing pre-estimates if the number is where it should be.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So that's what those calls I was getting. Normally I would never take that. We have a Surefire Mastermind once a month. We have a meeting, and this happens to be the time of that meeting. These 15 companies get together and they all share their numbers with each other, so we can kind of see who's killing it with close rates, marketing rates, materials, cost of goods, all that stuff. So this is specifically for the people that do estimates. There is one major difference in the process, in my eyes, if we're doing an estimate versus an inspection. The inspection, we get spent all this time doing it. The estimate is, I have one goal of the estimate, and that is to get the customer's mindset off the symptom and onto the real problem. That's my only goal, because every time they call you for an estimate, every single time they call you for the symptom. Every single time. They called you for the smoke stain. They called you for the leak. They called you for the missing brick. They called you because they had a bird in the chimney. They called you for whatever that was, right? They called you for the symptom. And if in their mind the symptom is what you are coming to propose, how much
could it possibly cost to change a couple bricks out? Right? In their mind, this number is probably, oh yeah, I got a little crack at the top. The roofer was out there and he told me I had a crack and a couple missing bricks. How many times have you heard that one? Right? And then in their mind, that's a couple $100, right? So we have to quickly get them from, yes, to probably do that is a couple $100. But if I just replace the bricks, I'm going to be replacing bricks every single year, right? It's not a good look for my van to be out here every year replacing bricks. Bricks don't just fall out of chimneys, right? There is an underlying issue with water intrusion, and going through all those videos and showing people the power of water and freeze thaw and really getting their mindset from the symptom to the problem, right? And once we do that, we can focus on it. Now, to your point, if I get called out for an estimate, I'm doing everything I can to do an inspection, right? I'm going to do the same work. I'm going to run a camera. I'm going to get in the attics. I'm going to get in the crawl spaces. I don't care if I make money on that or not, but I am going to do all the things to build value in order to be the winner of that estimate. Because usually if it's a true estimate, you're rarely the only one.
How do you run a company, say you're going to do three estimates in one day with 2 guys?
Mm-hmm.
How do you make money? Driving, say there's 1 hour between each job. 3 estimates, all free.
Yeah, I mean, there's companies, all they have to do is have crews that run free estimates.
How do they make money?
I mean, it's literally understanding SPO.
So if the customer's just looking for an estimate and is going to call the next company for an estimate.
I will close 50% of estimates all day long, right? If you're not closing 50% of estimates, you probably shouldn't be doing free estimates, right? I mean, literally, the average estimate in our world is about 7,500, give or take, right? So if you're going on 3 to 4 calls a day, if you're not making 7,500 to 15 grand a day, then you probably shouldn't be running estimates or in business, right? Yeah. So I mean, that is kind of the way that is. I mean, it's just you got to know your numbers. If you don't know what your close rate is, if you don't know what your opportunity rate is, if you don't know what your average sell is, if you don't know what your lifetime value of the customer is, I mean, there's no way that you could ever run free estimates, right? You don't know if you're making money or not.
But just gas and labor is a lot when I just understand it.
You need to know how much it costs to run an appointment. I mean, your company should know their overhead percentage. They should know all those. They should know every time I go to a house, it costs me $300. So if I go to 4 houses, it costs me $1,200 a day. And if I don't sell anything, I just lost $1,200. Plus, I've got to pay my guy, even though he's technically commissioned. I got to pay him at least minimum wage, right? So maybe I lost.
I'm saying, how do you run a business on free estimates?
An estimate's a hot lead.
Yeah. Let me ask it this way: does anybody in here that runs free estimate lose money? So I mean, it's getting in the door, right? Am I going to allow $200 to stop me from getting a $10,000 sale? Right?
I'm just asking.
Yeah. So good question. So that's the main thing here is we've got to show our expertise and education. If we go out there and just like, hey, the HVAC company said I need a furnace liner, and you just go out there and shine your flashlight and go, yep, you do. It's terracotta. Look at all this debris here at the bottom. Let me go put up a proposal for you. And you're in there and out of there in 45 minutes. Yeah, you're going to be another number. But if you go through the process, run the camera, go through the thing, do everything that you need to do, you are, even if you're a little bit more, look at it. We can argue about this left and right. And I honestly, at the end of the day, don't care. But there's a lot of people out there dropping aluminum liners, and it's like, why would you not spend the extra $500 and like have a lifetime liner, right? Now, granted, if you were in a competitive situation, if the customer's leaving in a few years, if it's a real estate, sure. But otherwise, this is a one and done thing, and that's how you separate yourself, right? And that's how I sell against other people. Oh, they're probably doing an aluminum liner that's going to tear when you install it, or it's going to rust out in 10 years, or whatever the case is. So, just little soapbox thing. Manufactured fireplaces. So, I'm going to show a couple major differences between what I went through in the process today versus manufactured fireplaces is One, I don't bring the customer over for the scan. I don't care if you do. Is I bring the customer over for the scan if I find a problem, right? If I go in, there's crumpling, there's a disconnection, there's a screw, there's a chimney fire, there's a annealing, there's color in the flue, something like that, and then I will bring them over, show that to them live so that they know what's going on. But, 90% of the time when we're running the camera, it's just a bunch of silver pipe and it's nothing too exciting to see. But whenever I arrive at a manufactured fireplace, I make a pretty big deal on the front end. Guys, this is, because we're going to sell 3 things on a manufactured fireplace, right? We're hopefully always going to sell a chase cover, maybe sell some panels, or we're selling a rip and replace, right? That's pretty much the 3 things, maybe an aftermarket cap in there if that's what you're into. I'm not going to get into UL and all that stuff about whether you do aftermarket or not, but you want to get into that, Phil? What is the number one problem with manufactured fireplaces?
They have an expiration date.
They have an expiration date, and what accelerates the expiration date?
Homeowners.
Homeowners for sure. Water intrusion, right? Water intrusion and lack of maintenance. Lack of maintenance could include how they use the fireplace as well. So the very first thing that I do when I walk into a manufactured fireplace, I'm going to assume I know it's manufactured, just walking in, seeing vinyl siding or seeing the cap or whatever the case may be, is when I walk in, I'm shooting the shit, I'm talking about my 7 seconds, what brings me out today, doing all the stuff that I would normally do, and then I walk over to the fireplace, and I'm like, oh, cool, man. I was like, manufactured fireplace. I was like, you realize, Ms. Jones, what kind of fireplace you actually have here? Pose it to them in a question. Every time they're like, well, no, it's a wood-burning fireplace, right? Yeah, it sure is. It's actually a very special type of fireplace. It's called a manufactured fireplace. Believe it or not, this is not even a real chimney. Can you believe that? You don't even have a real chimney. You have what we call a chase, which is just basically a whole bunch of wood that's covered by either brick or vinyl siding. Your fireplace is completely covered by wood. And people actually made this fireplace in a lab. And they tested all these components together to make sure that it was rated for fire. They took it apart and they reassembled it into your home. It's basically an appliance. If I were to take away X-ray vision and take away your walls, this is what you would see. I think it's the same picture that's up there. Well, actually, it's not the same one, but
mirrored.
Yeah. It is literally, when customers see this, and I'm doing this right in the first 2 minutes, when customers see this picture, it kind of blows their mind. Because the wood is touchy, right? There's metal pipe, there's all this stuff going on. They have no idea. When you're talking about burning a fire, all of a sudden those panels become really damn important, right? These panels are really important. You got cracks in the panels. This picture right here just sold me any type of replacement panels that I would ever need to do. Because heat is going to transfer without those panels. And it's literally touching wood, right? It's metal, it's going to heat up, right? So I always start with this. And then, of course, on every manufactured fireplace, even if it's a level 1, for the love of God, be sure you get in the attic if there is one, right? That is the way you're going to sell almost everything on a manufactured fireplace, is getting in the attic, making sure they have the insulation shields, the fire stops, all those kind of things. There's not a bunch of insulation sitting on top of the firebox, whatever the case may be. One of the things that I invested in for myself about 6 months ago, and I use all the time now, you can go to Amazon. They're literally $25. I think the brand is Teflon, I think, or something like that. $25, you can buy a 10-foot borescope. Literally just connects into your iPad or your iPhone, and it's just a little tiny camera like this big, fits right in the louvers of any kind of manufactured fireplace. I can look on top. I can really clearly see if there's any rust or any kind of water intrusion, any efflorescence, anything like that. I also use it for thimbles, or if I have a little hole in the chase on the outside, I can kind of get in there and see if I'm seeing any dry rot or things of that. I've asked customers for permission to drill into their siding before, and I've silicone it back just to make, if they're concerned about dry rot or things like that. Because otherwise, I'm telling them, once I take this chase cover off, who knows what's on the inside. We've had a lot of water So one quick thing I did not tell you guys when I just saw this picture. This is a true picture of my wife and I hanging out with kids, which was awesome. This was like August or September of last year. We did these backstage things. We got to meet Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley, and all this stuff. This is my go-to background, but in my report folder, I changed my background on my iPad depending on who my customer is. So if I've got old grandparents, my grandbabies are on here, right? That way when I sit down and I open this up, they're like, oh, who's that? You know, if I'm dealing with bourbon drinkers or whatever, guess what? You're seeing my liquor collection. If I'm dealing with kids that play sports, guess what? There's my son playing sports. So just a little simple little report thing that can start conversations. So back to manufactured fireplaces. On top of that picture, I show them a picture of something like this. It's maybe hard to see back there, but it's just basically an open chase, right? That just shows 2x4s or plywood or hardy board, OSB, whatever's back there. And it just allows them to understand that this is not really a structure. This is very vulnerable to water intrusion. And a picture like this really shows how important the chase cover is in protecting the structure. So before I ever go into my scan, I show them this stuff. I let them know that the type of fireplace they have is an appliance. Appliance like anything else in their house, their refrigerator, their washer dryer, their stove. An appliance has a life cycle. It will die. And average, the manufacturers say these die after about 25 years. Maybe your house was built in 1990 or 1980. It's probably at its life already, but I don't want that to freak you out because I've seen these things go 40, 50 years. The two main things, I always tell them, the two main things that accelerate the need to replace these appliances sooner than later, number one is water, and number two is use and care. So the type of wood they use, how often you have it cleaned, and how susceptible that water is to getting in. So during my inspection today, Ms. Jones, I'm going to do a very thorough evaluation to make sure that the inside is venting properly. And then I'm going to get up on the roof, assuming it's safely accessible, and make sure there's no way that water can get into the system. And then I'll go through and I'll do my inspection. If I get to the top and I realize that at a bare minimum it needs a chase cover or something like that, when I come back down, I show them their pictures. I explain, you know, that there wasn't a cross break, therefore the cap has caused this to allow water to pool. It wasn't a stainless material, it's rusting. They put holes in it, all the things that you guys know. And then I always show them immediately, right then, before I put together a proposal, what a proper chase cover is going to look like that has the proper collar, that has the proper cross breaks, and most importantly, has the proper drip edge, and explaining that that's why your trim is rusted out or rotted out. That's why you have rust coming down your vinyl siding, all those kind of things. And then getting permission to replace that, right? If it's a complete rip and replace, I have an entire photo album that goes through showing whether it's interior or exterior, the 20 steps that it takes to replace that unit. Any questions on manufactured fireplace?
Question about the wood framing, like, would that be 200 cents to the firebox?
Depends on the unit, right? Yep. Yep. So, you know, with masonry, we're going to follow the RSA and the PA. With these, we're going to follow whatever the manufacturer's installation instructions say. Cool? All right. So, I'm going to get into, how many of you guys have to deal with slammers? Half the room. Anybody not deal with slammers? Just curious. Everybody, okay. So, I don't know about you, but I love slammers. The only person that loves slammers more than me is the customer. Right? I have never met a customer that had a slammer that didn't think it was the greatest gift of God to their house. I mean, every single person that has a slammer has a story about some winter that saved their life, or, you know, what was this winter 72? We would have died if it wasn't for this thing. They all have a story, right? So when we approach slammers, we have to approach them with caution. Obviously, follow your company's policy. I am going to tell you how I handle this. again, I have a lot of owners and a lot of people that do not agree with me, and that is okay. I'm just one opinion. When I walk in and I know I didn't see a cap up there, I'm pretty sure we're dealing with a slammer, and I go in, I see an unlisted stove, or I see whatever the case is, I start very similar to the way that I do a manufactured fireplace. Oh my God, is that an old Fisher? Is that a old Buck? Oh my gosh, I bet that thing heats this entire house, doesn't it? Always start with a positive, always, because they will reinforce that. Oh my God, yeah, I mean, we burn this thing year round. I mean, we don't even have to use the furnace half the time. This thing heats the whole house, right? How often you got to put wood in that thing? Oh man, we load her up every 2 or 3 hours. I bet. See what I'm doing here? Setting up some efficiency, setting up some heat. So tell me about this thing. What's what we like about it? Well, man, it's simple. It keeps the house warm. Power goes out, we're good to go. All the things that they love about it, I'm having them tell me. Okay. I'll tell you what, man, these things have really been around, and then I start education. These things have really been around since about the 50s. A company called Heatilator really had the first idea of, people use wood stoves for heat all the time, right? And they realized how much heat that they put out, they can heat an entire house. And most people know that fireplaces are the exact opposite, right? They not only don't heat the whole house, they actually take heat out of the house. They take air and actually cost you efficiency. So Heatilator had this amazing idea of, why don't we take a wood stove that can heat the house and put it into the fireplace, and let's get the best of both worlds. And man, it did it. It heated the house. They did a great job and a great thing. They forgot one important component. They didn't think about the venting of it. And so if I pull this stove out, and I'll try to here, you're going to see on the back there's going to be some sort of exhaust. There's going to be a tube, a circle, an oval, or something, probably somewhere around 8 to 10 inches. And that is just literally, in our industry, we call these slammers. They literally just slam that firebox into there, and they didn't think about how it was going to vent. And so anything that is designed to vent 8 or 9 inches is expecting 8 or 9 inches all the way to the top. You have a fireplace that's either unlined or flue tiles that are 13 inches, 17 inches, or whatever the case may be. So when that smoke goes into that cavity, it's not able to draft. It literally just hangs out in there too long. And you know how hot this fireplace gets. It's as hot on the inside as it is on the outside, and it actually will melt the smoke, if you believe that. It will melt the smoke to the inside of your fireplace. And when it does that, we call it stage 3 creosote, which is literally the #1 source of chimney fires in our industry. There is more chimney fires from this type of setup than anything else in our entire industry, which is why they're no longer allowed to be used. Right? And then it's like, oh no, where are you going with this? Right? So this is the way that I handle these. So I just want to be honest, Mr. Jones, I know you love this stove, and I know it got you through the winter of 72, but I want to be extremely clear here. There's not going to be an outcome here today where I'm going to tell you this is going to be okay to use. There's no way that I can hook an appropriate liner system to it, and this particular stove doesn't have what we call a listing, which means in order to use today, there can't be any kind of combustibles within 36 inches of it, and obviously that's not possible in this particular setup. But almost every single time, I feel comfortable saying that 9 out of 10 times, that whenever I investigate or inspect these units, there has been some sort of unknown chimney fire or a flue fire. So I would like to be able to do an inspection to see if I can find evidence that if that has happened. If that has happened, the good news is I can get you a whole new system, new stove, new liner, new everything, and have that covered under your insurance. If I can't find evidence of that, then we can talk about how we can proceed. Would you like me to proceed with the inspection, or are you kicking me politely out of your house at this point, and I'll turn this into a consultation for you? Yeah, question.
What is the house that they bought that had slammer in it, that already had a chimney fire? Would insurance still cover that?
If they have used the stove at least once, yes. If they just moved in and they've never used it and you're doing the inspection, then no, unfortunately, that's not coverable.
So what if they?
If
fireplace chimney inspections, I qualified professional was done, only the home inspector did it. I mean, the auditors said bring out professional, they didn't bring it out.
Yeah, if they never had at least one fire in there, the insurance has all the proof they need to say that this incident did not happen under my customer's policy period, and they won't cover it.
So if you do the inspection for the real estate, like they just bought the house, you came in afterwards, they just bought it, they're doing it now. They need to use it one time, then it'll get.
So like you sound like some of my shady customers. So I've had people say, yeah, I've had people say, so you're saying if I did say that I had a fire, you know, and look, that's up to you, your ethics, your whatever you want to do. But yes, I mean, it needs to have had a fire to report. I personally, I would rather lose the sale than go against that. Say they had a fire when they didn't. That's just not a. Let's not go down the.
No, I mean they just decide to use it 3 months down the road.
Yeah, but you would have documented proof that it was there before that. So I wouldn't play that game. But to answer the question is yes, it has to have at least one fire, which kind of. So let's just go through and say we scan this thing, we find a vertical crack. So a couple things. I'm going to go straight into insurance, and it's all ties together. There's only 3 ways that and this is, like, I would be willing to bet, and you know, someone can call me out on this if they want, but I'd be willing to bet that I've done more insurance claims than probably anybody in the United States when it comes to fire. I mean, I've literally done thousands, and I've helped people do thousands virtually. It is probably one of my biggest expertise is insurance. So there's not a week that goes by where I don't do 1 or 2 insurance claims. I mean, it's a big part of my process. If you find at least one vertical crack, you need one vertical crack in a system that the customer has used at least once, as long as that vertical crack is not on only the top tile. If the vertical crack is only on the top tile, they're going to say that it was a cat got tightened too much, or I mean, there's some other things that could have happened. So give me one vertical crack anywhere in the system, I'm going to get an insurance claim. Okay. Now, the only time that you can say that the customer had a chimney fire is 1 of 3 times, right? If the fire department was called and a report was written that there was a flue fire, you can say that there was a flue fire. If the customer or a neighbor noticed it and they extinguished it, you can say that they had a flue fire. If you get the trifecta, which is vertical crack with scorch marks with expanded creosote in the firebox, you can say they had a flue fire. Okay? If you don't have those 3 things, you cannot say that they had a flue fire or a chimney fire. Okay? You cannot say that they had a high heat event. You cannot say that you just can't. There's no way to prove it, right? So here's your if you've heard me talk, you've heard this before. The 3 magic words that you need to write down for insurance is singular sudden occurrence.
One more time.
Singular sudden occurrence. All insurance policies cover singular sudden occurrences, right? Doesn't matter how it happened. They don't care. Was it a flue fire? Was it a thermal shock? Everybody knows what a thermal shock is. The cold tile heated up too quickly, caused the tile to shatter, even though there wasn't a fire, there was an event. It could be an earthquake. It could be a tornado. It could be a tree fell on it. It could be any of these things, right? As long as it did not happen over time. If it happened over time, if it's water intrusion, if it's missing mortar, if it's those kind of things, then it's not a coverable event. Vertical crack. So the way that you diagnose this and the way that you document this is I will literally use my little notable, I'll highlight the vertical crack, I'll draw an arrow to it, and I will say singular sudden occurrence. And in my document, I will say, unless I have one of those 3 things, I will say that the flue has experienced a singular sudden occurrence, is no longer able to contain the byproducts of heat and combustion, and must be replaced before use. Okay? Any questions on it? Yeah.
Is there a full length frame
I have 2 on Surefire. Yeah. And I have 2 5-10 minute short videos on the weekly videos as well that just kind of hit the highlights. Basically what I'm doing now. But yes, there's actually 2. One from me, one from I think of his name, Felgemacher, Kurt Felgemacher, and he goes into a lot of the Xactimate and a lot of how to bid insurance work and all that stuff as well. So if we find one of those things, that's how we document it, right? So here's the way I handle it with the customer. If I'm scanning, they're right there, I find a vertical crack. Hey, Ms. Jones, you see this crack here? This kind of changes everything. Now, you said you have used this fireplace, right? Yes, we've used it, we love it, blah, blah, blah. Okay. At some point, and with the customer I can say whatever, right? At some point, it looks like you probably had a chimney fire in here. Now, every customer gets defensive when you say they had a chimney fire. Oh, I didn't have a chimney. I know if I had. I mean, 90% of the time, they don't know, right? It's not like the movies. It's not like the fires roaring out the top. I mean, sometimes you get those. I mean, sometimes you get the roaring fire, you get the train whistle, you get the whole thing. But most of the time, it is literally a pocket of fuel that had a sudden event. The fuel went out. It left behind the evidence of the vertical crack. The fuel's gone, and the fire is gone. That's what happens most of the time, right? So I let them know, depending on how you feel about insurance, this potentially could be good news. Depending on your past history, depending on your deductibles, depending on some things, this is the type of evidence that that insurance companies want to see in order to cover this under insurance. So when I get to the numbers at the end, if this is something that we decide that is just more than what we can do today and we'd like to look at insurance, I'm happy to help you file that claim. Okay? Yeah.
So does every homeowner policy have coverage for this, or is it specific?
Every home. I've never seen one that does not cover singular sudden occurrences. Now, if you get lucky, you may find, like, I've had this happen like under 20 times. Very, very rare, but they also may have code upgrade insurance. So if they have code upgrade insurance, then if, like, let's say you had an unlined chimney that had a chimney fire, there's no loss there, right? So there's nothing that you can do. But if they have code upgrade insurance, then you can say, well, it does have a liner, so we got to bring it up to code in order to do that. But there has to be a loss. You could have a chimney fire and not have a chimney claim, right? You could have expanded creosote, you could have all these kind of things, but if there's no loss, there's no crack to the tile, then there's nothing that the insurance company repairs. So we'll go out, and again, if you're doing heat shield, if it's a heat shield candidate, and you have exterior issues, you could get those customers. That might be my next slide as well. Go back. Number 6 up here on the heat shield warranty instructions is your way to get water intrusion issues covered under insurance. If you've had a vertical crack and you have exterior issues, now I will tell you, if you're not versed in insurance and you're not confident and you don't know how to talk to these guys, this is tough, because they've been doing this for 30 years and they've never covered water intrusion, and they that's not what we cover. But the difference is, what is the alternative to doing heat shield and a water package? It is to do a liner. And how much is it going to cost me to break out tile? How's it going to cost me to partition smoke chamber, to put in a new liner, to put in an access door, to put in a top mount damper, to do all these things? It is going to make that that job way more expensive than it would be with just a heat shield and a water package. Now, I will tell you, in Sacramento, I had a adjuster just out of spite pay $8,000 more to have a liner done than a heat shield, because that's what he understood. He didn't want to cover a cap. He didn't want to. The whole thing was like $8,000 more, and he approved that claim over the heat shield claim because he wasn't going to pay for water damage, and he was going to show me. Okay. Right. So going back to this. So if we get to the end, let's say we get to the end, and it's let's just say $10,000 insurance claim. Now, I will tell you, if I know the customer is going insurance, I always add, give or take, $500 to $600 to that claim, not to just beef it up for insurance, but I know I am going to have to spend more time on that, right? There is a high probability I'm going to have to visit an engineer or an adjuster in order to get this through. I'd be be curious if Jerry knows. It's like, in my experience, like roughly $15,000 seems to be about the mark that once it goes over 15 grand, all of a sudden, the insurance company starts giving it some weight, right? They're like, hey, I need to get another opinion. I'm going to send an adjuster out. I'm going to send an engineer out. And below that, it seems to kind of go under the radar. Do you have anything on that, Jerry, that seem about?
No, you're pretty well on. The key thing is, if you answer the questions in the report, that's questionable stuff is what we're throwing away.
Yeah, so just being very matter of fact. So if we get to that, and we kind of go through this, and the customer's like, yeah, I can't pay 10 grand. You know, let's look at insurance. Okay, great. More than happy to help you do that. And then so I will, at that very point in the home, do you know who your insurance company is through? And I think we have State Farm. Great. I'm very familiar with State Farm. We work with them all the time. Would you like to go ahead and get the process started while we're here? Yeah, I mean, if you can, that'd be great. So I literally will use the customer's phone. We call State Farm, 1-800-STATE-FARM. I will usually talk first. It'll go into Home and Auto, and you select all your things, and you get to the home insurance company, and you say, hey, my name is Alan Rush. I'm with ABC Chimney. I am with Mary Jones. Her policy number is 123ABC. I'm a certified chimney inspector. I'm at her home right now. She's on speaker with you. Just inspected her chimney. It looks like we've had a sudden occurrence. We would like to file a claim. Now, I will tell you, if it's anybody except for USAA, USAA is the only one that you need a lot of time. You need at least 30 minutes to go through a USAA claim. Anything else is roughly 5 to 10 minutes. USAA actually goes through an entire survey with you over the phone. Everything else, they allow the adjuster to do that. So they'll go through, they'll ask you basically 5 or 6 major questions. They'll say, is there, and I would write these down because this is really important as you're answering questions. They're going to say, is there any other loss to the property besides the flu or whatever you found? And you always want to answer, there was none seen at this time, right? But there could be further damage, discovered during the repair, right? So you can't. There's certain things you just can't see, especially if it's a chase or whatever the case may be. We could get in there, and we could have to rebuild this whole chase.
The reason that justifies the change order decision.
100%. Yeah. If we dive into it, it's like, well, we said this could happen. They're also going to ask you if there was any smoke damage. This is a tricky one. This is absolutely a tricky one because they're trying to trap you into not using a public adjuster. There was none tested. We did not test for smoke damage. Because if there is smoke damage that was detected through an official test, they know that's going to add a minimum of $50,000 to the claim. Right? It's a big deal. So don't say no, right? Because you may have to come back on this later. And they'll go through and they'll ask a couple other questions. They'll ask the homeowner some questions. They'll say, do you have this deductible? They're like, yes. Would you like to start the process to claim? Yes. Depending on the company, some will go ahead and give you a claim number right then. If they do, go ahead and write it down. Some people will just give you the adjuster or say an adjuster will be assigned. And then the last thing that you have to do this on every single call is tell whoever is taking the claim, can you please notify the adjuster that if an on-site visit is required, that I would like to be present. If the adjuster or the engineer goes to this claim without you, you're losing it. Or you have to fight a lot harder for it. If you go there and you can be present, you can scan the chimney with them, you can do all those things, show it to them. So the claim has to be sent in by the consumer, right? So you work up your inspection report, you work up your proposal, make sure you have all the singular sudden occurrence language in there, you email it to the customer then emails it to the adjuster with the claim number and the subject, and then copies you on it, right? That way, before you ever leave the home, the process is started, you're good to go. Average insurance claim, 2 days to 14 days on average, depending on who the company is or if they're going to send an adjuster. The other thing that you need to, that I like to do when I'm in the home is I literally ask Miss Jones, Miss Jones, let me ask you this question. I feel very good that this is something that our insurance could cover. Shouldn't be any kind of issue. But if for some reason it was one of the few percent that did not get approved, is this still a project that we want to move forward with, or are we only moving forward if insurance approves it? No, Alan, I mean, we want to use the fireplace. I mean, okay, great. If you're comfortable, right now I'm about 6 weeks out. Typically, insurance takes about 2 to 14 days. If we're going to do this regardless, I can go ahead and get this scheduled for you today and take the deposit. And then by the time you get the insurance check, you can, pay for everything all at once. If for some reason insurance doesn't cover it, then you don't have to wait that whole new 4 to 6 week period. And then try to go ahead and close the deal regardless if insurance has approved it or not. They are. Because keep in mind you're on a recorded line when you call the, now if you just call the local, like, what do you call them, the agent, you can say whatever you want to them. They're the friend, the people that sign the policy. But if you actually call the claims department, it's a recorded, it's on a recorded line that this was requested, and they'll have to go back and meet you, right? So let's just say you get the Smarty. Like, I don't know if you've ever dealt with an asshole adjuster, but Jesus, some of them are just brutal. They've been doing this longer than I've been alive, and they know more about fireplaces and chimneys than I do, and all this kind of stuff. When I submit the claim, if I get this rebuttal, the very first thing I do, and you can thank Jerry back there for having this resource, he's one of the major guys that's part of this, go to csia.org/chimneyfires. csia.org/chimneyfires. There is an entire page that is dedicated to all the information that you would ever need to know to a homeowner or an insurance company about the causes, effects, and evaluations of chimney fires. There's roughly a 121-page PDF document that can be downloaded and sent to the adjuster that explains everything that they need to know about how chimney fires occur, how vertical cracks happen, all those kind of things, right? So most of the time, just sending that document and they open it up and they see 121 pages, oh shit, okay, I'm not reading this. This guy knows what he's talking about. But if they still are giving you trouble, your next recourse is what we call a public adjuster. All right, so just like the insurance company has an adjuster to protect the insurance company from fraudulent claims, the customer has the right to hire a public adjuster that can speak the same language that the insurance companies do, that has all the same software, the Xactimates, and understand everything and basically talks insurance, but also understands chimney. In our industry, there is a great resource. His name and numbers up here. You can take a picture. His name is Kurt Chandler. He owns a company called Metro PA, Metro Public Adjusters, metropa.com, and his phone number's up here. If you call Kurt, tell him he can work any state in the U.S., he can help you through any difficult chimney fire claims. Now, he'll tell you he wants to be called on the front end more than on the back end, but if you really get into one that you need his help, he can help you. He helped me get he turned a $40,000 claim into a $120,000 claim that I had in California because he went in and did a smoke test and got like $80,000 added to the claim. So they take their money out of the extra money that you get in the claim. So, any questions about insurance, about slammers, about manufactured fireplaces?
Are there any words or verbiage that you should never use that'll make automatic turn-off?
Well, I mean, I never say there was a chimney fire unless I know there was a chimney fire, unless I know the fire department was called or I know one of those three things I told you. If you say there's a chimney fire, they will absolutely do their best to make you prove it. But the burden of proof is on the insurance company to say that it didn't happen, right? Not on you to say it did. They're going to ask you, well, when did this happen? And that's another important question. Like, well, when was the incident? The incident was discovered today, right? There's no timestamps on vertical cracks, right? All I know is the customers used their fireplace. Could it have happened 20 years ago before the policy? Possibly. But I found it today and the customers used it. So unless you can somehow figure out how to tell me it didn't happen during the policy period. But avoiding the word chimney fire is a big one. This industry used chimney fires, high heat event. There's a lot of language that was going around for all
Yeah,
that
I
stuff.
use that high heat event a lot.
Typically I just stick with singular sudden occurrence. That covers flue fires, that covers thermal shocks, that covers high heat events, that covers earthquakes, covers tornadoes, covers trees, really covers anything that could have been
That's the one, those 3 words.
Yep.
That's fine.
Yep. All right. So we're going to just do a quick recap here, and then I'll have you out of here in about 15, 20 minutes. So, again, as we talked about this morning, tomorrow we're going to role play. We are going to role play discovery. We're going to role play scanning the fireplace. We're going to role play coming off the roof, talking about the importance of fixing and preventing water damage. We're going to talk about how to present, handle objections, all that kind of stuff. And then the second half of the day, the Sabre Systems team is going to go over some sales tools that you can use. And I've watched their presentation a couple of times now, and every time I learn something new. So it's going to be a really good way to increase your sales with them as well. The thing that I told you this morning is, you all just sat in here for 8 hours. You could have been out making money. Your company invested in you to come here. This costs them money, it costs you money, all those kind of things. So what are you going to do with the information, right? Are you going to go back and get in your truck on Wednesday or Thursday and do what you always did, or are you going to take some of these things and try to become one of those $2, $3, $4 million sales guys, right? It's up to you, right? I'm going to give you a worksheet. This is a debrief sheet, and it's going to take you about 3 to 4 weeks to change habits, right? I don't expect you to go back and do it all at once, and I'm going to give you a worksheet that kind of breaks down the process and a way to do that. But literally the main thing that I want you to do when you go back is pick 1 or 2 things that you're going to focus on. And then after every appointment, when you pull out of the driveway, you do your bomb, you do all that kind of stuff, literally just take your time and fill out this worksheet I'm going to give you. And all it says is basically, what objections did I get? Why did I get them? How did I handle them? And the most important question you can ask yourself is, if I was ever in this situation again, if I went to an appointment tomorrow and I had the exact same situation, what would I do different? If you will do this for 3 weeks and you start, we always think about it technically, like, oh man, I missed that, or I need to do that, but we never think of it from a sales process, right? We never think of it as, Alan told me I needed to bring up the age of the home and how they changed that code, and that's why, grandfather in 30 years, it's been fine, all that stuff. I forgot to go through that process. Next time I will do that. Right, so if you will literally go through this process, you will find that you're working towards a better outcome. Practicing those LAMs, those top 15 objections, going through, man, I didn't know, I stumbled a little bit. I kind of made it up as I went. Next time I don't want to make it up. I want to know exactly what I'm saying. So the last 2 things I'm going to go over with you is one, my favorite quote, right? We told you this before. If nothing changes, nothing changes, and I'm sorry you didn't get the results for the work you didn't put in, right? You do not get better on your own. You have to go back and implement some of these things, or else you're just going to keep getting what you always got. So I'm going to do a quick roundtable, and then I'm going to do a final review of the spreadsheet, the sales process, make sure I didn't miss anything, make sure all your questions are answered. But first, the very first thing I did today was went around the room and said, what's the 1 or 2 things that you hope to get out of today's class? Does anybody in here feel that I did not cover their 1 or 2 things that they were looking for out of today? Does anybody need any further clarification on the number 1 thing that they came here to get today? I'd love to see that. Are y'all being nice or?
Super.
Like, it's awful late. If somebody raises their hand, we're kicking his ass. All right. I need about 5 people to do this. Tell me something that when you go back on Wednesday, what are you going to do differently that you learned today that you didn't do before today? Somebody tell me at least 1 thing they're going to go do differently. Yeah.
Definitely, I'm going to spend more time with the customer.
More time with the customer.
Yep.
Fantastic. Beautiful. Yeah.
I think right off the bat, I'm going to switch it from, I used to always just go up and tell the customer, hey, I'm going to, look at the outside right off the bat. But by your process saying, hey, actually do that after you've already looked at the inside, I think that's a really big help.
Do the takeaway, protect the investment, make sure before we do any type of interior mortar repairs or put metal boxes in here, let's make sure there's no water that can come and void those warranties or prematurely cause those stoves to rust. Good. Yeah.
I think also we're looking at the insurance processing a little bit more.
Yeah. A ton of money, man. Ton of money in insurance. Yeah.
Definitely make them feel like we're more of a guy, not trying to get it here.
More of the guy. Look, get out of the mindset of the tech of here's what's wrong, here's what you need to do, and say here's what's going on, here's what this means. What do we want to do here? Like, I'm your partner in this. Yeah.
I'd venture to say that my guys have, between all of them, at least probably 3 slammers a day.
Yeah.
2 to 3 slammers a day they're going to.
Oh my
And out
gosh.
of those, 85-90% of them are completely torn up, and then of that, probably 75% you can show a sudden occurrence on.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're about ready to be rich.
Yeah. So with that, I think there's just an open opportunity.
Absolutely. I love it. Yeah. Yeah. Did you have a question? Oh, I thought I saw your hand. Sorry.
Oh,
Give me one more. Yeah.
I'm gonna start using the word yet a lot.
Start using the word yet. Absolutely. It's a power word, right? We've seen kind of water into the attic or the ceiling yet. Absolutely. All right. Perfect. I'm going to do one last. This will take about 5 minutes. And then I will get you guys out of here. I'm just going to switch screens really quick.
So we should take the Uber down to this hotel, hang out with everybody, and then go back crazy. That's what everybody's doing though. They're all gonna fucking be at the hotel hanging out at the pool. We're the only ones that fucking told us. Rob's not like, oh, I showed you, right? He got his flight into Houston. It was late there, and whenever he got it, I told him he's got plenty of time, don't worry, he's in Houston. And he got there, and there are no flights there at all. So he's just trying to figure out how to get back to the hotel. He's pissed. Oh, the other thing's hot one.
Alright, guys, we're going to do this first thing tomorrow. For some reason, the file is not showing up. I'll get it. But basically what I want to do is go through the A to Z, step 1 to step 50 of what we did. It'll be a good review in the morning before we get into this. 7:30 tomorrow morning, we will have breakfast again, thanks to Rilla. So be sure you sign the CE sheet when you get here, and we're going to start at 8 o'clock sharp. So I will be here. I'm staying at the Osage next door. Probably be out at the pool area having a cigar and a bourbon if anybody wants to stop by and talk. So,
Fortunately, we're at the wrong hotel.
If anybody wants pizza, there's plenty there. Thank you guys for your time today. Thank you, Al.
Yeah, you bet.
Dee Dee, don't sleep late tomorrow.
No sleeping in, Dee See you, buddy. Yeah. Am I doing it different or you noticed it? I probably am. Yeah. Cool.
I was actually looking forward to that damn piece of it. Hopefully I can do they got some decent stuff there. Oh. He's probably already clicked off anyway. All right.
Alan, you know what they did?
Oh, I took it.
Okay. You did? No, it's fine. I just got mine.
Yeah, I mean, if it's very, if it can be, then, you know, no listed, then hey, I'll move on. All right, but
Yeah, good.